Hello, VOD viewers. You thought you were here for a replay analysis stream? You're wrong. It's a painting stream. Once we get some people in here, we'll begin the replay analysis. Actually, I should get that open, shouldn't I? All right, let's get the dashboard open and start the giveaway. And then as people hop in, they can join. Giveaways complete. Start a new one. All right. And then where's all the stuff we need? I'm gonna open like 15 different things. I always forget. Okay, we're gonna need the game info. We're gonna need the CloudBot thing. Where is it? Here it is. All right. Moon to Moon, hello. Thank you. Hugo, what's up? Chicken burritos. Syndraman. Damn, I'm late. Yeah, Hugo, come on. 3 minutes late. That's a 10 points off your grade in school. Or your assignment. I guess off your total grade would be pretty harsh. All right. While we're waiting for people to join the replay, we will. I'm behind on pictures. I know that. I can't remember. I think Swick had one. If Swick gets here, I forget what he requested, but I know I wrote down Meepo players and who else was it? Thematas. So let's start on Meepo players, and his was Crystal Maiden dying while farming creeps. Yes, the win streak, pretty hype. It went, yeah, that last stream went really well actually. I don't know if it should usually go that well, but okay. Oh, that was awful. All right, so I know what I want to draw for this. So first we need to draw the camp, right? Usually they're like surrounded by trees. There's some like symbol on the ground usually. Let's do it in another layer because it's usually like it's not really what it is, but there's usually some like symbol on the ground. You guys know what I'm talking about. Ooh, it shouldn't be like a perfect circle. It's usually like, I don't know what's on there. Let's just do the circle for now. Okay. That was terrible. My hand spasmed. Okay. And then we have, okay, let's have like, wait, what do they usually look like? Like little kobolds. Should that be what she's fighting? No, what's different? Let's do the Hellbear. The Hellbear would be funnier. The Hellbear looking potato. Let's get rid of this. Wait, what do they look like? Oh, oh, they're very chunky. This is exactly what it should be, but smaller. No, let's just draw another version for the yellow guy. Oh, I see Snarge redeeming a replay. We actually have several redeemed. Oh, let me check that again. All right, let's knock some of these out then. Because actually, Monch and Thamada also redeemed it last time. But let's start with the raffled one this time. Oh my god, it does look like the Michelin Man. Okay. No! I thought of something better. It should be forget this camp. It should be Crystal Maiden digging up a kobold and then dying to it. That's better. Just erase all this. All this is garbage. Get rid of it. Okay, Snarch, you can totally leave yours in though. We'll get to yours. Let's start with the replay one, and you know what? Let's just stop it. Let's get it going. Syndraman, the first to join. Congratulations. Let's start with the raffle, then we'll move on to the next one. Yeah, Snarch, that's fine. You wanna send it over? Okay, so why don't we do this? We'll do Syndramans. We'll get into we'll do Snarges next. Or if Thamada and Monch get here, we'll just go by order. But we'll do one of those and then proceed from there. All right, let's close paint then. Forget it. It's not time for that. Carlisle. Don't worry, there'll be another one soon. Well, actually, we have to do a couple of the guaranteed ones, but there'll be more this stream, guaranteed. Syndraman, just hit me up with that match ID any chance you get. Oh, that means we actually could have kept going with the paint. Boom. Okay, quick. So first, Crystal Maiden digging something up. Should it be like a 2-part series? No, okay. I've got it. Okay, first, some like ground layer as a reference for us to work with. Actually, I don't need that. Forget that. Okay, Crystal Maiden here. How do you hold a shovel? Like 2 hands in front of you or some shit? Okay. No, that angle's bad. It needs to be steeper. Let's draw the shovel first. That makes more sense, actually. Okay. And then shovel is like, buried into the ground. Okay, and then she has to hold the shovel with her 2 hands. One here, one here. Yes. Okay. Crystal Maiden holding the shovel. And then the kobold pops out of the ground and kills her. Oh, wait, she was supposed to be farming creeps. I think this is kind of like farming. I think Meepo Player will accept the creative license here. Syndraman. It's not responded yet. If he's not here, we may have to keep going. We may just move straight into Snarges then. We said we would like set a time limit, but I don't think we ever did. And then, what does a kobold? What do the kobolds even look like? I don't know how to draw. I think he should like throw a rock at her face. Like it should be popping out of the ground, right? Doesn't he have he has kind of like a longer face, right? The kobold. That's not really a body. Hold on. Wait. Here's him throwing. Throwing a rock at her head after popping out of the ground. I think this is going to be pretty good. They're hunchback. Yeah, right? YMXB, thank you. I'm glad you like the videos lately. Okay, Snarge, you know what? Why don't we start with you then, since Syndraman does not seem to be here right now. If he doesn't rejoin by the time we go over yours, perhaps we'll just unfortunately have to move on. But in the meantime, Snarge looks like he's playing Bloodseeker in a party game. Joy K, what's up? Were there ranks in this? Unranked, but carry. Oh wait, I don't have to delete that one. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Oop, don't need to click that again. Darkseer vacuum bit. I'm glad you like that. I was pretty pleased with myself for that joke. To be honest, I think tomorrow's or Friday's video is less funny than the last one. What can you do? Okay, Snarge, I don't know if you're here.
You are a trooper.
But if you are, is there anything? Oh, it's actually mid Bloodseeker. I've been bamboozled. I don't know if there's anything in particular you wanted me to look at, but we'll start by just going through the laning stage, I guess. Okay, you had the right idea to use the blood right. Kind of missed the timing a bit. You can do it a lot sooner. 120 damage is quite a lot.
Thank you. What?
So you can, it's like nearly half the health of the range creep. So you can like cast it when it's like a little over half, go up and attack it once, and then let the thing do the rest. Mukwen, thank you. Thank you for the sub. Soon we'll have badges. I think 3 months, you'll have like a little, well, I don't know how soon. I gotta find someone to do it. I gotta find an art style that I like. I've been looking at like Fiverr and stuff, trying to find one. Some of these, okay, some of this is just like last hitting practice, right? But so this blood right, I would say don't use it. This is just like melee creeps, not so worth it. I would use it when you are going to secure a range creep or a banner creep, or the enemy's trying to do so, so you're gonna like try to drop it and keep them out of it. That's not gonna work as well against a PA who's gonna have dagger, so she can like step out of the blood right, throw the dagger. You might still get it because you like make her miss, but I think it's less threatening than other melee heroes who have to like walk in and do it themselves. So I would mainly keep yours to secure the range creeps. So that would like prevent that. Then this one, you kind of want to just time this. You're gonna hit this too soon. Like you're not gonna kill it, but you know the range creeps are hitting it, so you should just wait for this one longer for the range creeps to attack it. That one's just a little unfortunate. I'm gonna worry too much about it. Like here, so you see these two range creeps. So this one's 163. So one attack from you or like the melee creeps start hitting it a bit. So what if you wanted to? You don't have to, but for example, you could like hit this creep once or twice, and then these range creeps are probably about to start damaging these two range creeps. So like you could probably hit this full health range creep, drop the blood right, and then hit it again. And with your creeps attacking as well, blood right probably finishes it. See, like this one is now pretty much at blood right damage. Is it going to take a little bit more damage from the creeps hitting it? Yeah, so there you go. You got one. Just didn't quite prep the other one, but it'll kind of work out. Stagger of an uphill miss chance. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know if it can miss besides like actual evasion. Actually, I don't even know if it can miss on evasion. Cause even though it like does damage, I thought it was like a spell. I'm actually not sure on that. I'd have to double check. Oh, look at you go so fast! Holy crap! I'll be honest, I don't actually know what the mid Bloodseeker build is. I'm not sure if it's Blade Mail though. I don't know if you like strictly need that. Kind of feel that still getting like a Maelstrom or something would be good. It's gonna increase your farming speed. It's gonna be like a pseudo MKB versus PA. I think Maelstrom sounds good. Oh, your team, I just realized, this is a party game. Your guys' draft is like whack as heck. Is this Sven 4? Sven 4 going for a Meteor Hammer? Well, it's an unranked party game, so this is the time to do wild stuff. Just trying to think about like what your job would be then, though. I don't know. My concern with the blade mail is like she doesn't actually have to fight you. And like the others are also gonna be like running away from you as a mid-hero in many cases. Her damage isn't really like that uncontrollable. I guess there's gonna be cleave later on, but yeah, some of your blood rights you're just kind of like using it. I feel you should really wait for. Make sure you're securing the range creep with like each one, or you're going for a kill or something. That one was a little closer. Okay, that worked out. You kind of want to have Rupture and Blood Right before throwing it out. It's just going to make it stronger. You like scare them into running out to get Rupture damage, right? Yeah, I think Maelstrom here looks good. Well, this one's a party game, so I think it's... He joined a pain game. He willingly chose this. I mean, maybe not. Maybe your team didn't discuss it all the draft, but... you guys didn't. And maybe should. Alright, free kills here. See, like, for mid, I feel... I mean, things seem a little goofy here, right? Maybe we should just go for, like... Oh, wait, the Ags changed, right. Maybe not the Ags. What else could we do? I don't know. Then at least this point, Maelstrom regular build. Or do some goofy ass Dagon build. No, that doesn't make any sense with the. Yeah, I don't know. Just go for like a right click build. When Dazzle Graves, you're gonna have like super speed for so long. You know. You're doing really well to start here. So I just think like Blade Mail's not necessary. Blade Mail is like better when there's more like really close fighting. They're gonna fight you back. But I don't know if that's really what Bloodseeker wants. Or heck, you could try like a Radiance if you wanted. If you're feeling like down for goofy and wacky. I'd like Radiance more than Blade Mail maybe. The armor is good versus PA, but you're already gonna have like right clickers galore from your Sven 4 and Spectre. Maybe you could just provide more utility. Gleipnir with some like Octarine. See, like that Blade Mail, like that's what's gonna happen a lot. You're gonna use it and they're just gonna run away from you. Later on, they're gonna fight you, but I feel like right now you're the scariest. Most people are gonna run from you or like avoid you, and now you like aren't really farming that fast with it. Hey Snarge, yes, context. Yes, I'm down for the magic. Like if you're gonna go mid Bloodseeker, that's what I thought I would see, like a magic Bloodseeker. I think part of your magic Bloodseeker should still have, I don't know, either like straight Dagon maybe, or the Maelstrom at least for like the farming, and or Gleipnir into it. I kind of feel that you're just delaying it a little bit by getting this Blade Mail. Ah, moon gelling, yes. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much. We're all Zach on this blessed day. Please send dim sum over. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Scuba Steez. Thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Okay, so then magic. Yeah, like things like that. Like I feel like even if you went straight Atos into Bloodright would make, you'd at least get like better stats. I don't know, actually. Blade Mail's a lot of damage, I suppose, too. It's actually a lot more damage than I remembered. 28, what the heck. Like you're getting Shard, but you don't have like an attack speed item, you know? It's like, it's so funny. Yeah, I would skip Blade Mail. Verse PA for the man fight. I think Maelstrom would still help you with that. I think it would let you... Because the issue with the man fight is you're missing her. So if you have Maelstrom, you'll get the pseudo procs and the magic procs. And like you've already got so much like spell am damage. It's not like you're like looking for a direct 1v1 fight with her to the death at the start. You're gonna want to like poke her down and then like go for a kill. But also I think Bloodseeker just trying to like solo kill people is a bit unnecessary. Especially because you're always countered by the teleport, right? So I don't think you should be like planning and building to like, oh, I have to 1v1 this specific hero. Just work together, you know, with your team. Just have them come with you, help them out, help you out. And then just pick the right fights. That way you can get something that's more generically good. Is Fast Sharp the way? I feel like you need some kind of attack speed before getting Blood Rage Shard. Carlisle, yeah, Chicken Feet is definitely not for everyone. It's been a long time since I tried it. I didn't really like them last time I remember trying it, but I like to go back and revisit foods I didn't like and try them again. There's definitely things that my tastes have changed, and it's like, okay, now I'm okay with this. Or I stop liking things. My mom really likes Chicken Feet. I should try it again next time she gets it or something. But it's not really for me either. Yeah, like your team together is pretty strong. I think you just like, you guys are just like running together like this, you know? You should save your silence for like that. You might do it here again, actually. Hold on. That one was a little different. I guess I'm saying, like, if someone... Okay, so Bloodright comes down, and people need to run, right? But they're always going to do that. So, if they're already running from you... So, like, the Dazzle use here. Dazzle was always going to run from you. And putting Bloodright down...
Who's that? Thank you.
Like,
what?
The response to Bloodright is like, oh no, Bloodright's down, I have to run. It's like, I was running anyways. Now I have to run because of Bloodright. Wait, that's the same thing, you know? So like it doesn't make much sense there. You can save it till like he has to use a spell because you're about to kill him. Like you ran him down, he's getting low. He's like, all right, I got a grave and I got a hope. That's when you Bloodright, and he's like, oh shit, right? Now I got a grave early, but you know then maybe they'll kill me or something. Or like the stun comes out from Centaur and then you Bloodright because like now he's not just gonna run out of it because he's stunned. Yeah, stun, just waiting for the stun is like the easiest way, but also like the next level is to predict when the enemies are going to use spells. So I'm going to see if it comes up, but for example, let's say you go on this PA and you see Dazzle here and you're about to start and you Bloodright instantly. That's actually not the best time to do it probably. Like you should probably get her low and predict Dazzle's going to wait to grave when she gets low. So that's when you throw out the Bloodright like right here, and now he has to either go, oh shit, early grave because I'm going to get silenced, or he doesn't respond in time, he gets silenced, and he's like, oh shit, I can't grave now, I'm silenced. Or he runs away, he's like, oh, I gotta get rid of Bloodright, right? And then he's like, oh, PA, my bad, I didn't grave, right? The situations are a lot better for you in those cases. For the delay. Okay, see, so that's why. Maelstrom into Gleipnir, I think. Then you don't need to worry about the delay. You just Gleipnir Bloodright. Easy for you. I think that item is still overall pretty good. This is... Oh, actually he just graved the Wraith King with his ult, huh? Be careful about diving against Dazzle because of the graves. And Underlord's also another scary hero to dive against. I'm kind of curious. Can we see? You know what? This did more damage than I expected. 9,000. Anyone else? I thought I saw Spectre also build a blade mail. 10,000. Oh, I'm kind of curious. I wonder. 12,000. See, I kind of wanna. I want a game. I want to see like a Maelstrom game and see how much damage the Maelstrom gives. But also, it's only against heroes, I think, that it shows, and not like the farming speed you get from it. Maybe it's hard to compare. How long is Sven stun? It's like 2 seconds, right? I guess it's literally enough. The Meteor Hammer response to the Meteor Hammer Sven. Unranked is great. Gotta love unranked games. Trash with trash? No way. Meteor Hammer is peak meta. Trying the blade mail for earlier. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't play enough of these type of cores. I do sometimes see like early blade mail on some heroes. I like that silence. That's a good one. That one's like forcing him to like, oh, do I complete the teleport into a silence, or do I stop the teleport and I don't join my team? He actually probably should have stopped it, but I like that one. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just don't have a good enough feeling for like blade mail.
You are a true friend.
I feel like I do see some like super active like Ember Spirit, you know, pick one up. This Bloodright's hilarious. Or not Bloodright, Blood Mist. Don't you need some kind of like spell lifesteal? Wouldn't that make this better for your magic build here? What if you pick up like, I guess not a very good Eternal Shroud game. I guess you don't really need the full Bloodstone either. Darn. Too bad Octarine doesn't still give spell amp or spell lifesteal. Do you have a talent for it? Maybe not. Alright, let's see. Push this. So your team probably wants to set up. Okay, there we go. Now Vision's getting set up. So you're gonna get this one. Great. Should be able to do Roshan whenever, I think. You just want to like win a fight first, or see them all somewhere else. I would keep staying in this area. I guess that was the topic of today's video, right? Keep playing in this area where your Vision is. So see how you guys are like all running away? I didn't actually show an example of this in today's video, but like this is where the supports, they like see you all come down. They're like, oh, can't leave this area, you know? It's like, well, I guess I'll walk in here, and then you like lose all this. So I do think it's like good to defend, but like you can't chase like too hard into it. You kind of have to be ready to like come back, or be prepared to lose your wards. Just throwing it out. Get him. I'm a little confused about how much you should move around the map. Yeah, that one's tough because it really does depend on like the matchups. I would say this game you're fine with having Spectre do a lot of the farming, and you can be like active and try to like farm the enemy stuff. But like you're fine to join things. You're a Bloodseeker. I think it's okay. This is kind of okay because your team... So this can be risky. Like if the enemy team aren't dead, just be careful of this kind of teleport because, right, your team's still hitting the tower. That's when the enemy team comes to defend. But you do have some people dead. You see others with wards and lanes, so that's fine. But just a heads up. More so a reason to fight bottom if you're the enemy team. Hey, that Bloodseeker TP'd here, and then he even walked top, right? How long it's going to take to go back. Kind of looked like your team stuck around a little too long. Barely getting out. You guys have some wacky builds this time. That's that AoE shard. You probably do need a BKB sooner. I don't know if that works on this to reduce damage or not, but like even without it, rip. Even without it, like if you want to be active, you kind of need the BKB. Yeah, I can tell this is a for fun kind of game. Yeah, I might do like after, instead of this Kai and Sange, it could be the BKB maybe. Or maybe by skipping the Blade Mail, you get a faster BKB. I don't know, you'd have like weird stats at that point. Maybe you could go Kaya Sange into it. Oh, that's kind of weird too. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of Bloodseeker with the magic stuff. I think I would still get like Gleipnir or Radiance though for it rather than some of this. And then into the BKB, into the Shard, Ag, stuff like that. Let's see, who else did we have? So Mantra Thamada, I don't think I've seen them here yet. And I don't think Syndraman ever said anything either. Why don't we start the next raffle then? Oh, it was a close fight. Tuned in after turning on the replay. Whoa. I think you should be able to Roche. You have like a different build though, so I guess I'm not fully sure. If you were carry Bloodseeker, I would definitely say you could Roche there. I think you could still maybe do it. Feels kind of louder than it used to be. I accidentally reset my audio settings. Maybe this was a little lower than before. Maybe not. I accidentally pressed this audio default, so it reset all of this, and I can't remember exactly what I had before. So I kind of like changed it to what I thought. It feels a little better. Shiga, that's hilarious. I might do it. You know, you gotta have a new look. You're like, oh, you know, that was so so 40% win rate of me. I'm on to a new look now. It's time to try hard. It's time for the anime profile, 60% win rate. I still need replays. The raffle is going on right now. You can join in if you'd like. I can't change mine anymore for the sake... I guess I could, but I leave it the same for the sake of, like, branding. You know? Maybe if we start getting like stream sniped a lot, then maybe I would start changing it around. I would change the name just to reduce the odds that people check the stream, maybe. But so far, we don't run into that issue too much. In fact, we ran into it on Monday potentially, and that was like the first time in quite a while. Maybe other people have done it to us, but they just weren't very good at it, so I didn't notice. But see Wraith King, please. You see that? Wraith King walked in here and just channeled this. Oh my god, he just walks back and dies. Or they're so good. That's true. That's another way to do it, I think. Don't be so obvious with all the D wards, because the information's more important, right? You just get a couple free D wards, you know, and then you just keep track of like when they're smoking and stuff. I mean, not that I'd ever put any thought into this or anything, right? But exclamation point replay enters you into the raffle if you'd like to have one of your games replayed on stream like this. Speaking of which, let's do it. Let's get another one. Join in if you'd like. Yeah, the exclamation point replay. Join in. You'll need a game from within the last week. If you don't have one of those, then I don't know what we'll be able to do. But besides that, anyone's free to join. I don't know if I'll be able to help, depending on some of the stuff, but happy to try. Ooh, wings sound good. Yum, yum, yum. Yeah, Hugo, that's totally what I theoretically think as well, and would never stoop to do. Actually, though, I would never. Damn, Fragzoff freaking knew. He posted it. He posted his match ID before leaving. He's like, this one's so in the bag. Dropping it. Quick, let's finish it before he gets back. Go, 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 go. He was the lion. Unlucky. 4 support lion. Speed run, guys. This is a 5-minute replay. Go, go. Quick. Wait, what was his rank and all that? I forgot to. Guardian 2. Or Guardian 3. Okay, Lion. What are you against? Ursa, maybe? Ursa and then Witch Doctor or Jakiro. And who are you with? Nature's. Okay, that's not, you maybe won't get kills. Well, there's going to be mistakes in this bracket, so maybe you will. But, this could be one where you just, like, focus on out harassing them and zoning them off rather than, like, we need to 100-0 get kills. And you should, you can use your stun for, like, some of the range creeps, but just in case, like, either you or Nature's goes into, like, a bad position, you could save your stun, or at least one of them, like, maybe you take Hex level 2 or something, or level 3 if you want Drain, that's fine too. Maybe level 4, eventually you have it, right? Save it for that when they do go on him, you just stun and walk away, and then I think you just both just right-click a lot this lane. Kind of been what's happening so far. I don't think you need to do this pull. I think this is like one of those pulls that kind of talked about in another video, where it's like Equilibrium's already coming, and then that pull is actually going to make it harder for you. So I'm kind of glad that pull didn't work out. Actually, that was probably the best case scenario you could have got. It killed your range creep and then left. If you could intentionally do that, then that's fine. But it's usually a little harder to do. So I would just not do that pull, and you'll be okay. You can see how many enemy creeps there are. So even if there was another range creep here, it wouldn't have really changed anything. Here's the kind of stun we were talking about. You might still die. Whew. Not too bad. Yeah, I think you were buying items there, but then you finished and you started hitting your own creeps. That's what I want to see. You could maybe do a stack there as well if you want to heal, but I do think it's good to get like level 2. Now, let's see. What are you doing over here? Came to eat like a tree. Just eat one of the river trees, I think, if you're doing that. This is a lane you actually... Neither of these heroes are really bottle builders, so you don't have to come for this kind of rune too much if you don't need to. Maybe you're going to try to gank here. It kind of looks like it. But I think this will be pretty tough. Yeah, I think I would just continue to stay with the natures here at this time. It's pretty dangerous without you. Where is Treants? He hasn't really been using them much. Slonic TV, thank you. Thank you for watching it. Oh, he might be dead here. Oh, maybe I'm not the one that's dead. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like him. Thank you for watching. You should just keep, if you mana drain Ursa, he won't really be able to, like, charge and overpower. He doesn't have a huge mana pool. Just drain him a couple times, and his threat goes way down. Where are the Treants? My man picked Nature's Prophet to not use Treants. This is actually supposed to be like a really good situation for Natures, because most heroes can't keep the lane out here, but with Treants, you can just like have them tank for you. And against the Natures, it's actually super difficult to pull the lane back if you don't have the pull camps. So I thought what we might see and what I would tell you, for example, like one of the reasons you shouldn't walk over here around 2 minutes is because like, well, actually this is a really good spot. So all you have to do is make sure like they don't pull the camps or anything. But I guess that's still good to do, but part of it is supposed to be that he has Nature's Call to tank them for him. Eco-friendly build, yeah, I guess so. I must protect the trees. Not actually Treant Protector, but still doing it. Not too much going on. I guess that's fine. It's getting kind of late to like still need to like block the camp, so I think you could get away with not doing it at this point. Here I come in with my one sad Treant. Swap these in. I think you should just like do a lot of stacks here. Just like keep the lane here, do stacks. Because you have a sniper, this is pretty scary for you. I think you're gonna die. Oh god. Oh, the bait. All part of the plan. All right, but you shouldn't walk out here. That's pretty bad. It's pretty dangerous. You can poke him as he returns. Like keep your distance back here, but don't actually like get too close. And then yeah, this like. Not much is happening in this lane because he's not using Treants, so he can't harass as well as he's supposed to be able to. I see some now. Maybe he's getting there. But yeah, it makes it hard for you to do anything. Plus, this is Guardian. and I look at your bracket, or I look at your draft, right? I see 3 of the same like right-click farming heroes. So the way to speed that up is to give them more farm, if possible, and stacking is like a good way to do that. Sniper with shrapnel will be really good for it. Nature's with like his treants can do it as well. Look at all those smokes. I don't know if you'll really be using them with your draft, but I like that you're going for it. I'm not sure what that mid TP was. Maybe your team was asking for it. You might want sentries before placing some of these common ones. So for example, when you place this cliff one, putting a sentry down before you do so could be good. Same with the mid, like there's usually almost always a mid ward. So it's pretty common for mid wards to see like the middle area and then one of the sides. So if you think about it, check one side. Like say you put your sentry here, then you can feel confident somewhat about this side and place your observer there. But make sure you're doing it in a way that like walks through only this side. So like if they had an observer here, we go and we deward it, great. If we don't see it, then we can place our observer. And we're probably not spotted because if it's not down here, it's maybe over here. But if you walk through the middle, then like either side could see you and then you only check one side and then you like place your observer and then you reappear. Like if they're watching you, they'll kind of know. I don't know if it's going to happen in this bracket, but just something to think about. Further up you go. Whoa. Good. Let's get our level 6. You can prioritize getting some last hits there. You do need mana, but I don't think it's worth like mana draining while you see creeps die in front of you. Unless like a team fight's about to happen, you like desperately need mana. This one's gonna be okay because it has some stats, but Lion has more issues with mana pool rather than mana regen because you have the drain. So if you can later swap to anything that has mana pool, that'd be better for you. Do it! Do it! Finger! It's okay. I think it's okay to kill steal with Lion. It's the point. You know, you're gonna get the stacks. It's gonna then help with your survivability at the level 15 talent. I think it's okay to do it. Ideally, you know, it's not such a kill steal, but like, whatever. It's Guardian. Just do it. You don't even know if your team will group up in the next 3 minutes. So, I would just go for it. Yeah, just do it. I think it's fine. The further up you go, definitely be more careful with it. Like, you know, this kill's guaranteed. I can save Finger for another kill. Sure. But for now, I just pop it. It's fine. I was just thinking, like, kind of like to go back down here. I'd rather be playing with Nature's Prophet. Oops. And I looked away. Oh, I just stuck around too long. Maybe you were feeling safer because some of your teammates were up here, but you just want to be a little further back than that. Is he gonna live? No, he is not. Goodbye. There's a brief grace period. I forget how long. I think it's 2 seconds, maybe? Does it say? 3 seconds. Even better. Yeah, I haven't seen Ursa in a while. I feel like he's getting a lot of space during this bots battlefield. Be careful with this kind of positioning. Kind of TP in and then run right up to him. The stun, okay, the stun from here probably would have been okay, but you gotta like run the other way. It's you're getting too close. I guess he's not even the one that killed you, it's the OD, but it's just a general, the same way like you ran too close to that Ursa over here. Just gotta be a little careful. Lion dies really easily. Should have ulted the creep. That's a tough one. I don't know if it's worth it. Your ult is such a long cooldown, but I guess if you really thought you were gonna die, you like kinda could. I don't know if it's worth it though. Maybe in the late game it's worth it. All right, a smoke with Dazzle is kind of awkward. This is when we talk about like weird support duos. Like what if you ran into people? It's gonna be really hard to get a kill. Might be possible, but really hard. You kind of need someone else. I guess you do have Natures who could TP in, so it's a little better. This is where you usually want to grab another core, but looking at your core lineup, pretty tough. So I guess this is okay. Chain stun into the finger. Just do it. Finger. All right, you did it. I'm glad. I don't blame you. I don't know what Natures was doing. He should have attacked like any times at all. What was he doing? Is he just backing away? He just wasn't ready for this. I guess this is where you guys can maybe like call it. I don't know if you did or not, but yeah, I don't. If he had been like ready for that, that should have been like a kill. I think you did your part. I guess the only extra part is to say like if you were doing it or not. Maybe you did. This is actually probably better for you because it gives you 7 intelligence. Fairy trinket's also okay, and then we'll see what other tier 2s you get. You just want anything to help with your mana pool. You don't have health issues or regen issues because of Tranquil Boots. It does give you more health, which is cool, but I think you've experienced it several times in these fights where you like don't have enough mana. Some of those early fights, like you had Finger available, but you didn't have the mana for it. Were you trying for the Finger Spike stun? I think you were. Ooh, yeah, go enjoy your chicken adventure class. Thank you very much. Tomorrow will be Dredge, by the way. We do have the video for Friday ready. So we'll be playing some Dredge tomorrow. We'll keep working on it. Well, I don't know if we'll beat it or not. Oh! That was a lot more heroes than I expected. I got distracted looking around. Okay, what was going on? Should I have seen this coming? OD, Ursa, 2 supports. If more heroes start showing than you expect, don't be afraid to just throw out the finger to try to get a quick kill. It doesn't have to be like the finishing blow, but that does feel like the best, I know. Wow, that cask bounce from the high ground. Godly. That one's a little unfortunate that Elsie was there for the finish, maybe. Yeah, let's get that dagger. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. But that's kind of funny. Come on. It happens. We whiff our spells. I'm not sure how to get the team to stick bot side. Yeah, okay. So I know in the video and stuff, I'm saying like, you know, play here and all that. It's not going to happen in this bracket. I really wouldn't expect it to like really pull together till Archon. You might still get some teammates who will do it, which is awesome, but many of your games won't, especially when you have a draft like this. This is play for the long con. It's going to be a little boring. But you stack, you know, scale infinitely technically. And Sniper's really good in the late game. So Slark. Slark also stacks, you know. LC's a little scary maybe with the duel, but, you know, sometimes it's just how it's going to go. Finger. Yes. So, like, that's at least the fun part of playing Lion in these kind of games. Isn't top better? They have Ursa OD. They can easily Roche. That is kind of true. I guess it depends how comfortable you feel fighting it. Unfortunately for them, I would say their draft is like straight up worse, right? With Slark, Sniper, Nature's Prophet. I don't think that's very good at fighting, especially if you imagine fights around the Roche pit, right? You've got like these cask bounces, you've got like AoE Jakiro spells, you have actual initiation with like OD and LC. I'm not saying like give up everything for free, but fighting around Roche is going to be tough. Fighting around towers is going to be a bit better, especially with a hero like Sniper, who's really good at high grounding, and you have like Dazzle for like the grave, and then like Lion stunning and stuff under towers. So my approach this game would be to try to avoid them around Roche. You're going to have to concede some stuff. You're going to try to like split them up around the map, and then really you're kind of waiting for them to throw on high ground. It's just kind of, it's going to have to be what happens in this kind of draft. Hopefully you'll get level 2 ult before the cooldown comes off, but try to keep that in mind if you're ever thinking about using a spell. If it's like really close to the next level, try to get the next level. Especially when the cooldown goes down so much. Woo, thank you, Dazzle. Yeah. Just throw out finger all the time. See, this is where you're having mana pool issues. Take one of these. And then buy, you might need like some other cheap mana items. You're kind of experiencing it. Ghost Scepter's not bad. Probably shouldn't be down here, but whatever. Yeah, the mana is really painful because all your spells are really expensive. So Lion typically needs some kind of mana pool item. If you're not getting it from the neutrals, you'll need to buy like something. Ghost Scepter will kind of help. That's why like Aether Lens is really popular because it's 300 mana. You know, it's tons. And the Ags too. That's mana. Honestly, I don't. If you go for an Ags this game, I don't care. It's fine. It's a pub thing is why I'm okay with it. Otherwise, I'd say like Force Staff or Yules are pretty good this game. But I also like the Aether Lens to stay further back. Like, if you're playing Lion, Lion's not even the most meta hero, right? So, if you're playing him, it's because, like, you think... I'd say the main purpose in playing him is because of the stacking ults damage, if you're going to pick him in a pub. Right? Otherwise, you could pick a lot of other heroes for, like, what he offers that are better. So, I'm down for it. YOLO commit. If you want. You don't have to, but... Yeah, kind of impressive. You know what? I respect that a lot. You dropped that sentry and got the hell out. I like that. Because you probably would have died if you tried to do it. That's actually like the most impressive thing I've seen this time, I think. Alright, you immediately like walk back through it though, but for the initial time, it was pretty good. It was a pretty good read on the situation of the game. And then you erase it from your mind and you were like, let's go gang that Ursa straight through their enemy observer. Summarizes my gameplay. I understand. I've been there. Let's speed up. Okay, honestly, I'm just gonna jump late because this is a very slow, drawn out one. Okay, looks like you guys. Let's see why you guys lost high ground. Let's zoom through there. Your team's draft is just not very good, and I don't know if Lion is like strong enough of a hero on his own. I would say try to get Finger off a bit more sooner, or a bit more frequently, and the sooner the better, so you can get that scaling potential. It's one of the ways you can be like a pub game carrier as Lion, get tons of ult kills. Pick a some mana one. This one, Vambrace on is pretty good for you. I'd say that one's not bad. Otherwise, your neutrals are actually not very good this game for you. It's a bit unfortunate. Oh, the shovel was in there though. Shovel for like some mangoes can also help with your mana issues. These, right, you're like way too up front here. You gotta be careful of this. But it's not fully your fault because like no one else on your team is going to do it. This is what I mean when you have like draft issues. Like you're required to go in like this and you're gonna die a lot like that. So actually, well, actually that fight you still shouldn't do it because you didn't even have a tier 2, I think. You should wait for them to like come up, but if it happens, ultimately, you know, it's like whatever. So this is a bit of a botched high ground, looks like. So this is what I was saying earlier about like, we're gonna have to wait for the high ground and like hope they throw on there, but that requires like a certain way to play. So you dying here is unfortunate. You guys get the Aegis, so honestly like it's kind of fine, just reset. And then Sniper needs to be like back here, and maybe Nature's can be somewhere similar, and then everyone should be behind it. Like no one should be in front. Dazzle should be like way the hell back to like grave one of these two, and then you should wait with the blink in the back, and then Slark should wait for them to commit, and then he can choose to go in. But Slark gets picked off up front. Like people always do this. They always come here and like when it's dangerous, they like to come and farm out here, but it really doesn't matter. Like farm it back here, and if you have a hero who can do it safely from back here, that's even better, because at this stage in the game, like this is not an issue to fight Slark here, and this is not really an issue if you're really strong and if you can take those kind of fights, which they can. And that's kind of why Sniper out here, right? Also, like this tower is not protecting people anymore. This is why a lot of people throw high grounds that they're not supposed to. Like, they're supposed to be able to hold their base for a long time, and the enemy's supposed to throw, but they position really poorly. Like, Ursa could probably stand under this tower hitting him for like 20 seconds, and it just wouldn't matter. So at that point, you gotta ask yourself, like, do I really feel safe out here? Like, standing like this after buying back, it's kind of wacky, right? I mean, they retreated, so now it's fine. But a lot of times the teams will still be pushing, and you'll have like carries out here. Like, you don't need to be there. Be like way back here. Okay. Thamada or Monch. Are either of them here? If not, that's fine. Hugo. Not yet. Not yet. Maybe after we finish Dredge, we'll move into RimWorld. Oh god, another one. Okay, Hugo, what's yours? But no, you're in a backlog. There's like 4 other pictures we gotta draw. I'm gonna draw a lot of them today, though. They're gonna be low quality, and we're gonna get through them. Hugo, what is your request? I need to be better about writing them down so that I can reference them later. A RimWorld drawing. I can become the next Sir Grapho. Senor Grapho. I forget, what was his name? It was like SR at the front or something, right? It's been a while since I've seen him on Reddit. All right, let's open up a new one. Wait, don't put it in yet. I did the order wrong. The thing's not even up yet. All right, now you can do it. Now type an exclamation point replay. RimWorld drawing is actually probably one of the easier ones we can do quickly. Thank you, Hugo. I'll think about what to make that. Okay, give me 1 second. You guys all into the raffle. I will be right back. Should put a timer for drawings. Joy K, I enjoyed yours. The 1 minute brood, that was pretty funny. The other drawings, I just need to make sure sometimes I just like try to make it nicer than it should be. Like the whole point of me was reducing the quality so I didn't get so stressed about it and spend so much time on it. But sometimes I still do it, and that's why they get backlogged. Next winner. Jordan. If the enemy position 2 is going for stats into a late bottle, how should I play if I go for an early bottle? Should I harass because I can heal myself and he can't? I mean, yeah. There's only so many stats you could buy at the start, so I guess it may depend on like what heroes you're playing and stuff. I'm not that much of a mid player, so I'm sure there's more nuance here than maybe I can go into. But what you're saying makes sense to me. Like if you have a bottle and he doesn't, then you're kind of banking on the fact that hopefully he doesn't get it in time for a 2-minute rune, for example, and you have just that much extra health and mana to work with, and you can take like some kind of bad trades a little bit, like not too bad, but like right, you can kind of trade health, and you're like, I have the bottle, you don't. And then when he's low, that's I think when you need to really apply more pressure, and he's trying to like save for that bottle, that regen, right? That takes some money, right? You get him low, you're healing up, and you try to like push it. Don't let him just like sit easy for the bottle. If you don't punish that, like if you don't make him use regen, then he's just gonna like in theory outtrade you with the stats over time and get more last hits and stuff. So Jordan, just link a replay ID is enough. Yeah, it can be like a, oh actually no, it can't be a Dota buff link actually, but you can find it in like the Dota buff links. It's usually just like the very end. Okay, so Mirana, position 4, Ancient 2. Awesome. Oh wait, that one's fine. Ancient 2, you said. Cool. Mirana. Alright, who are you playing with? Is it the Necrophos? Or the Lone Druid? Let's see. Lone Druid, okay. You blocked the camp, put a ward up there. Should be fine. Playing against PA and probably an Oracle. Okay, I like the stick. I think you should get a good amount of stick charges here. The rest look fine too. You may not even need this mango actually because of I think you're like Mirana doesn't use that many spells, and so I think like the stick will actually probably keep you covered considering like daggers and Oracle spells are probably gonna come flying out. You might want to buy like another Iron Branch for more right clicking or another set of tangos, because even though like the stick's really useful for mana, it's gonna help with health, but the Oracle burst can be kind of painful, you know. I was gonna be honest. I was gonna tell you you shouldn't do this. It's not really worth your time or mana to do this, and I stand by that. But then you hit the arrow, and I don't know. What was she doing? An arrow just like came up at her from the low ground. Oh my god, you hit it again. Well, this second arrow makes a lot more sense. You hit her on a funnel point. You're nasty. I see that. Okay. I'll still warn you to be careful with this stuff because there's actually another video on this too. But essentially, right, they didn't fight you for this rune, so like, what were they doing? They should really have been here, and if you didn't see Oracle or PA, there's a chance they're both here. So you kind of traded successfully with the PA because she was on her own, but if Oracle had been here, you actually would have been in some trouble because you don't have Leap, you took Arrow, you're gonna take a really bad trade as you run away, maybe even get killed if Oracle took Fortune's End. So I'd be careful with that stuff. And then, well, yeah, we'll go from there. Okay, so lots of right clicking so far. Damn, look at this guy. Great kill. I'll probably think about a hard camp pull here. You had a little time there. You can maybe like poke your creeps a little, but it's not a huge deal. Yeah, looks like you're gonna do a pull. Let's just take another peek real quick. Okay, great. I think it's okay after you do the pull to just stand here and like farm it a bit. Ooh. Oh, nice. They just let you have that one for free. Got this and more tangos. You don't have to start with the arrow. I mean, you're hitting them, right? That's good and everything. But for example, this like, I guess it's working. I don't know. PA likes your arrows. It shouldn't work though, because PA should see you like come in and she'd be like, there could have been an arrow, and she should like stand over here. So you don't always have to start with the arrow. You can just like right click too, you know? And I don't think you actually need to like leap in there. I know she got kind of low, but if you keep her low, that's kind of enough. You don't have to like risk it too much. What, Toasty redeeming a replay? All right, we'll do one of yours next. Unless Mantra Thamada show up. Okay, this one, you should see this. This is a huge wave pushing in. 306. Let's just go do a pull. You don't actually have to kill her here. It would be nice. You can like throw an arrow, but like that's the cool thing. Mirana can do both, right? She can pull this and like chuck an arrow all the way over here. It's fine. Maybe you guys were planning to try to dive. In that case, a better time to fire the arrow will be to wait for her to go for a last hit, and she'll be stationary for a little bit, and you kind of predict it, and you try to fire an arrow at that time. Like, this was kind of early. There's, like, nothing forcing her to stop, right? None of these creeps are low anymore, so you have to wait for... The banner creep's probably the best one, because, like, for sure she'll go for it. You wait till, like, it's about to die, and then you predict, like, where she'll have to stand to last hit, and you fire the arrow there. But also the arrow can be fired from like way back here, right? Because you get more damage and slightly less risk to yourself. I also think though just a hard pull would have been good there and just let the bear run at them. And she probably wouldn't have farmed that well. You can actually hold that Q a little longer till you see the tomato creep and you get close to it. That way you can try to get both harass and the creep. Some of these arrows I think are a little hopeful. You are hitting a good amount of them, but some of them, like that Oracle one, like I don't think you really need to try that. You're getting a lot of mana, so I guess it's kind of okay to throw out a bit more than usual. And you did have a clarity, so there's that as well. Oops. But yeah, if you like save the arrows a bit, then you can use them on farming, for example. Guaranteed farm, go hit. Like if you can just poke instead of having to like throw an arrow, you can just go arrow a creep and get some gold that way. You can't really trade that well with Oracle right now without having to blow out a lot of mana. Like that one's kind of okay because you can also kill the catapult ahead of time. But like even if you had hit someone, you can't like really fight that much right there.
You're a goddamn hero!
So some of the ones I think you can be firing at like camps like this one and just like pick up whatever creep you hit. I guess there's no real setup mid. I haven't really seen you look at mid though to even like consider it. It's mostly been just like staying up here. Good. Glad you're checking the whole area. Should be very careful of this one though. It's actually kind of working out, but you saw Tusk up here and you haven't seen him again in a little bit, and then you come in like this and you come place a sentry. But I think this one was like kind of okay because a big wave was pushing in and Lone Druid was still kind of nearby. This is pretty risky though because Tusk happened to leave, so it's gonna work out this time. But if Tusk had been here, you probably could have died here or taken a really bad trade. And you kind of see like Oracle did manage to kill your sentry in time, and this can happen, like especially if like even 2v2 and you think the other support's like still in the area. You got to be careful of this stuff, let alone if you think Tusk should also be in the area. You should be very careful. But Tusk actually did roam mid, so you're okay here and you're gonna pick up the Oracle kill. But I think this is one of those things which is like, that's not strictly why it worked. I think this was just like a bit lucky from your part here. Okay. And then this, just think about what you're seeing from the enemy side. You know they have an observer here that you didn't kill, and they saw you walk away, and you have an observer. You plant it. They don't see that part in theory because they probably don't have another observer here. But then you like walk back the same way into the observer. Oh, it's bugged. Hold on. There you are. Right? You walk back into where the observer can see, and if they click you again, they're like, well, she walked over and then she left, and now the observer is gone. So it's like somewhere over here. So if you want to place this one, I think that's fine, but then you got to like leave this way. You got to leave in a way that you think they don't have an observer. Nice arrow hit. I won't worry about the last hits. I miss quite a few as well. But obviously, we try not to. You can save your leap charge there. Good arrow. You queued after he died there. Dawnbreaker kill, great. You can go ward. While they're all dead, you should like walk into the triangle right now. If you do it now, some of them have respawned, so they might have already like started to TP in. So if you do it right away, it's a little safer. If you want, you can try to time that arrow with when Tusk lands in the snowball. Try to like angle it so that you can just fire down the line they're running. But it's also a bit tough. So this is your team like staying too long. This is why like instead of helping to hit the tower, you should spend the time while they're dead. Gonna go place your sentries and observers, and then you can like rejoin the team, or more likely, everyone should probably be getting out as the enemy respawns. And then you can avoid this kind of like reverse throw. And see, now they chased too far as you guys respawn, and they went under a tower, so now it's Now it's the reverse throw. All right, one more time. Let's go. Back down. Gorang, sure. What have you got? See, earlier when you had like 3 of them dead, this was much easier to do. Now you're trying to get in there and it's tough.
Oh boy.
Now you have to wait for a new opportunity to do it. But also, you also kind of don't need to. You can like go top again. You don't. You've already taken this tower. That's kind of good enough. If you could have gotten an observer in there, it would have been nice. It's not like ultra critical though for where your team wants to play. Better vision in their enemy jungle is probably better. So you don't need to like force and kill yourself trying to get in here. You can maybe ult a little sooner there, but I don't know if it would have really kept him alive. And I don't think you should leap in once. I think Oracle showed up. Like, I think this arrow's good, and it should just be like, let's just get out. Kind of like still come in here after Oracle shows. Maybe trying to get the Q kill, but I mean, she's immune, but also I think it's tough. I guess if you had killed her, it would have been okay, but the fact that Oracle was there means we're not going to kill her. Maybe if Oracle wasn't there, it could have been okay. Just can't get silenced. Picked Abaddon and no one wants to gank you. Do you keep pressing tower or go with your team? I think if you're Abaddon off lane, you should just, and no one's bothering you, you should just force the tower. Like, say you're Dire, right? You should just force it down and then farm this area a lot and try to get your Radiance really quickly. I'm assuming you're building Radiance because, I mean, that's kind of why Abaddon off lane, Abaddon's being picked. Yeah, I would just go for that. Trying to join before that, you're just not going to do as much. If there's some lane that only you can be in, maybe you could rotate a little sooner. And like, if I saw a really good fight mid, I would still be willing to rotate, but just make your way back down bottom. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's kind of the more common meta. You will run into pub games more of like teammates wanting you to join everything and like run down each and every tower. But right now, kind of like taking the safe lane tower and occupying this jungle area as the off lane and keeping the lane pushed into tier 2 has been very popular. It's really good for a hero like Abaddon too, to get to like the Radiance. I'm sure there are situations where you wouldn't do that, right? I would never. I always want to be careful about saying like always 100% do this.
Thank you.
But it's pretty good. This is Sherry. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. I looked over at this and we've got some like massive fight going on here. Thank you very much. Let's see what we missed here. So you guys are doing Roche. None of them are up right now, or none of them are really showing. I see Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker doesn't count. You can always come back in. 2 in mid. Let's get this. Okay. You came top. We should all just get out. This is a wild movement. All right. Now we all gotta run over. Now because we ran over, they're gonna continue the fight. Alright. Team getting a little baited by the Lone Druid there. Probably should just let Lone Druid die. But it's hard to make that call, I know. Mask of Madness into Blink Ags. Whatever build you do, I think the concept is the same. Offlaner stays there, gets really strong. But if you're not going for the Radiance, you can probably join your team sooner. Like say you go for the the Mask of Madness, right, into Blink, then maybe when you get the Blink, right? I'm assuming you can finish the Mask of Madness like within the laning stage. That sounds good to me. Like you can start moving and being a little bit more active then. Item-wise, looks like you're going Arcane into Mech. I think that should be good. I'm trying to think of like what else you could do. I think that should be okay with your team though. I think you can just go those auras. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support. To continue to make the YouTube videos. Thank you. Here. Dawnbreaker's the only one I'm missing. Okay, see, here you have some draft challenge. This is kind of why I don't like Lone Druid off lane, but also it could have been something besides Necro mid. I don't know what the pick order was. None of you can get to Oracle. Oracle keeps saving people. Okay, you got to Oracle now. But like the start of fights, this time it worked out. You guys are going on people and then Oracle gets them. So you can't commit too hard knowing that. You kind of have to know like we have to do enough that Oracle ults and tries to save someone, and then after that, we're gonna have to like, we can re-engage after that. But we can't like overly commit and then Oracle saves them and we're all like, ah, oops. From here, your team should just be able to like slowly push into things, but it does seem like there's a bit of scattered approach, people doing different things. Like after Jakiro's dead, you all should just be waiting for Jakiro. I think Lone Druid again stayed too long and the rest of you tried to help him. Funny enough, I think Lone Druid got out, but all of you died. Ah, you made it. Yeah, she just kind of need to all go together. Really, it should just be you let the bear hit things. You know, just walk up to a tower, let the bear hit. If you don't have Aegis, if you don't have like, if you don't feel good about it, then you just split up and farm. But kind of like in the same area, not like fully split up, because we're getting to like the 20-30 minute mark. So being 2 split up's no good. This is actually, again, though, kind of a draft issue. Same with the last game we watched. You guys don't have, like, easiest time making plays. Oracle saved someone again. I don't know. From here, I think you're going to run into a lot of draft issues. Do you lose? Yeah. I think you're just going to keep running into this. What your team needs to do now is, 1, you can try to kill Dawnbreaker because she's on her own. You can try to find her so that she doesn't keep ulting into the fights like this. Or 2, you just have to be very careful about what you do. Like, let the bear hit things and make them initiate on a bear, which isn't, like, a real hero. And then you, like, take the fight further away. The last couple of fights, it's kind of, like, scattered, and then you guys go on someone and Oracle saves them, like, every single time. So... Code, thank you as well. I am a brood spammer. I have no regrets. A friend has been... Oh, I think you guys are talking amongst yourself there. For Lycan... I don't have too many Lycan tips, but mainly get to your item timings and don't try to do too much before then. That's the big one. Like, don't... A lot of the people go for, like, a greedy start, and then they're way too aggressive at the rune. Like, screw the rune. Don't do that. You have no regen. Or, like, you have no items. You're rushing a Helm of the Iron Will, so don't take those kind of risks. Just be safe, get to those items, and then keep going. Sorry, links won't work, just in case there's any like scamming and stuff. Not that I think you're scamming anyone, but yeah, just so people can't come in and accidentally share like a link that's no good. But yeah, I think we'll.
Oh boy.
Let me see. What do we see this game? I would say for your laning stage, you are hitting a good amount of arrows, but some of them just like if it's gonna be a really short arrow and you're like your offlaner's not there to capitalize on it either, it's not like that important. You don't always have to throw arrows to try to hit them, right? Like Mirana can just right click really, really well. And you can save the arrows to then just like farm camps to get yourself money so that you can, scale up faster. And I also didn't really see you look mid too much. I wouldn't really expect you to gank this lane all that much, but it's still good to like check in if you're a hero like Mirana who can do that stuff, because maybe there will be an opportunity for you. So I'd keep that in mind. Get the lane pulled back. Can think about like that mid rune, and if not, maybe you can stack and like arrow something as well. I don't think I saw you do that too much, but besides that, like some of these team fights, I think it looks fine. Like the way using some of the arrows and stuff. Some of them you have to like get back a little sooner. But for the rest of this game, like I think you're gonna just it's just gonna be like really tough, just based on the draft. Yeah, Monch. I was about to say. So let me check in on this. We have several now. So Wet Toasty, Thamada, and Monch. Let's start with Monch. Monch is from last week. So Monch, send me a game. And then we'll do Monches, we'll do Wet Toasties, and then if Thamada's here, we'll either do Thamada's then, or maybe let's do another like raffled one. No problem, Jordan. Thanks for taking the time to drop by. My day going great. How about you? I'm gonna get some water. Monch, get that game in. Yes, Wet Toasty. Um, yeah, we have two different ones. So, do either of you have to leave right away? Because if one of you does, we can start with that one. But otherwise, I'll start with Monches, who has it from last week, and then we'll go to Wet Toasties. Check starter items, check item builds. As in, people come in and instead of a free replay, they just show like the Or we just take a look at the starting item and the builds? I could be a little bit more quiet than I used to be because I was changing around some audio settings a little bit. Check fashion choices. That's a good one. Oh, we could judge people. Got it. Okay. You will have to go, but you'll watch back later. Okay. I'll just go one into the next, and then here, I'll try turning up the volume a little bit for the mic. Let me know if that helps. It should have helped by about 1 decibel. Maybe 1.5 now. Launches. Crusader 3, but unranked game. Team felt uncoordinated. In an unranked game, that's going to be the norm. Oh, what, Toasty? You got some lessons and stuff to run? Got it. Yeah, I do think from what you said, so let's jump through the lane real quick. You said a quick analysis here. Hugo, yeah, I use Streamlabs. I did just use like regular OBS before, switch to Streamlabs. We'll see, maybe I'll switch again one day. Legion would be good because you can keep getting dual kills, but if he's not gonna work with you, then Sand King is also pretty good. Items seem fine here. Might be a little obvious that you're gonna block this camp based on Alright, this isn't gonna work in the daytime because the towers see pretty far in the daytime. This only works at night, so it should be obvious to them like what just happened. They may not notice, I don't know, but and then I'd be careful about fighting head to head with the Undying. That actually went about as well as it could have. But typically he'll win these because you're strength and he's gonna steal that. So you were kind of gone from the lane for a while doing those trades, so you're gonna be a little under leveled. Kind of worked out though because the Undying got distracted by you. Careful of getting too close to the Legion like this. I don't know what the Undying is doing. He should really just be using Decay on you guys. Okay, there we go. Now we're doing it. You can get oh, you might just try to cookie away, I think. You can get 1 point of Little Shredder for the laning stage to deal with Tombstone. It'll kind of pay for itself. It messes with your skill build a little bit, but considering that he is going to also essentially lose a skill point when every time he uses it, you're going to Little Shredder and get like free money, I think it's worth it. And you can... Let's say you're getting points in Q. You could go Q, E, Q. If you want to go Q, W, E, it kind of works if you think you still have aggressive potential. But I'd say against Undying, I'm not really looking to get kills. I'm just kind of like farming it out. So I think Q for the casual harass. E whenever Tombstone comes up. That should be okay. Q can also be used to secure creeps. I think the danger in this lane is if they don't mess up, like... If you go too aggressive with Cookie, like into the Tombstone and you don't have Little Shredder, even if you do have Little Shredder, right, like Undying is just really good, even without Tombstone. With a double decay and you're both strength heroes, that Q, try to grab the range creep with it too. Okay, so now thinking about your next question, which is like, When should I leave the lane? You're position 4 this time, so I wouldn't worry too much about leaving. I'd be trying to like take this tower more than anything. And especially because Legion's up here. She's kind of like the hero we want to play around with, ideally. Sounds like, you know, maybe later on she's going to be a bit passive, but you don't know that at the start. He went Tombstone first. Oh, I must not have noticed. Must have been zooming through that. Yeah, that's pretty bad. No wonder why he wasn't using Q. Ah, you did get one. Cool. I see you bought a lot of regen. I'm glad you're buying it now. If you buy a little sooner, then this lane will feel smoother, right? Instead of this like period where you get real low, you gotta like get everything and then like back up, right? Kind of like buy it sooner and you like keep your lane more even. Yeah, like the kill potential here is a little tough. So I'm kind of just like playing to out farm. And if you go even here against an Undying, it's honestly pretty good. Excuse me. The ideal amount of viewers. That's not true. It's a good one. Let's jump ahead to like these mid-game movements, or maybe at least to see if you guys can take this tower. Uh-oh, forgot what little shredder was for. Oh, thank God we have that attack speed boost to get it. Nice. Okay, this is good. So from here, you can think about taking the tower faster. Oh, thank you. I was delivered a snake. The chips we had that are super loud. You guys heard this on the Dredge week. All right, that's unfortunate. Okay, from here, it really should just be like duel literally anyone and I will throw out my ult. So let's see you come back up. Nah. Go top. I think you're coming here because Sand King left, so you're trying to like defend this. I don't think it's worth it. Just go top again. Sand King will make his way back here. Even without the TP. Well, I guess, you know, we can be a little careful of that, but like when you TP'd here, it's not like you were losing the tower or anything, right? Like this lane is actually fine, you know. These are enough creeps to kill these two creeps, and these creeps just spawn, so they're not going to get here for a little bit, and then even when they do get here, it's going to take time for it to like push into your tower if the enemy mid hero is here. So I don't think you actually have to come here. I think you should be going top because Legion still has duel, and if you TP top, Legion can literally duel this Undying right now, and you'll kill him. It might be a little close, actually. She may not get the duel win, but she'll get a kill, and that's still pretty good. So I think you want to go top right there rather than go mid. Start walking the lanes. Yeah, if you can walk, I think that would be good. Because we can try to get a dual kill like ASAP, I would be okay TPing up here and try to like duel into my ult. But otherwise, like especially if the ult was on cooldown, you're totally right. I would definitely say just walk. Ow. It's gonna be annoying. Yeah, like right now she can't do anything without you, so you gotta go back to her. The longer you stay mid, the less like is possible for your team to get done. Oh no. Oh no, I've got issues, squad. You probably have to try to like stun on him or away to the tier 1 tower. I think on him's probably your best bet, but yeah, you're probably dead there once you get that low and he gets close. All right, you respawn. Let's get up top. Oh, I see you pinging it. Let's do it. literally just run in an ult. Anyone. Uh-oh. Alright. You still want to stay near Legion there and push in. In fact, you should just kind of like not show that whole time, potentially. She cannot get the dual kill without you, so you can't leave her.
Okay, not that guy.
Oh, you're dreaming big. Okay, I'd be very careful. I would just help kill, guarantee the kill on the core first before moving for more. But I like the idea. It was a little scary though. I didn't know his like skewer cooldown, so it's like if he doesn't die in that time, he could skewer away. Okay, this is fine. Slowly make your way back to Legion. You have 80 seconds. I don't think it's worth using Cookie like this. Mainly because you have to use Cookie twice and it's a very long cooldown. And if you do find an observer, they know that you're stuck up there for a little bit, so they could possibly come kill you. But you could just use a courier or have like Slark stand on it. This kind of movement's really dangerous. You don't see enough heroes to like blindly walk up like this. No one was here this time, so you live, but very easily you do this again and then you die. Okay, you don't have... Oh god, okay. This one, just like Lil Shredder to get the armor down and then walk in and use the Q. Because you didn't have your ult yet. But now just tell her to like... When her duel is up, you should be right next to her. So you should check. You have 17 seconds to get next to her. Because this is a pub game, I actually... Like, the bigger thing is, like, getting Legion snowballing more than, like, the proper map control movements, because based on this rank, right, that's just not going to work out as well. It's still good to do if you can, but I would prioritize just getting kills with Legion. So right now, Legion has duel and you have your ult, but you're not next to each other. Alright, like all this stuff is happening top. We're kind of missing it. So yeah, I feel like we missed some of this window of like playing with the Legion. But at any point, you can kind of, like, rectify that. You can just, like, get back next to her and just tell her, like, yeah, whenever you ult and I have mine, like, that's a free kill. And the importance of doing it early is because Legion is a very slow hero to ramp up. If she's not winning duels, she's not very strong, and she's going to drop off. And the longer she goes without winning duels, the more difficult duels become. So you really want to prioritize the early duels, get her going, and it'll help her pick up more items. In fact, she shouldn't even build Blade Mail. That's actually the wrong itemization from her. But when you have a support who does all the damage, you buy a blink first on Legion, and you just blink dual people, and the support does the damage. But anyways, like, that's why you kind of need to be with her, and why, like, after that, you can leave her alone, because she has so much damage, she can kind of win duels on her own now. But in the early game, she like cannot do that, so you kind of have to be with her, even if they're not like that responsive. You just kind of like follow them along and push them, and unless they're literally AFK jungling in your own half of the map, then you like move on. But so far, she's mostly been in the lane, you know, so you just stay in the area until she accidentally duels someone. right? Several of these duels, she is just like not winning in time, and she could easily have like 30 or 40 more damage at this point. All right, she's still sitting at 20. Later on, I think you mentioned that Elsie did start to become a bit passive. At that point, yeah, Sand King will also work with his stun and your ult. That's also fine. This game, you guys are like kind of okay going late. I think Slark can be good against PA, and Elsie in particular is very good against PA because of the Blade Mail duel. So I'm actually not that worried about your team going late, so long as you're like relatively farmed as well. So it might be boring, but if things get passive, it's like not too bad. This positioning's super dangerous. You should die. Oh, Gaben Bless. Get me out of here, Haste Rune. You should be like over here. Your early game job is just be able to duel safely. If you get tracked, you lose that because like any shuriken could just cancel it. So you can't be up front like this. You shouldn't be trying to initiate anything. I know it'll be boring. Legion will accidentally do it eventually. And you just stand behind her. And when she does it, you're there with the ult. Like walking in like this, you're about to walk in by yourself, right? Okay, you actually have haste now, so it's like a little better. But this is typically really, really dangerous. And even with the haste, you should be careful if they have any kind of stuns. Should she win this one? No. So another duel she didn't win. But close. You see how close. That's why you help your LCs with the first early duels, and they can kind of snowball a bit better on their own. That's true. Sometimes if you just smoke, they're like, I guess I've got to go. You went 4 staff. I think Greaves is good if no one else is doing it. Maybe he's doing it? Nah. Yeah, Greaves sound good because Elsie's not really a Greaves builder. It'll give you armor. It'll give you a dispel. It's a team fight aura. I think that works. Four staff is like okay, but keep in mind it's going to be difficult against this right here, right? 4 staffing through roots is pretty tough, and then it is kind of good against Undying, but then PA and Bounty are really fast and or have a jump, so even though you like 4 staff away, they can close the gap really quickly. So you're gonna have to depend more on like positioning just to like stay away, and then the armor. Quick, farm the tombstone. This is a little too aggressive with just the 2 of you, I would say. You could organize a team to come here, but what are you getting out of it, right? Not that much. You can just keep walking top. Like, this tower is still up. This area is where you'd rather play. I think you can just keep going there. You don't need to come down here. If you're trying to play with Sand King, I don't know. I would ask him to come top. A little unlucky on the double stun. You could try to force yourself away sooner, but either way, I'd say like still don't really need to be there. Just trying to protect SK. Yeah, you can let him die. I guess it's kind of hard to explain, but you kind of saw there, right? You tried, and it it didn't really make a difference, right? Because this is not a draft you can specifically protect him against. This is like, they cancel teleports really easily. They run you down. It's very difficult to escape from them, especially if they're tracked, right? So sometimes you can do something to help your cores more, but other times it's kind of like, look, he's got the blink and the Lotus and the stun. Like, he's probably safer than you provide like extra value to. I think you can ward on that cliff if you want. Since you have so many, you can use it as a, like, protect you while you take this tower. I think you should just ult. Straight up ult there. That was his escape right there. He just, like, skewered in. So now you just throw the ult in. And the thing is, he's initiating, right? So do you think Magnus can solo kill this Slark and this Venomancer? He knew at least 2 heroes were here, and he still chose to come in like this and then ult. So the question is, like, do I think he thinks he's going to solo kill both these heroes? Or is he initiating because his team is coming in? And it's probably the second. And that's why you're just going to ult in. Because where's the team going to go? If he's initiating on Slark, they're going to go to Slark. So I'm just going to, like, ult on top. If it's just Magnus, that's fine. We're going to hurt Magnus. But more than likely, other people are coming in, and you're going to hurt them as they go in as well. Or they're going to come find you, and that also kind of works, because then they're going to find you instead of Slark. But walking in like this is just going to, like, expose yourself and prevent you from ulting. And one of the reasons you pick Snapfire is for this ult. If you just want, like, damage, you pick other supports. Or, sorry, that's not, like, fully true. But, like, your damaging spells are not that much different from other damaging spells. But your ult is, like, very unique. Okay. I think let's move to Wet Toasty. Oh, I hope I didn't lose his match ID. No, I found it. Okay. Thought they couldn't be up there. Got it. Yeah, I think it's still okay to throw out the ult. Don't be afraid to, like, hold this thing too long. It's not that long of a cooldown. 110 seconds at this point, right? Yeah, it's a cooldown, but, like, if you killed Magnus, right? That's fine. That's a totally good ult. Maybe on a support at this stage is maybe not so worth it, like some level 5 support, feel a little bad on. But any of the cores, and you just throw out an ult to maybe kill them, right? I think that's okay. So yeah. So for your team movements, I would definitely try to stay near the LC more, get the ults for the dual kills. I don't think you should spend too much time mid or bottom until you take this top tower, unless you really have to. But that's probably going to be some team fight happening near your tower rather than, like, pushing into the enemy's half. And the thing is, you can also just, like, follow the LC around. And if she's, like, farming the lane, like, eventually something will accidentally happen. You get to, like, ult. If she's AFK jungling, then you're still staying up here to, like, push this yourself and get levels. So I think for that game, I'd say you just spent too much time away from the LC while she was still, like, kind of participating. Maybe she does go a bit more AFK later on, but okay, next. Crusader 5 hard support. No problem, Monch. Let's load that up.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Meow.
Throughout the eons, I have been known by many names. But my true name of power is Carl. My life now has meaning.
Cookie on yourself or creeps.
Fight me.
That could be very context dependent, but it is kind of true that trying to cookie LC will be a little difficult. Especially if you're against a melee hero, then it's pretty tough. But it can still be the right thing to do. But yeah, it really depends. Hoodwink tips. I actually don't play much Hoodwink, so I don't know what tips I could give specifically. I actually plan on trying to learn her pretty soon. So if you're around the stream, you might see my own learning process, and I could give tips then from what I learn. My experience with Hoodwink, though, is that she's like playing against her or when she's on my team, she's very annoying, just like poking a lot in the laning stage. You don't have to like throw out the spells too often, so save them for trying to get creeps or not like steal them, right? Secure the big ones, or when you see like a good fight. But otherwise, you can just do a lot of like very annoying poking with her long range. You don't need to like use the spells to harass. She's not gonna have the mana for that. Then what else? Okay, this time we're looking at Wet Toasty playing Gyro 5. A little bold walking up like that. Otherwise, they didn't react much to it. All right, so scouting this out. Let's pretend you didn't even run in, right? Because that's a little dangerous, especially if you took like Gush and they both start hitting you. That's pretty scary. Let's say you just stayed out here, you saw this happen. So sure. Then when you see this is like instantly run at this Tidehunter. Because I don't know what he's doing, right? He's probably thinking about blocking the next creep wave or something, I guess, if he's back here. But like the lane has started and there's nothing else going on. So we actually also shouldn't be this far out ourselves. These camps, there's nothing to do, right? They're not up. You blocked this one, and maybe this one's not blocked, but we should be laning. And the fact that he's not laning is even better for us, but we're also not laning, so then like this is just a 1v1. So you should immediately run in here, rocket this guy, and just like go in and hit him 2v1 while you can. And you want to follow the rocket at this time, because you can also be getting in damage here. Right, so far you haven't hit them once, but that's like the point of Gyros, to be very annoying and harass a lot. Now we're getting there a little bit. This rocket's a little unnecessary. So he's already kind of low. If you want to try to kill him, sure. But look at where we're at. It's kind of close to the tower. It's going to be a little difficult. The rocket will continue to keep him low, but you don't need to, because you can actually just stand here and he can't approach. And that's already good enough. You can just deny creeps. You aren't, infinite mana. You have some like mana items here, but still, if you don't need to rocket, we don't need to. So like this creep lane, you just continue to stay in this area as Gyro. You hit your own creeps, and if he walks up, you hit him. And he's so low health that you could probably just kill him with auto attacks, or then you drop the rocket and he immediately has to run. But this kind of like casual rocket, like way back here, especially when he's already back here, is kind of unnecessary. I would just stay here and hit these creeps. Just kind of leaving. I think you're thinking about having to do a pull, but you don't have to if you look at the creep equilibrium. If you just like hit your own creeps here, you wouldn't, the lane would be pushing on its own. So now you've done the pull. So this is kind of what I was talking about, right? You do the pull. This is a ton of creeps coming in that Slark can't tank. So this is actually the opposite of that video we had about not doing the pull. It's got Snapfire on it, right? Doing this pull when the wave's pushing in. This is like one of the hard support equivalents. It's like we see a lot of the enemy creeps building up, and then you do this pull, you're going to end up something like this, where This is actually going to push out. Unless they come and mess with things, which they might. This amount of creeps is going to die under the tower and not... They might do a little bit of damage to these creeps, but they're not going to kill them all. I would be amazed if this last small camp creep kills both these creeps, right? It's pretty much not possible. The enemy may come in and do it, and then you're okay. But what's going to happen is, like, this range creep is potentially going to live, and then all these creeps don't die fast enough. Okay, we're getting a little bit saved here, right? But now here's this creep wave under the tower. Here's the next creep wave, right? And these creeps are not going to kill these creeps. So here we go. We're pushing back out. This is worse for a 5 as well, right? For 4 supports, if, like, the lane's coming back but you shove it too hard, I mean, this is kind of where they were anyway, so, like, it's not great for you, but it's, like, it's not getting worse for you. But as a hard support, it's like, this is really good, and then we made it worse. So, you want to be careful about that stuff. You actually don't want to leave the lane that much as Gyro. Gyro's really strong, you know? So you just, like, attack people and attack your own creeps. If you have to pull, you do it, but you don't want to. You want to be in the lane getting XP because your spells scale really well. You want to get to, like, 2 points in Rocket Barrage and 1 in Homing Missile, and that's, like, solo kill potential almost already at this point on some heroes. It's ridiculous.
Not what you expected?
This pull's a little hard to do. You have to stand. So use the tree stump as, like, a guide. Be on the tree stump, maybe a little south of it, just a little bit, but still on it. Let the creep attack you, and as you see the animation start, then you click forward. That's the most consistent way to do this pull, but it is still difficult. Hit this camp at 417, stand on this stump, wait for the attack to begin, and that timing should work out with these creeps being, like, right around here. It's you'll still miss it sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. It's easier when they're ranged, but that's still your best bet, most likely. Kind of zoomed through that, but you killed Earthshaker, so that's fine. If you stay too long poking, this stuff's going to happen. It's going to force you to run straight back to the lane. If you wanted to do anything else, maybe right now we don't, but if you wanted to, you cannot. As soon as enemy creeps follow you, all of your options are gone. You must return to the lane to get rid of the creep or to kill a creep. If it's just one creep, sometimes that's an option, but when it's this many creeps, you have to come back. So always be very careful. There's literally nothing else you can do. I guess that's not fully true. You can try to go up a high ground. If you're, like, coming for this bounty rune, you're like, I'll go to the high ground and lose the creeps that way. But you're going to screw up equilibrium doing so. Unless it's already good enough for you. Ah! Oh, I'm fine. Whew. Okay. And then, yeah, this pull, I know it's not easy. You need to see further ahead. You're seeing the lane, like, out here, and you're thinking, like, oh man, I need to pull, or, like, maybe not. Maybe you're just thinking, like, I just need to do something as a support. I don't know what to do. Just stand here, hit your own creeps, hit Tidehunter. That's enough. That's all you got to do. Don't feel pressured to, like, I'm not doing enough. I got to do more. Got to do pulls. Right. This equilibrium's good for you. Tide and Earthshaker are bullying Slark because he's by himself here. Even though he's very good against both these heroes, every time you step away too long, it's like a 2v1, and he's going to bully you out more. And then this pull as well is, like, not necessary. So it's not like, oh, I had to go help mid, right? That's, you know, it happens. That's fine. But this pull, if you don't need to do it, it means we're spending time away from Slark. He's getting bullied. And maybe even if this was an okay pull, like, let's say you did a half pull that, like, worked out in your favor, but Slark takes, like, way too much damage for it. That doesn't make sense because you're way stronger than them. Your lane here is so good against them because you're high damage and Slark is really good against melee heroes. So the more you give them, like, playable times in the lane, that's worse than, like, it may depend on the matchup. Sometimes it's like, oh, of course they're going to have it, right? They're a strong lane. They're not. They shouldn't ever feel comfortable. The more you do a pull, it's actually like a bait. from you. Right, this is getting kind of close because Slark got so low in the times you were gone. Pretty exciting though, because you're messing this up with Gyro right now. This is like Gyro's strongest point. So if you fix this, you're probably gonna have a way better game as Gyro. Like, did you still win this game? Not quite. Looked like it went on a while. But Gyro really wants to look for a strong lane and then a strong early game. Right now, I see your laning is getting whack, but that means like if you fix this mistake, it'll be very impactful to your gameplay. Yeah, like this is really good now. And this can happen from like level 1, level 2. Maybe you're not doing as much damage, but they're also not as tanky because they're also lower level, right? 1 point in Rocket is enough to get in a lot of like right clicks, and then once you have 1 point in Rocket Barrage, that's typically always going to be a winning trade. But then level 2 even more so. Spell literally doubles in value. It's kind of crazy. I think you hit this like 1 second too soon. Oh, got that one. This Centaur creeps a little fast, 320. So you can hit this like slightly later. You can hit like 318 instead of 317. Oh, and that's another thing. Since you bought a stick, right, you want to be in the lane for all these anchor smashes. Okay, let's zoom forward for a little bit longer. I do think your laning stage is going to be like the biggest thing to work on. I don't want to like overload you with other stuff. But like you should be stronger here, so should Slark. We'll watch a little bit of the early game and then we'll keep going. Maybe move on to another raffle, because we still have to do Thematas eventually, but he's not here right now. So we can do another raffle, which I think even if he was here, it would be good to mix it up and so you guys have a chance to get one of your own in as well. Maybe you can get tied. Nope. Probably have to wait a little longer before trying to go in. Since you kind of know, like, well, that's what happens if you don't wait, right? Running into the creeps and running into Earthshaker is going to make it not possible. You need Tide to be on his own to properly Rocket Barrage kill him. So you're going to have to wait for him to, like, walk back on his own or, like, Earthshaker to wander off. Damn, this Invoker mid is working this Huskar. I don't think that's how that matchup's supposed to go. I could be wrong, but I don't know if he's supposed to be like 4-0 and 2, 3 kills on Huskar. He doesn't even have like a Spirit Vessel. Huskar not living his best life. Agreed. Okay, you guys know how I don't want to say, like, okay, I think Brood's a pretty cool hero. If I was a mid player, I would play Huskar. I would do it. I would Huskar people. It's pretty funny to me. I would also tinker people. No, not Tinker. A good Tinker is so good, though. You know, you guys have experienced it, right? Like, on your team or against your team. A good Tinker is absurd. I think that's why it's fun. Like, it's just a lot, and you can do, like, tons. It makes the enemy miserable. And it's fun. Have you guys gone through the button motions? It's a lot of button pressing. It's pretty cool. Maybe I just like heroes with a lot of button pressing. Invoker is fun. summon heroes, you know, it's not like the same, but like you're moving all your heroes around, so maybe it's a little better. This one, just a brief tip. Okay, so you see how you're like rocketing ahead of time, but then like you also had a Mirana here, and also like cogs were going for a while. You can probably just spend time running in here to start battery assaulting sooner, or sorry, not battery assault. You're not that guy. You're rocket barrage, and then drop the homing missile when you're closer up, because your team still had like a variety of lockdown here. I guess we could swap that too and say like you could put your homing missile down first and she could hold the arrow, but arrow is harder, right? Your rocket will hit. You press W and it's gonna hit creeps, enemies, whatever. But arrow is like, you know, I kind of need like an open pathway, you know, fire it down and then all of that. So if you let her go first, I think makes a bit more sense. BRB unsubbing. You've never seen it, guys. I'm just talking shit. I'm just saying it. You have no proof that I mean any of this. That I would play Tinker or Huskar. I'm just saying it, you know. I'm just trying to look tough in front of you guys. It's just a prank, your build looks fine for Gyrocopter. I think it's just the playstyle and the laning stage could use a good amount of... Well, like, once you start doing it, you know the combo of, like, the rocket, then go in. You're just trying to, like, pull too much. You don't need to do that. You just need to, like, stay in the lane and poke a lot. If you want to challenge... I would challenge yourself. Don't let yourself leave the lane. Even if you think you should pull, just stay in the lane. You might lose a game or two. Just do it for, like, a game or two, honestly. You'll already feel the difference of, like... If you absolutely have to pull, fine. But otherwise, just try to stay there. If you think, like, I think I should be pulling, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to hit my own creeps and play it out, right? Some supports are way worse at this than others, but Gyro is a really good one to do that kind of play style. Undying is another one. Like, why would you pick Undying and then plan to leave the lane? You don't. Undying plans to stay here and hit people. Gyro is the same. Maybe that comparison helps you to understand what you should be looking for. Sometimes, like, I won't block a camp versus an Undying because I want him to feel baited to go do pulls. Because if he's doing pulls, then the lane becomes so playable. That's how Gyro should feel. Like, God, I can't, like, you can't even, like, stand too far back because Gyro comes in and he's like, rocket barrage, and you die. So you always have to, like, hug your creeps, and then the enemy could be, like, poking you that time. And this time you'd have a Slark. Like, okay, I gotta hug my creep wave, and then Slark's like, I'm stealing your stats. And then your creep wave dies, and you gotta, like, run back before Gyro comes in, like, rocket barrage, So that's kind of, like, the feeling you want them to have. So I think let's go ahead and start a new raffle for people. I do think this laning stage is kind of like can be our big lesson. 10 out of 10. Thank you. Okay, join in the raffle, and while we do it, while you guys all come in, we're not moving on to the next one until I finish this Crystal Maiden drawing. So we're gonna knock this out real quick, okay? First, we need to make this look like Crystal Maiden. So we're gonna start with. Does this look like Crystal Maiden hair? I would say so. Wait. Her head's tilted. Of course the hair would be going this way. But that looks dumb because my perspective of my capability of drawing sucks. Okay, this is not as bad. Okay, here's Crystal Maiden, right? She's trying to like that looks a little is this okay? No, that looks dumb. Let's leave it as how we had it before. Let's leave it like this. Then she usually has like a light blue, kind of hood. Wait. Bigger. Oh, perspective, okay? Check this out. Then the hood continues down here because her hair is falling out of the hood. Incredible art here. What else? Then she just has like clothes. I don't know. Let's just leave it at this. This is enough. Don't you guys? Isn't this obviously Crystal Maiden? Don't you think? How dare you? Okay, fine. What else? What else do we do to make it look like Crystal Maiden? What is she? Okay, here you guys. Okay. I've got it. You guys complain. You think this doesn't look like Crystal Maiden. Here we go. Undeniably Crystal Maiden with this. Are you ready? Check out this dog. See, how do dog legs look? No, what does a dog mouth look like? It looks like a little kangaroo, actually. What the heck does an arm look like? He's gonna stick arms. He needs a second ear. Woof. Wait. Woof. Hieroglyphic dog. We'll leave it like this. No arms. Oh, man. And then, what's the crit symbol look like? It's like a... I don't even know what it looks like. There. Huge crit from the Kobold Rock, killing Crystal Maiden. Capybara. That'd be a pretty cute skin for it. Alright, who else wants to join the replay analysis? Exclamation point replay. If you care to join. I think. It is a lightning bolt? Is it in the front or the back? I can test this real quick, actually. Oh, it's a lightning bolt in the back. Does anyone know? Why is it a lightning bolt? All right, let's pick our winner, by the way. Hypocrisy. It's a little bit more like on its side, wasn't it? It's an electrifying experience. It is pretty shocking when you suddenly get one-shot crit by a kobold that you dug up. What should he say? Do you think that's what a kobold would say? Oh, you guys aren't seeing it? I forgot. What should he say? That seems like a kobold kind of thing. Yeah, sorry, Hugo. You're just a second off. Mid to late game, you were disruptor. This game has a tragic ending. All right. That works for me. Let's skip to the mid to late game. Let's see how long the game is. Maybe we'll jump to like 20, 30 minutes. And maybe close to like 20, 25-ish. So, Legend 2. For this game, got a Spectre, ODSF, kind of an awkward mid lane Spectre. What the? Okay. Your team should be decent to the late game, I guess. Spectre should be able to get to Sniper, and you kind of help deal with the rest. Maybe ult the Slark. Good counter verse. What's his name? Centaur ult. Okay, mid to late game. So let's see. Let's jump to... Yeah, why not? 22 minutes. So let's see what's going on here. Sniper at the top. Pretty even mix for the teams. Pudge maybe doing pretty well. Kind of the difference here in the game. Feel like I'm getting isolated or positioned bad in fights. Okay. So you went Arcane Boots, Force Staff. Force. Yeah, pretty good against Slark. I'm okay with it. We got 3 heroes over here. I heard Invis, so you're gonna have to carry Detection. Oops. Thank you, Sniper, for staying in my ult anyways. I don't know if you got like a little too excited there or something. Then you kind of missed the kinetic field, or you were going for like 2 separate targets, but I would like pick and choose one. And then probably glimpse him like a little sooner so your team doesn't have to chase so far. Okay, that kind of worked out.
That's a bit of all right.
I would say you don't have to position. You kind of like walked along this tree line, but you kind of know Pudge is going to be the guy who's going to like start stuff. So you kind of want to be near Pudge. So I'd be like back here maybe, so that if he does land a hook, you can Static Storm underneath right away. Looks like your team chased too far. That has nothing to do with you though. TP down here. Maybe you were worried for SF, so not a huge deal. Otherwise, I would try to walk down. It's kind of a risky time to be doing some warding. There's just like a big fight here, you know, so they could have had stuff down. Then you put another one on the same cliff, like across. These are going to overlap in what they do. So I would try to pick just one of them. And then Spectre Haunt. Actually, oh, she used Shadow Step earlier, right? So she still has Haunt. So really, you should just leave Haunt or Spectre alone and let like you and Pudge and OD go around and try to find things, and just let Spectre, Haunt, or Shadow Step in. Well, stacking. I think you can actually do this one just by auto attacks. You don't have to use a spell. I didn't notice that coming in. Should you have? I guess she was somewhat in this area recently. I would probably just die here. I don't think you should try to Static Storm out. I don't think it's worth it. That way when you're up, or if you choose to buy back, you'd have it. I guess not the biggest deal. But yeah, you got like 25-ish, 30 seconds before. I would try to carry Dust. You at least have sentries. That's sad. Okay, you got that kill, at least in return. Yeah, Willow just sneaking in. You bought this Aether Lens. I don't think you really need this Aether Lens. I think you should already be pretty far back in fights. I think Lotus Orb sounds good. You're too close up here, by the way. Lotus Orb is okay. I'd also say like a Glimmer Cape is fine. Yeah, look, like how many times are we gonna, let this happen to ourselves or our team? The reason Aether Lens is a little awkward, you already have really long cast range. You already have ways to like pull people in. I don't think you need like further cast range. Ags, like I'm fine with an Ags too.
Some nice things.
Aether Lens helps you position. But I think... I mean, it does help you position better because it gives you more cast range. But if you think about it, the difference between, like... Because the main thing you should be playing around is Glimpse. So, like, 1,800 to 2,000 shouldn't be that big of a difference. 1,800 should, like, already be enough to work with. I would say, like, Blink. Like... Change this to a Blink, I'd be fine with that. The other spells, like, sure, you can get closer to use them, but... By the way, move this courier around if you can, if you're just waiting. The creeps see it coming this way, they know where you are. Well, let me see. Let me find, like... Maybe we can find examples of this, right? Like, this is your team taking a really bad fight, so, like... This has nothing to do with needing an Aether Lens or not. This is just a really bad fight for your team. Like, why is your team shouldn't, like, start things, like, all the way back here. And then you're trying to, like, come help, but it's putting you in a weird spot. That's why you're dying. So if you want to help, the best would be, like, stay here and try to glimpse and then get out this way. Or you have to, like, walk around this way. But, or more than that, like, as a whole, the team shouldn't be, like, trying to take this kind of fight. Oh yeah, I would say if you have Eye of Vizier. Like, that's a free mini Aether Lens at that point. Part of this is like a bit of a draft issue. You don't have like a usual initiator. But if you think about fights, right, like, it should typically be Spectre, SF, Pudge, or OD, like, more in the front than you. Like, the fight should, like, imagine a line kind of like... God, you guys are scattered. Let's say the fight's happening in this area, right? Then, like, Pudge should have been, like, hooking someone here. So you should be, like, back here. Which means the rest of their team should have been, like, posturing over here. So then, like, I don't think you really need, like, the extra cast range so much as, like, let me throw these things onto my teammates who are on the front lines, or, like, uh-oh, like, Slark is rapping on me from the back. But again, at that point, like, Aether Lens doesn't do anything for you. The other survivability items will. So, like, this is also really kind of risky, in my opinion. You do have Aegis, but, like, your team is scattered, or your team had Aegis, and you have a one-man advantage, but, like, the other three could all be right here. And you're initiating by, like, 4-staffing in and, like, kinetic static. Alright, this is also not, like, a cast range issue. This is, like, the fight we chose to take issue. If your whole team was here, this could probably work out. But you and SF went alone, like, in front of their base, and you didn't know where the others were. So that's kind of why this fight's, like, awkward. Nice. Okay, even though I said nice. It's also like two of you pushing into their base, and like, what are we really getting besides this kill? Because you already took the barracks. So I'd say if you want to try to get her because she's so low, like this to me is good, but you should immediately run away, and you shouldn't be like walking back in at all. Like you should already be like leaving, and then you'd already be like out here rather than like in here. Aw, that was close. I thought she was gonna get out. Okay, so right now, new life. We're respawning. Let's go back. So let's think a lot about how we're positioning and where we're going. And consider the fact that like we don't want to die, of course. So right now, my team is top, and I'm currently walking mid alone. I know there's a Silver Edge Sniper. I know there's a Slark who has way better night vision than me and can jump and close the gap on me. There's also like the Swaps, the Centaurs, like any kind of vision they have, I could easily be pulled out into like even further than I mean to go. So like right here, I'd already say you're out of position. There's too many like dangers in this game. I would say if you want to do something, you can either farm this camp, walk top to like be with your team, or walk bottom and like wait somewhere around here and wait for this creep wave to push in. Out here, there could have been a lot of observer. Like there's probably not an observer in this area, right? There could be, but like if I had to bet, probably not. But the further you go, the more likely you've passed an observer. And don't forget they're seeing some of your cores up here. You don't know if they have anything in this area, so they could have seen something there too. So this is already a lot of risk. And there's not a huge difference between like pushing out the creep wave here and pushing it out back here. Or like there is, but is it worth dying for? Like, God, I gotta get this creep wave out, right? Probably not. So I'd say like this is out of position. We're doing some dewarding, but if we actually find anything, hey, look at this, right? Then we're like, if we find something, they see us, and that means they can kill us, and we're just like some support. So this is also an avoidable death. It's like the wrong time to be trying to deward, just because of the state of the game. If you're like super far ahead, you're very survivable. You kind of can take these risks, but you see here, even though you are ahead, like they can win fights, so we're not that far ahead. Let's speed forward and respawn and kind of do it again. So here we are coming in. It's kind of scary, but damn, SF's got the damage. Sure. Are we going to chase for more? Quick look at the minimap. Snipers back at home. Killed Slark. So there's 3 heroes here at most. But it is just you and SF. So probably already really happy with this Slark kill. Let's not chase out too far. Thinking about what I can do as a support, again, I can't go too far, even though Sniper and Slark are gone, but like, I'm still just probably the weakest hero in this game, because like, Dark Willow can like kill you, right? You've experienced this. So like, I can't really do much to Dark Willow. Maybe against Venge, we're like, okay. So really, if Venge is the only hero in the area, and I'm the only hero, like, okay, maybe that one's okay. Pretty much every other hero, I'm not really cool with being near. So let's go back to you and see what happens. So we're kind of walking out, but we have no proof yet that there's no one else in this area. In fact, SF's finding Dark Willow. Oh, double Force Staff. God, team, please. All right, you know what? This is a little unfortunate, but your team's gonna get the revenge kill. That's where Aether Lens doesn't help at all, right? If you have a Glimmer, you're probably okay here. Lotus, you probably still die, actually. But to help you, though. If you simply Force Staff in a line like this, then heroes can just chase you. You should look to go over cliffs, which forces them like in a different path. Or you can Force Staff through your own kinetic field, which you put up, and she can't chase through that either. So this is kind of like the wrong direction. You could also go down maybe, but you'd probably still die if you went straight down. You kind of have to go over a cliff here to live. That's why you're getting forced away, but she's just chasing you, you know? Yeah, you panicked? I got you. It'll definitely happen. Okay, about to be up again. Yes, walk top. Now leave Spectre alone. This is probably okay. They're dead, so like this is probably okay. But it could be risky, because if they had any observers here, they see you come up. And if any hero was missing, right? Slark was missing and he sees you, could die. But that time is okay, because you saw the remaining heroes. Bye. Sorry, I got distracted. So how are we approaching this? Earlier, remember when I was talking about that wall of like, let's say Pudge is here, the enemy should be here, they should be over here, and I should be back here. So here's our wall of a team fight coming in. So here's Pudge, here's Slark. But being back here doesn't fully make sense, because actually, in our idea before, it's like out here, and we're assuming all the enemy is here. But this time, we're at their base. So the whole approach is like anywhere around here, enemies could come from. Slark is here, and anywhere over here, enemies could come from because we don't have vision there either. So really, the safe spots for you are like back here, and like that's kind of it really, because being here is actually not that safe because you're kind of close to their base. Maybe like over here is like kind of okay, but that's why when you're approaching from here, this is not safe like at all. Any hero here could kill you. Well, I mean, Sniper's dead, so at least we got that, and you're going towards Slark. But still, you could be like swapped in deep into the base, and we've seen Dark Willow solo kill you several times now. So this angle is not safe. Here you are getting kind of caught out, right? And then killed. But if you change it and you're on this side, you don't die here. So far, we're getting close to the end of this, right? To me, it just seems like you need to think more about like, you need to envision the fight and like all the possible angles they come from. And if you can't prove that they're in like a certain area, you just have to assume they can come from all of those areas, right? So if you're coming in from this way, like say you're pushing the tier 2 and you have no vision, right? They could come from the lane, they could come from the side. So when we position, we don't want to be in the front, right? Behind this tree or behind this tree is generally good. If you have vision over here, then this is safe, but without vision over here, you have to default to this side because this is probably the safest side. Unless they had some like tree protector, some tree moving hero hoodwink, right? In that case, if we think about the way they might approach the fight from this tower, this is more dangerous, even if you don't have vision over here. So I would be on this left side unless I can get like some kind of vision here, right? So like the more of your own observers and the more information you've gathered from the minimap, you have to like imagine that fight and be like, these are all the angles they could come from. So I, as a weak ass support, I should pick this last angle. I need to Aga Slark. I mean, it did kind of work there, right? I do think it's good. You had the right like priority, but you can literally do that just from a different angle. If you just take a couple more seconds on the approach, or for example, you change out the Aether Lens for a blink, then you can, it's much easier to pick that kind of stuff, right? Especially if you know you're going for an Ags. The blink is really good at that point. You are getting one now, it looks like. I don't think we have another like guaranteed one in the queue, so let's go ahead and open this to the next replays. Anyone interested, feel free to join. Yeah, I think this was a good example of like positioning. Aether Lens. So to talk about it a little more, because you're not wrong that Aether Lens will help you position better. I'm trying to think, like, what's an example? Okay, so say I'm I'm trying to think of a cleaner example. Essentially, there's like a couple things here. One, as a support, the more you can do with positioning, the better, because it's free. Just standing in places at the right angles, that's free. So if it's like, well, I always get caught out and I die, so I have to buy a BKB. Sure. But if you can change it, then you don't have to buy the BKB. You save a ton of money. Aether Lens is like a little bit similar, which is like, I have these spells and I must use these spells. But at the same time, due to my cast ranges and the enemy heroes, when I get too close, I die. So that's why I need the Aether Lens, so that I can be further back and use these spells. Someone like Shadow Shaman has very short range spells, and that's why like 200 extra cast range, 225, that makes a huge difference to him because of the way he plays. Disruptor, this, even without this Eye of Vizier and the Aether Lens, like, Kinetic Field and Static Storm are not the longest range. But Glimpse is massive, and Glimpse is kind of what you're going to be using to set up the Ethers, or someone else on your team should be in front of you doing it, so then you can Static Storm. And because of that, like, you don't typically need extra cast range. I feel like that wasn't a good example or like a good explanation. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, I guess that's like one thing to take away from that. The shorter the cast range, the better Aether Lens is, but also going back to that idea of like how the fight breaks down. This is easier. Let's open up demo. I might be able to demonstrate this in a demo lobby. Again, keeping in mind that the way fights break out is very different. But I think, and of course this is just my opinion, but let's imagine, oh, I should have been an enemy Bane, actually. Well, whatever. Okay, let's be like, have a ally Jakiro. I actually wanted an enemy Bane. Let's throw up an enemy Bane. And then you have some like, it's like anti-mage carry or something, you know. And they have, I don't know, Tidehunter. Like, depending on the heroes in a game is when cast range can become better or not. Because essentially, this is how close I need to be to help anti-mage. And I don't really need to be closer than this. Am I worried about Pudge? To a degree, yes. But if you think about how long his cast range is, I'm not that worried, because I know that when we do this like line formation, I'm back here, and the enemy heroes with like catch and stuff are like even further back. Against a hero like Tidehunter with Ravage, that extra bit of cast range does make a difference to help my immediate heroes here. But it also helps when someone like Bane is trying to ult like my anti-mage, then any extra cast range also increases my chance of being able to hit Bane and save my carry. And due to the amount of cast range in this game, right, there's only so far you typically have to reach. You know, like, usually if the fight's here, it's like, you don't usually have to reach a hero back here. Pudge is like one of the exceptions and swaps and stuff like that, because Meat Hook is so long that like they pull your hero all the way back here, and like even with the Aether Lens, I can't reach over there. But with the Aether Lens, you know, maybe I'm a little closer to do so. That's one of the reasons why Pudge is so good, is because he pulls your heroes so far away. When you have Disruptor with Max Glimpse, for example, and you're positioning really safely in the back, Glimpse is so long that, like, even when heroes like Bane, like, ult someone you need to help, like, you're actually still within, like, this safety realm. And that's kind of why, like, you don't strictly need, like, extra cast range. I don't know. I don't know if this is making sense, but it's kind of how I think about it. I don't know. I gotta, like, think on this longer on how to explain it cleanly. Yeah, and it also kind of depends, like you're saying, but with the blink and the Aether Lens, it also depends like where the fight is happening. And if you just need to be like a little further back, but the fight is still going to happen near the front lines, that's when Aether Lens is better. But when your spells have to reach the back line, Aether Lens is not enough. You need something different. Which at that point, like, Force or Blink is probably your best bet. Yeah, the hook goes longer. You can also eat people from further. So actually, if you're playing Pudge versus like Chronosphere, the shard plus an Aether Lens can be pretty good as a saving mechanic. Not easy though, still depending how they ult, especially if it like gets out to level 2 ult. But yeah. Okay, next person, a Frau. Congratulations. Oh, we missed the ending. You did say it was tragic. Actually, it wasn't epic. It was tragic. Let me see. Like, can we go back to it? Here, let's go see the end real quick. It's older than a week. It may. Okay, let me see. Let me see where exactly it is. But it may not work. If it's literally a week, it'll work. But okay, so your team's kind of winning. We're here at the base. We're hitting the Ancient. Are we about to fountain dive and throw? Snipers here. Oh, it's so low. Oh, no. We're not hitting the base. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is one. Okay, for you, don't even try this. Don't even try. Just sit in your base. Wait for them. If you lose all your barracks, okay, so you can't even, right? But like, because you don't have buyback, you should save your life. Delaying them a few seconds is not a huge deal in the grand scheme of things. You need to like actually kill them with your heroes. So like, because your tier 2s are up, they can't take multiple sets. They have to take this. They have to end the game. You're fortifying once here. You'll get to fortify again a second time. You'll buy enough time, especially with like, if you fortify here and you kill the creep waves, then like it takes 30 seconds for creeps to get here, right? So fortify, kill one creep wave. The next one comes, they kill the stuff, they kill that, they push up here. Fortify, kill that creep wave. They gotta wait for the next creep wave. Everyone's up. You can't walk in too close like this. This is a very classic support mistake. Actually, not just supports. A lot of people do this. Cores and everything. It's just not worth it. Like, just let them take your buildings when it's like this late in the game and you don't have like buybacks. Ah, sad. Then they come in here. Oh, you have buyback. Do it, do it. Darn. Yeah, you get a pop buyback there. That's hard. That's rough, though. Okay, if it's ticketed, it might work. So let me try. Ticketed games are a rare exception, so actually, I forget to mention that. But yeah. Okay, this one might work then. Okay, so what did you want to see here? I see you're playing Mars. Looks like it's a team game. These are usually pretty fun to break down. Let me know if there's something you seem to have a question on it. Let me know, and I'll be right back, and then we'll do this one. Okay. What does ticketed mean? It's usually from like a tournament. You can get ticketed games. It's why you can like watch any of the DPC games at any point. $10K player on NP. Damn. I don't even know what to put for this then. What's your usual MMR? Is this a high ranking thing then? Can I see these MMRs? You're 7K. Dang. I don't know how much help will be here overall, but I guess this is a pretty high ranking team game then, huh? Okay, I was expecting something like lower rank from like casual. All right, I'm glad we have the right stage set then. Right frame of mind for this. Amateur game, but relatively high MMR. Cool. So, overall team gameplay. All right, so maybe we'll skip through the laning stage a little bit, since the team play usually starts forming around. Well, you guys should be higher MMR, so you might see some mid-rune movement. But then besides that, I'd say like 5 to 10 minutes is when we actually start seeing like some team stuff. Let's jump to that. Put up some last hits. So seem to be doing pretty well in the mid lane so far. I don't know. I probably can't help you too much with like laning. I'm sure you're much better laning and know this hero a lot better than I do. Okay, while we let this play out, let's see. Draft wise, so you guys have an Alchemist and a Doom. Okay, you're gonna have to do some heavy lifting, I feel, to make space. They have NP off lane. Looks like it. Luna carry. Okay, is that Dawn 5? Looks like it. All right. Your support duo plus your cores seem a little awkward. Because in my mind, like, Doom wants to farm up a lot, but so does Alk, which means it's got to be you plus the CM and the Shadow Fiend. But CM Shadow Fiend is not like, oh, a scary support duo to me, you know, like, it's not the worst, but it's also a little awkward, I feel. And the way you're gonna start stuff is like all on you. So I feel like you'll need a blink to catch some of these, but even then that might be a little tough. It's a Sherry, thank you. Thanks for dropping by. So let's see when you guys get started. DD, what can you do? See what Doom's going. I guess we could have a more active Doom build. I just thought the more popular way to play Doom was like get the Midas, hold this lane for a while, like really get huge. So you're TPing up here to try to make a play. All right, free Rubik kill, I guess. You're probably just gonna have to like go straight back mid. Okay, some team farming, that's cool. Word here. That Nature's Prophet Treant might have seen you. Clear this. Up here. I think I get the idea. I don't know if you're thinking because you're like worried about this NP because you knew he was 10K or something, and maybe you're trying to like screw him over. That kind of makes sense to me. Like I did some like RD2L and stuff, and I feel like, you know, sometimes like, okay, this is their best player, screw him over. You know, I think that's a legitimate game plan. But also as like a draft as a whole, ignoring like the MMRs and stuff, I don't know if you want to come up here because if they respond, they're coming to the Alchemist. But if you do get a kill here, I mean, Alchemist is still just going to farm. Right? Like, I don't think he's... I guess you could, like, take it and try to take the tower. But even then, like, after that, then it's like, well, Alchemist is going to farm. I kind of think you want to move bottom. I guess there is a worry that NP can rotate easily there. But I think that's okay, because then Alchemist is farming. Made many awkward plays because they had the... Yeah, so you're feeling like that pressure, right? I think you have to... Well, I would take a different approach for one. Like, I think if they have a 10... Or, like, let's ignore 10k, right? If there's just a player that you're worried about in these kind of team stuff, I don't know if, like, 2 greedy heroes is the play. Like, Alk plus Doom, and then, like, relatively weak supports. I think you want to pick stronger heroes to be more active, because I feel like the longer you go against better players, the more likely they have out-efficiency'd you, right? Like, at 1 minute, we're all level 1 heroes, right? You can't really have outplayed me that hard yet. You could, but, like, probably not, right? But, like, you get to the 20, 30, 40, 50 minute mark, and that guy has done, like, a little extra trick here, little extra trick here, and he's gotten ahead. So I think, like, stronger heroes could help with that. And we're kind of seeing them, like, have a much easier time make plays, right? You got, like, the Void Spirit who jumps in. The supports feel strong as follow-ups. I think you want to make plays with Doom. Well, you know, that one, oops. I think instead of that, like, top rotation, and actually, let's go back to it, because that really is the start, one of the starts of, like, the team play, right? He came top again. Where was it? So you got the haste. And I feel like if you come bottom, maybe you wait for, like, Doom to hit 6. But if you come bottom, win or lose, I think you'll be fine. Because you're taking a tower you're really happy with. Your team is, you know, say they draw a lot of heroes down here. That's just going to free up Alchemist. He's just going to farm really fast. Like, I feel like kills for an Alchemist in the early game, I mean, I would never say no to free kills, but he farms so fast. It's like, you just need him to farm, kills or not. And so, like, pulling heroes away from him, I think, will let him do that. And I don't think NP can take the tower that fast against Alchemist either, because Alchemist has Acid Spray. So you just need to, like, get Alk to 6, which maybe, I don't know exactly what happened here. CM, you know, also level 5, could probably have funneled a bit more XP to Alchemist maybe, then he's already 6. But then you're down here, you know, instead making a play. This guy, like, maybe you're still farming, waiting for his 6, or maybe he doesn't have 6, but, like, whatever you come, Doom, or not Doom, Mars Arena, this Luna with a creep wave so that she can't just ult kill you if she did take it. Then he lives, but there's, like, so many heroes up here, you know? And, like, Doom is now free down here, but Doom is not going to farm as fast as an Alchemist. I feel like Doom farms fast, but it's not through, like, map space. It's through Devour plus Midas. So he just needs, like, a little bit of space, and he'll get his farm. But Alk needs, like, a lot of space to farm through, like, multiple camps and everything. So that's kind of why I think the play bottom would have made more sense. Okay, then he did get 6. Let's try to come mid. Phase booster on the way. Oh, I see what you guys are saying. Yeah, lots of runes for them. Nice. Why was Alk here though? Alk came home. Maybe you guys were calling for a play bottom. But I feel if we look at the camera, like this is what's gonna happen when you like call this kind of play. Is that this space was about to get like fairly open. And I feel like Alchemist should stay up here. I guess he is only level 5. Well, isn't that even more reason like not to bring him into a fight? He doesn't even have unstable concoction. I mean, I guess he participated in that kill though. But still, I think if he just comes mid, right? Like Luna's not gonna solo kill him. Especially with her ult down. I think Alk should just keep going top, and then this fight will feel a lot better because look how many of their heroes are down here now. And Alk is like just super farming top. The pause. Okay, you disconnected me. What's a BM pause? Okay, but from all of this, right? Like Alk's net worth did not go up that much because getting kills just doesn't help him as much compared to Grievel's greed. So to me, there's like a very specific way to play with Alk, which is like give him a strong lane and then leave him alone. I don't think like Crystal Maiden is strong enough for what Alk wants. She's like, I don't know, okay, but yeah, I'm not sure. If it was going to work, I feel like he should take Unstable Concoction too, because this is kind of strong. Like 1 point in it is then maybe enough to secure a stronger lane together with CM, like QWCM plus QW Alk. Maybe you guys can pick up a couple kills. I don't know. But like this is definitely, if you're skipping this, it's definitely like I don't want to get involved. I want to like farm other stuff. I don't think you guys want to bring Alk, I guess. It's a long way of saying it. And again, keep in mind, like I'm just some scrub player too, so you guys can feel free to ignore that, but that's like my take on it. Let's go back to your team's vision. You guys are thinking about coming over here. You guys have some wards set up. Just make your way back mid. I feel like this is an older way of playing, of like taking this tower with the carry and then have the carry like take this jungle. I think it's swapped to like the carry like barely holds on to here and you all TP in to help him when needed, and you all play over here trying to like force towers and stuff. So Alk is back top now. Like, I think as long as he's not like 1v1 versus Luna, she won't kill him, right? She has to, as long as he has got like a creep wave nearby and he respects like the ult damage, I think he's okay. And if he and Luna are fighting over the same farm, let's pretend it goes 50-50, that's him winning because of greed. So then they bring up more heroes, but this is your half of the map, so you all TP in. So 3 heroes here. And yeah, you guys like TP in. Maybe it doesn't quite work, but now Alk's probably gonna get chased out. But I think that's okay if they like bring that much and they don't kill Alk. They only kill the Shadow Demon. Then Doom just shoves all this in. What's your ults? I think she TP'd down here because she was just top, right? We could smoke back down there. I want to go back. When did you guys lose the wards down here? So you were all here. Kind of backed off. What's Shadow Demon doing here? Because you guys have this ward, so I feel like your team should be trying to play this area and take this tier 2. So right now, like, you're leaving, and I think that's kind of okay to like push in the mid, But then I feel like the other 2-3 heroes also want to be here, and then Alk is doing whatever. So maybe there's a bit of miscommunication there. Like Shadow Demon was coming top, but then Alk TP'd up here. But now like no one's defending this ward, and then you guys lose it. I think there's some miscommunication between you guys there. Alka on top and Shadow Demon already like going there. They've all stayed down here. Okay, you're working on Blink. Got smokes ready. Dawnbreaker's like an okay kill, I guess. So far, I feel like they keep pulling you guys around. 3. Oh, okay. Are you sure that was a bathroom break pause earlier? We got that pause. We got the tips coming out. We got, I think, some mental warfare tactics coming out here. Pause. Yeah. Oh, MC? No, I did not. Finished that yesterday. I don't know what my dinner is today because we were gonna cook some stuff. My girlfriend was gonna cook something, but some friends needed some help, so she's actually gonna go have dinner with them, and maybe she'll bring something back, and we'll see. If not, I have some like random stuff here I'll eat, so we'll find out. You got your ult again. Cool. What's our next window here? I mean, to an extent, I'm not sure. It's actually just a lot easier for them to do this. I think we're like really starting to see like some of the draft issues, which is like Doom and Alk don't really want to get that involved. But every time he has his ult, I think you do need to get Doom involved and like all go to him. And they keep kind of like pulling you guys back and forth. And then like, you know, a fight happens top, you guys like scatter a little bit, and then they're already going bottom for the next one. And even if you guys want to be as active, I think it's a lot harder for you. Because you only, like, you picked up the blink, you know, a little bit ago, but, like, it was harder for you to make plays until you had that blink. And then, but Void can, like, do it sooner. They've also got, like, the 2 global spells. Okay, leave the Alk to farm. You guys are looking for more. Oh, you didn't have a sentry. I suspect. Okay, let's go back to their perspective on this smoke. Because I think they should have had a feeling for this kind of smoke coming up here, because a lot happened up here, right? And then, so no one's dealing with this yet. Doom comes mid. Still no one top. I think Alchemist comes top. But then the other 3 heroes are missing. That's why they scan this area, I feel like. And they go for Doom, because they think the rest of you are like smoked somewhere over here. I guess Alk hadn't shown yet. Maybe it did and I just missed that. Yeah, I mean, you guys were like kind of ready, but I just think you just have like weaker heroes at this point. I guess he still got like NP and Dawn. I don't know. I feel like this Shadow Demon doesn't quite have a place in the world this game. Dev type, hey, I'm not bald. What's up with that? Just a normal head of hair. Not bald yet. I don't know if I ever will go bald. My grandparents all had their hair for a very long time. Yeah, I kind of want to... Can I see the... Guys, open Doom. Bond with Mars. I'm a little worried about this opener because I feel like this is too I mean, this is your mid and your off lane, right? Like, is there another way to flex those two heroes? And then aren't they both kind of weak to similar carries, which I guess you did ban Undying. I guess Lifestealer's like and not that popular, but isn't Slark and Ursa like kind of fine in those lanes? Well, I guess you wouldn't want to be Slark versus Doom, maybe. What about Ursa? Well, I don't know. I guess that's fine. And then Dawnbreaker. You guys pick CM Alk. Also, it was a last pick Shadow Demon. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your team's like draft plan is here. I do like this picture of a burger. You're not wrong. It feels a little funny to me. I don't know. I know everyone's like limited in like what heroes they play and stuff, but I don't fully see some of the logic here. I feel like that's why this game got hard. And focus on having decent safe lane because safe lane got stomped last 2 games. Oh, got it. Did they not feel... I don't know. I mean, I don't know if your support player feels more confident in like a different hero, but CM doesn't seem like... I don't know. CM Alk doesn't seem like the strongest safe lane duo. I feel like you could either go for like regen heavy lane, just let Alk farm, and then the support like stacks plus regens him, or some much stronger support to like, 2v1, like in Undying, for example. Maybe Clockwork. But CM is kind of like slow, so it's hard to stack. Like, you guys are dire, but CM's so slow, it takes forever to get to the jungle to like double stack for the Alk. Like some faster hero. Just to not lose the lane and go jungle in case if safe lane goes wrong. Got it. Well, then what about instead of a Shadow Demon? Because it came down to your last pick. I feel like it should be someone more active than Shadow Demon. I can see why you guys want a ranged hero because you have Doom. But with creep dragging, couldn't you still do someone else? Or you could pick someone like, if you do want someone early active, what about like Gyro 4? Is that the worst? What are we against? Luna Dawnbreaker or Luna Rubik, I guess, from your guys' perspective. Man, I need a list. I need a list of the heroes. Who we've picked there? Who's like active and ranged? I mean, Hoodwink sounds good if he plays Hoodwink because you can catch natures in the trees. Disruptor is not the strongest either, but kind of like ranged active. How about Snapfire? Snapfire plus Mars sounds good. Cookie to get out of Nature's. I don't know, not to like tell you guys what to pick. Is the position force call. Got it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to question like too hard. And definitely maybe there's a vision that I didn't see. If I'm like open to it, but I do think that's kind of why they're like drawing you guys all around those, because the draft makes it a little harder to respond to. Jump ahead. Oops. Blink BKB. Luna. Oh, interesting. Went Satanic. I thought Luna would get like a Scotty pretty quickly. Scotty seems super good here. Can Satanic be dispelled? When someone uses Satanic, can you dispel it? It can? SD, yeah, like SD, and even Doom, right? Didn't this dispel once when you use it? I guess you still get the passive. I thought Scotty seemed good. Oh, maybe she's thinking about SD stealing her stat-heavy illusions and then applying Scotty to them. Maybe that's why. But Scotty seems really good against your cores. Going E-Blade. What about a Shiva? Is that too weird of a build? I feel like if their team picks up... I guess it's an aura going to your team. Maybe that's the concern. But... man, it seems good. Armor and heal reduction. You guys wrecked that guy. Holy shit. You guys obliterated him. We can test it after this. We can go into a lobby just to see it for ourselves. Get that kill, then you guys are pushing mid. Could you have done Roche off those kills instead, though? Oh, scary. I guess picked up a Luna kill, too. Weren't you getting an EC? Oh, you've got it queued. Do illusions get the Doom aura? I've never checked. I don't think it should work because the Doom aura comes from the spell, and I don't think the illusions are like getting the spell effect as well. But we can check that. probably just wait for the creeps to come to the base. Pretty good fight. Oh, Roche?
Voice chat wheel line.
No? Oh, it's... Oh, maybe replay bug because we jumped around. I guess Roche was down already. Roche now? A little unlucky with the spawn timers. Ooh, I like this, trying to catch someone down here though. May not work when they're like in the base. Oh yeah, as soon as someone TP's back and shows, I think everyone's gotta like get out. Oh, I thought you could sneak by there too. I think you guys had to try to get out a little faster with the, like once someone's showing. From there, kind of looks like they can just close it out. We got Luna in the base. Yeah, I'd say it just seems tough from your draft. I feel like 2 greedy heroes, but then the 2 supports are not strong enough, like to play Mars plus double supports. You're like forced to wait for the Mars blink, which means plays can't happen till like, I don't know, like 15-ish minutes. I mean, they can, but it's like harder, you know? Get a more natural initiator on the 4. Then maybe. All right, let's open up the replays. That was a cool one though. I'm glad. Thanks for sharing a high-level team game. I think it's pretty fun to see. While we're getting the next one, let's... Okay, what were we testing? Shadow Demon and Doom, and then like Shadow... Oh, and then the Satanic Dispel. Oops, wrong hero. Oh, it's still here. Alright, so I don't think it can be. I guess it can't be dispelled. And then... What else were we testing? The Self-Doom. What does he need? Yags? Next question. Can he doom an illusion? One of his own illusions? Does that work? The ultimate bait? No. That would be funny. And then gonna save this picture. Open up another one for Thematas. Okay, and Thematas is a picture of me drawing a picture. If I were to go in the safe lane with Alk in that game, who were we against? You knew you had the Natures and Rubik, right? Because Rubik's there, I kind of don't want to be Jakiro. Otherwise, I'd say Jakiro's a pretty strong support with Alk. I'd feel like okay with Treant Protector. I've played with Alchemists a lot with that hero, and it usually goes okay. I'd say like any strong 5 with like some way to like poke down range the creeps might be okay. Like Silencer might be a little stronger than CM. Maybe Lich. I think Undying could be... Well, no, that might be a little tough. They're both ranged. Isn't that why that hero's kind of whack, though? Like, right now, he's just, like, really that good. Even against 2 range heroes, you can kind of go in on him. I don't play much Enchantress, but Enchantress with Alk seems like it could be kind of okay. How do you lane against Witch Doctor? You just have to be very careful about the casks. The cask into Maledict is what does, like, what ends people. If you're very conscious about not letting the cask bounce too much, then I think it becomes much easier to play against him. Because it felt really awkward playing that game. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for sharing it. I think it was a cool one. And yeah, I think to me it's a lot of just I think the draft made it feel a little awkward. That's like my take on it. I wonder if you could do Warlock without... It seems really, really passive. I don't know. I don't hate the CM pick, I guess, but the CM plus Shadow Demon plus the other cores felt kind of awkward, I think. Hossein Twak? If I pronounced that remotely correctly. Congratulations. I kind of like Silencer too. Silencer can also do the double stacking. I do kind of like Treant though. I would probably do just like a healing build. The QEE or WEE. You're just kind of like healing up the Alk. Gonna go stack. That might be too abusable though versus Nature's Prophet. Actually, I guess knowing it's Nature's Prophet, I wouldn't want to do that. Otherwise, I feel okay about that lane in a lot of situations. Timbersaw's pretty bad though too. If it weren't for Rubik, I'd say Jakiro is also really good. All right, Hossein, do you have a replay match ID for us? Yeah, Wet Toasty. We did it a little earlier. Hour ago, I think. You were the gyro game, right? Mainly, I focused on your laning stage. I think that's the part you have to change up for the way you were playing gyro. You were kind of like doing pulls when you weren't supposed to. You should try to like stay in the lane more and harass a lot, and that's how you get the levels to be really effective in the early game, because your spells scale really well in the first couple levels. But you were like spending too much time away from it, so you were kind of like under-leveled and then pulling when you weren't supposed to, so it like made your lane harder. That's kind of like the quick summary of it. Okay, hold on. Let's so first, Hossein, you're playing the Disruptor here. Okay, so let's first update that. And then I see Compassaurus Rex. You have redeemed the bad picture. I'll add you to the queue. What is your request? So we're going to get into a Disruptor game here. You want to know what the best way to deal with Clinks is as a support. Got it. Oh, man. All right, let me write that down so I don't forget. At least it'll be a picture. I don't have to be too scared. Oh, man. All right. Let's see. Were you dealing with him as a like in the laning stage, or do you mean like later on in the game? Looks like he's the safe lane carry, so probably not in the laning stage. Let's go to player view. We might have to jump into the game to like find it. I'm gonna let the laning stage play out for a second while I somewhat answer this. So one, Force Staff or some other form of Dispel is really good, because what he'll try to do a lot is Gleipnir you and then barrage you. Is that what it's called? What am I thinking of? Yeah, Burning Barrage. And if you have no way to deal with that, you'll end up dying quite a lot as a support. I think Ghost Scepter works, right? Yeah, physical. So you could go Ghost Scepter as well, but Ghost Scepter doesn't help you save teammates, so Force Staff I think is really good. This game Force Staff feels like it'd be fine, I think. And then the other thing is like, this is gonna be really tough for you. I'm not gonna lie. This in the Guardian bracket, it's not gonna be easy to like get your team to play correctly around this. But the problem with Clinks is that if you play scattered around the map, you don't have enough observers and sentries to see everything. So then Clinks eventually finds someone and then kills them. But if you only play in the same area, right? Once Clinks gets scary, like let's say like 20 minutes, you know, if your whole team plays down here and you just put like a sentry around here, a sentry like down here, a sentry, you know, like somewhere over here, right? It becomes very difficult for Clinks to enter without being spotted. And when Clinks is on his own, Clinks is actually pretty easy to kill. All Invis heroes tend to not be like that tanky. Clinks is one of the worst, would be the Death Pact extra health. But typically, Invis heroes sacrifice a bit of like survivability because Invis is their survivability. So when you see them, you can get the jump and you can kill them. In your case, you'd have like Sand King jump, you'd have like your Disruptor, Kinetic Field Static Storm, maybe Silence or Arrow, like as they're walking up a cliff or something, thinking they're Invis. and you kill them, and they can't find kills because you guys are grouped together, working together. But when everyone's scattered, that's how like Clinxes thrive. So it's very hard to deal with in a pub game, even as we like go into this and we can look for it. But yeah, it's not going to be easy for you. For you, your part of that is providing the vision, maybe buying a gem later, and then really just that survivability item we talked about, probably the 4-staff, but whatever helps you survive the Gleipnir into Barrage combo. So let's jump ahead. Let's jump to like 20 minutes. Oh, yeah, this guy, he's online. Maybe we jump a little sooner. Let's jump to where he finishes. Okay, he's got his Gleipnir. So let's start with that. Let's go back to your perspective. Wait. Oh, Clinx was about to... Ooh, I thought he was going to get you right there. I was like, wow, this is going to be the perfect place to start with how to deal with this. So right now, let's take a look at your vision. This is pretty good in terms of like, let's hold one area. So you have a lot of sentries in this area. And you have like one ward here. So if your team was able to move into this area and place like a nether sentry somewhere in this area, and you stay here as like 4 heroes, that would be really good. Will that happen? I don't know. We'll see. Right now, you do have 4 heroes in this area. And you don't see him right now. You saw him pick up that rune. Okay, so like this, right? You see him through your sentry and your observer, and that's how you know, okay, he's down here. We got to be careful. You guys choose to jump the axe. Initiation's a little messy. Who got Tinker? Skywrath killed Tinker? Nice. This is not the best target for your team to choose, though. Axe is essentially the tankiest hero on their team, and he wants to, like, catch you all. So if you all jump him, that's kind of like him catching you in a different weird way, right? Especially because you knew Clinx was in this area. Your team should keep looking for Clinx instead of the axe. This is a less valuable kill and a harder kill to get. Which is why as you all jump on him now, right, the others are able to come in and kind of like do stuff. So it's kind of as if he had initiated and his team's following up. Not perfectly, but... probably not the time to ward. The sentry I kind of get, but unfortunately you're going to lose these. Since you can't really do anything as you leave, right, you can put the sentry down, but... oh, he caught you in the end. You can put the sentry down, but if there's anything there, you can't really get it. I guess that was a weird spot for them to have a sentry, though. We talked about this earlier in the stream, but yeah, I don't think you need the Aether Lens. I would go 4-staff first, probably. There you kind of see neither of them have a way to deal with that combo. That's why he gets this kill. This is pretty lucky on him, though, that they lined up like this. Well, maybe he waited for it. I see your first glimpse tried to save them. Okay, got a return Clinx kill. Not too bad. Womp. I missed the ult at least. Skywrath damage though. Damn. Wait, who had the veil? Oh, sorry. Skywrath was affected by the veil. I thought Phoenix was affected by the veil. All right, so here you're good because Clinx is dead. So now Klinks is alive. What will Klinks probably do? He'll almost certainly TP out and either farm or look for a kill. So this is where you want to be really careful as a team because you don't know where Klinks went. He could have gone anywhere, top, middle, or bottom. So you want to posture very defensively and together until you see Klinks. And that'll either be because you're killing him because you're all set up and ready for him, or you see him farm top, and now you know that bottom part of the map is probably pretty safe. So let's see where he goes. Right now your team is very scattered, so whoever Klinks finds is probably dead, right? Klinks finds this Mirana, Klinks finds you. None of you are close enough to help each other. Maybe these two are okay, right? They're pretty close, so if Klinks jumps one, maybe the other can help out. Looks like Klinks is not down here. Klinks is probably on the top half then if all that happened and he still didn't show up. Okay, there. Very briefly showed top. So now we know where he is. So bottom we can feel a little more comfortable playing. Now Klink's missing again. He's very fast. So the longer he goes missing, the more we have to be careful. So you just kind of like walking mid on your own with Mirana. Be very careful of this. You saw what happened earlier. They were like together and they got double killed, right? You two also just want to, just by default, be separated to make it easier to not both die. Even if he, like, I don't know, he could be like not be in the area, but it's just going to be a good habit to form. Plus there's an axe. So it's like the same thing versus axe, right? Like, don't want to get double called. So just path, like always stand apart. There you go, right? And then looks like Klinks killed Sand King top. So here he is. Top. So now I know he could be coming into any of these areas, or maybe he could TP. So I have to be very careful right now. Could be farming his own half. But if I don't have sentries, I'm not going to go too far out. It's like right now, Klinks could be in this area and I wouldn't know. So I may not want to be here. I may want to be like back over here. Because if Klinks comes this way, he'd see you. But if you were in these tree lines, you would not be spotted. Well, that's kind of risky. I get why he went for it, but kind of scary. All right, Klinks showed mid. So as you guys move this way, and you kind of know Klinks was in this area, do you feel comfortable? Two supports, kind of on their own, no way to deal with it. Feels a little scary, right? This is where you want to be near people like Sand King, who can like blink stun save you. You want to be near this guy, and you guys are trying to get to him, so that's like fair. But this is where like you just want to be like extra careful. Maybe like take longer routes, stuff like that. Klinks top, so you can feel comfortable moving down bottom. Thought he was gonna get out alive. So now if I wanted to predict where Klinks was going, he was top, they got a kill. He's probably pushing into here or coming mid. He could be going back. That's bad play, but he could be doing it. So if I were thinking about going top, I will not go alone. I would be willing to walk with like 3 teammates perhaps, but I'm not going to walk in here alone. And that's going to reduce the chance that I get killed by Klinks because him coming through this area is a very high likelihood. All right, but we're kind of doing it. Here goes Mirana, and here goes you behind the Mirana. Kind of revealing she has an observer here, but whatever. Right? If Klinks is here, either one of you or both of you are dead. There he is. Personally, I think you, Sand King, or really Sand King and Skywrath are really good together to find these kills. And you, Mirana, and Sand King and/or Skywrath would be nice to go together. If you can like keep up some vision, then you can like make these smokes towards these plays. You see how he kind of like scatters again? That's kind of like what Clinkz wants. I haven't seen like 4 of you play in one area in quite a while. But I know it's like very hard in pubs. But that's kind of like what needs to be happening here. It's like 4 of you, heck, even Sniper could get involved and like you all push up to a tower or something. Like what if Clinkz tried to jump in here? Probably not gonna have a great time. If he jumps Sand King, that's probably, you know, one of the better cases because that's the stun. But then like Sniper is gonna be like popping him the whole time. If he jumps Sniper, then maybe Sand King would stun him, and then Sniper comes, you know, kills him in that time or something. Or there's the arrow follow up, all that, you know. When you're all together, you're gonna be pretty safe, even if Clinkz shows.
Your talents surpass your loveliness.
Yeah, hey Dang Dang. Everyone's missing.
Your talents surpass your loveliness.
Tinker. Okay, so your team saw Clinkz mid. I know this isn't you, but like Mirana coming to get this rune, really risky, cause Clinkz could be here. You guys coming up and standing here could be pretty risky. You should be like behind one of these areas. And I already kind of mentioned it, but you don't really need an Atos. Or I mentioned what you should buy. You don't really need an Atos in general on Disruptor. Ooh, nice. Nice try, nice try. Look how easy it is to kill if you're all together. But this is maybe not the best location to be doing it. But that's like a demonstration of when we are together, Clinkz can't do too much. Heroes like Riki can't do too much. The scattered one-on-ones, when they find those, that's what makes them good. Okay, I think we've seen a couple examples of that now. To talk about your itemization real quick, I guess. We've talked about Aether Lens earlier in the stream, so I won't repeat it too much. I just don't think Disruptor needs even more cast range. I think he needs like better survivability for himself, or like the Ags, or like bump up your team auras, things like that. And then Atos, maybe you're thinking because of this Tinker, you need like more lockdown and catch. I'd say your team has enough. I'd say Force Staff is good. Into either a Ghost Scepter or Glimmer, and then I think an Aghanims is really good this game. Aghanims, because Tinker just BKBing around is like ridiculous, but you can catch him and then prevent him from using it potentially. Blink could also be really good for you for a similar reason. You can blink on top of Tinker and instantly ult him, or blink on top of like whoever and instantly cast your spells. Those could all be good. Another way to play this is just to let like protect Sniper, have Sniper way in the back, and then when they go for him, you help him out, Force Staff him away, Glimmer Cape him, stuff like that. So that's another approach you could try taking. Shall we move on? Let's open the next one. We'll keep watching this a bit more. What am I looking for? This thing. There we go. Hey, welcome back. Type exclamation point replay if you'd like to join the raffle for the next one. Oh, and Gem. Gem's also good for the same invis reasons of Clinks. But your team needs to be like grouping if you're gonna get it. You can't like continue to wander on your own with a gem, otherwise you're just gonna lose it, and then there's no point. But if you keep it and you walk as a group, then a gem is very good against this kind of lineup. Be careful about that stuff. You're gonna reveal, yeah, you kind of revealed you had an observer there by using those spells like that. See, your team's like kind of scattered even though you guys are pushing. Now you're together, but like for a bit there you were like all across their jungle, even though you guys don't have it dewarded or warded, so there's a good chance they might have seen you. In the same way Skywrath can get kills, right? So even though we've been talking about invis heroes and Clinks, like Skywrath is doing something very similar. Like this kind of stuff is just good in pubs. When you have these like instant kill heroes who actually aren't that strong, like Skywrath dies really, really easily, but they're also scattered. Like let's watch them, right? Tinker's up here, Clinks is like sitting in his base, these two are under their tower, and Axe is like way the hell up here. So then Axe gets jumped, and no one can help him. Like even if they tried to all like blink and everything, none of them can make it here to get the trade. It's kind of like, isn't this a thing in CSGO too, right? You like go with the buddy, so when one guy dies, you pop out, you kill that guy to get these trade kills. When you're against pick-off heroes, but you're not going as a group, then you can never get those kind of trades, and people just keep getting pick-offs. That's why Skywrath keeps getting away with it too. He just walks up to people who he thinks are alone and then throws a spell down. Look, he even bought a Shadow Blade, so he's effectively working as an invis hero. All right. Last chance to join in. Pepe hands. Can he switch name? Oops. Ogre, long ass break from Dota, so just check the basics. All muscle memory is gone. I understand. Let's see, Divine 3 hard support. Hossein, no problem. I know it'll be frustrating for those invis heroes, but yeah, hopefully, maybe that'll help you win a couple here and there. Hey, Silverbird. We just finished Meepo players earlier, and I need to start on Thematas, but we've been going straight into these, so I'll show you Meepo players. I haven't uploaded any of these yet. Still, I said I would last time. This is Crystal Maiden killed while jungling. This is clearly Crystal Maiden. She's digging up a kobold, and the kobold crit her, instantly slaying her. I think it's a pretty good one. All right, so now we're looking at this Ogre Magi. I don't think Ogre's great right now, so if part of you feels like, wow, I'm not doing very well, Could just be Ogre. I'll be honest. Let's see. Ursa starts continuing to go bottom. Okay, yeah, you could be right. We'll see when we get there. Hey, Thamada, you're here. Yes, I'm gonna work on yours next. Well, actually, if Swick shows up and tells me what his drawing was supposed to be, I have to do his first. But I can't remember what it was supposed to be, so I need him to show up and and then I'll figure it out. But otherwise, yours is next. And then after this replay, we'll do yours, Thamada, because you also have one in queue, essentially, right? I think the issue with him is they changed how he works, right? They like changed the armor and HP regen and gave him damage. And right now, I just think there's too many heroes that are good against him at dealing with like this slow damage hero. And before, he had high armor and regen, so even as he walked up and took the damage, at least that was still doing something for his ally, because I was like, okay, they're hitting me instead of you, and I regen super fast, so it's fine. But now it's like, well, I gotta hit them to like really get the trade, and it's still hard to hit them because I'm a slow ass hero who has like terrible mana pool and stuff. So I think there's just like a lot of better supports. Like if you want to win the lane, Ogre used to be considered a strong laner, but now it's like, why not just pick Undying? And Undying's way better. Like, sure, there's like slight differences with like him having a stun and like Bloodlust. I mean, that's not slight, but like in terms of winning the lane, which is typically why you picked Ogre, he doesn't win his lane as strong as other heroes. So then what, you know? If you're picking him for Bloodlust, yeah, sure, but I don't know. There's like, it's a weird, there's other things. Alright, this is a good time to trade the Pudge, though. But you see, right? Ogre used to come up and not care. And now, Ogre died. Yeah, you can pop it again here. Money. 4 gold value. Now look how low his regen is now compared to where it used to be. This is a good fight, though. Good work, good work. Even though I'm shit talking Ogre, right? Obviously, he can still do some stuff. It's unfortunate your courier died, but otherwise, yes, I agree. Let's just keep buying. With enough resources, you can keep fighting, because Ursa, now with a couple levels, is pretty strong against these heroes. Maybe not 100 to 0, but like let him get a few hits in, and then like you commit in with the other stuff. I think is pretty good. Oh my god, that's so sad. Yeah, that guy's got to have like a ward back there or something. Maybe that was just unlucky, though. That's going to make it pretty tough. I guess you have enough HP at least at this point. But it would have been nice to like feed some to Ogre and be ready like as you trade to get more. Yeah, you want to keep trying to like pull this lane back. And then you can try to fight because Ursa is kind of strong. Well, not when he like runs in on his own like that. Oh no. All right, so that was a really bad series of events. Plus, you guys are gonna lose insane amount of XP here. So this was not the time to fight. Let's go back to this. So he's kind of like going in on his own. 2 stacks, taking damage. See, the enemy has like a building creep wave. This is fine. This is good. You actually don't even need to do this pull. This lane will push back. Nothing needs to happen here. Instead, he kind of goes in, aggro's 5 creeps, 1v2. Now you get here, but it's pretty late. You pull your creeps, so at least they're kind of getting denied, but it also means their creeps are just going to like come in here. If you didn't do that, maybe they stay. And then you're stuck here because all these creeps are also hitting you. But I think even without these creeps, you would have died, and now you're going to lose all this XP. So this was real rough. When is the big patch coming? No date guaranteed, but supposedly end of April. I think after that fight, you're probably even or losing that lane, actually. despite the lead you had. Short list of strong 4s or 5s. I think Rubik, Spirit Breaker, Disruptor, all very good 4s. Tiny's still good. Who else? I think Gyro's fine. I think he's good for pubs too. Primal Beast I think is pretty good. I want to try Monkey King. I think Hoodwink is still a good pub hero too. Snap's pretty decent. For 5, oh, and Earthshaker's also good for 4. Oh, we still need to do our Earthshaker game. We'll do that Friday. For 5, I think Jakiro and Disruptor. For pubs, if your games are going long, Warlock. I think Lich and CM are fine. Snap's still good. Silencer, Undying, still good. Treant, still good. Oh, Clock, if you want to play Clock in either role, I think that's also okay. How about Techies? I think Techies is fine if you know what you're doing. Just a slight worry of your team getting tilted seeing a Techies, but I do think the hero overall is like fine. See? Look how this happens. First, a stack or 2. Then you have space to run them down. This is actually not the most space, but before Ursa even uses Overpower, there's already like 3 Fury Swipes on Pudge. And that's why now the damage comes in suddenly, and you can get this kill pretty easily. You don't want to like have to start at 0, especially like use all your Overpower to get the first couple attacks. You want to have already hit once or twice before then jumping in, and then using Overpower to get even more stacks. And you need space to like run it down. If it's like all the way up here, it's never gonna work. So if you want to keep getting kills, focus on like pulling this lane back, either by stacking and creep dragging, or maybe shove the lane in super hard, get it to reset. If it stays up here though, even if you are like fully winning, it's gonna be very hard to get kills. This one's a little tough. This one's a bit forced as well. I think maybe she had DD, so you guys were like trying to really do that, but I think she needed to silence him for that to work, maybe. Oh, damn. On a D rank train. In the end, you do still have to pick something you know how to play, I'd say, though. Just because the hero's strong, if you're not really sure how it works, you're unfamiliar, it's going to be rough. So maybe you know some of those heroes, and you can, like, start there. See, swapping your smoke. You could use tangos at any moment. Smokes are only going to happen at a specific time, typically. Okay, you may want to unblock your small camp. Well, I guess it'll expire hopefully soonish, but it means you can never pull your lane back. This is Divine, though, so I do think the laning stage probably should be over. You should probably just leave at this point. See how long it's taken him to kill this Pudge? It's because Pudge had no stacks to begin with. Ooh, close. Like whether Ursa kills his opponent in the laning stage or not, it's very much about like how many Fury Swipes are already on them or not. And the mistake a lot of Ursas and like lanes make is like, oh, we always kill them with Ursa, right? So let's just fight. But that's not the case. You need to poke a couple times with Fury Swipes, and then you commit. If you commit straight away, Like the first 3 Fury swipes just don't do enough damage. And then you're such a slow attacker, like they might have already done enough. Okay. You were looking away and you got killed. And then so did Ursa. That's unfortunate. That Pudge feels super great right now, though. I don't think you should TP down here. You should walk here, but I actually think you should probably just walk top and play with Lycan. And like start warding this area. Maybe walk mid and then go this way. But that's also a little dangerous to come in through here. So like walking top through with Lycan would be better, and then just TP down here. There's too much attention on Ursa right now. What's the last kill he got? How much was it worth? Can't quite see, but I mean, look at some of these kill amounts, right? Just like 200-ish gold, a little over, right? Just let him farm things is probably more consistent. Yeah, I think you can leave bot even sooner than this. And then TP back as needed like so, though he's really going at it. I feel like they're always bottom. Let's switch this tower out. What's happening here? Cool. Cool. Ursa self-smoke getting right back here right away. Yeah, that part's kind of hard when they just keep coming back. I don't know. I guess to an extent you just gotta like tell them and then. I don't know. It is tough. What's going on here? Ursa stealing stacks. I guess he had Battle Fury. I mean, like, while he's dead, right? Eventually you don't respond in time. He's dead. Just leave him, you know? Just, like, come up here and start doing things here. That was unfortunate timing because you didn't quite have your observers and sentries yet, which means you still haven't placed anything up here. Multicast, multicast! Lycan took mid. I kind of think for the amount of time bottom like has been going on, like Lycan should be richer. We're not really watching him, so I didn't really see what happened there, but Ursa really likes that bottom lane. This is my lane. Yeah, just let him die once. And you like, okay, well this is really unfortunate timing, right? But like, at some point you leave, you're unable to rotate, unable to, haha, ooh, sorry, I was going to, but I just couldn't, you know, it was on a cooldown. You know, then you come up here and then You place the observers and all that, and then hopefully you're already playing up here at that point. And if he tries to go bot again, you're already in the right spot doing the right thing. Frankly, the lane went well enough. I thought you could have left at like 8 minutes or something. Sometimes you just have to ignore core players. You can try to help to a certain extent, but not just core players, any player, right? I'm gonna have to walk through this. Avenge doing it too. Especially if you're doing any warding and dewarding. Walking through this stuff. So you're going Glimmer Cape. Necessary. There's a Zeus. Let's go, Lycan! What else could you build? Drums would be really good for your team, actually. Maybe if you were playing with Lycan sooner, you could have gone drums for like a stronger early game, and then the drums would have made more sense playing with that kind of hero. Drums still makes a lot of sense, I'd say. Let Lycan build an Ags, or sorry, an AC later on for the armor aura. Careful. In front of the enemy base.
That's a bit of all.
Still see Doom for phase boots, mana boots. I think I've seen both, but I have. It's not like I see that many though, so I'm not like, I don't quite remember. I know I do see some get arcane boots though. Well, at this point, you probably just wait second Roche. Keep playing top to like hold that area. Or if you want, you can try to take bottom tower before Roche like can start to spawn again. You've already lost your vision top, so I mean you'd have to like reestablish it anyways. But I am okay with just like going top again for the next minute. For that reason, I wouldn't place it on this cliff. Maybe you felt like this fight was about to break out, so you really wanted vision, but cliffs are pretty common for Zeus to check, so I'd be very careful about it. But this fight did break out around here, so if that was your reason, then that's okay. It's kind of okay. Sometimes they skip, like sometimes there's a danger to taking this one, but I do think having seen like so many heroes in the other spots, you probably could have taken that for your team. All right, so we come through here. Should use a courier for this. Maybe that's what you're calling in now. You guys weren't quite ready for this. Watched it in slow-mo. I feel like they have vision here, or they just came in blind. Oh no, there's their vision. So they had this one and this one. They did see you all coming in here. You guys just weren't fast enough slash lucky enough with the D wards. I think it's a pretty decent buyback. I kind of like it actually. Nice. Someone go check Roche. I would be suspicious of that fight, the way that broke out. I would definitely go check for vision again now. And you be very careful chasing like this. You don't need that Zeus kill like that. You have enough. Oh, you just left? Oh, you left seconds before it was up. Yeah, there's like definitely something in that area based on what's been happening to you all. But unfortunately, your team like left. You guys won this fight, right? Oh, I went to... Let's go back. Like, your team needs to be here. So, I mean, it's not like really fully your fault or anything, but after this kind of fight, the team should just continue to stay in this area. I don't know why, like, he should not be TPing back like this, especially because it was just turning to 29 minutes, so all this farm is available. You guys should continue to just like keep holding these two lanes, and maybe one hero goes somewhere else. Someone who's really fast and can come back quickly. But I don't know, your team like scatters to the 4 wins, and so now you guys are gonna lose your ward up here. Forcing it, huh? It's pretty bold. I would say should not do this, but looks like it's kind of going okay. That's kind of risky. I actually don't know how good Fire Shield is, if it's worth getting. Not a lot of people are playing Ogre. I don't see it too much. So I don't really know if this shard is worth it or not. This positioning, we should just be like moving to the left over here. Trying to find more like this is, I mean, you're not the one who's gonna do it, right? So like, even if you find them, unless the people who you need are free, and this guy's like, blink on cooldown, you know, he's like over here on this fight, so this guy's already looking, he's much tankier, you know, like let them go. That way you don't have to die like that. Look at this guy, tier 2 and getting hit. Still fine. Your team is really diving this tier 2. Oh, they let him go. That's nice. Yeah, will do. Thank you. Okay, Thamada, are you still here? Yeah, you are. I just saw you wrecking that Ursa. Let's do we gotta do your match. Oh, you don't have one? Didn't you renew this last week? I mean, that's fine. We don't need to do it. You want me to give you your points back? Is Ursa the easiest position one to beat? That's an interesting question. I don't know if he's like the easiest, but there's certainly like known weaknesses, you know, that are, it's like more straightforward to beat, which there's, maybe that's easier to execute. I don't know if that actually makes him like the easiest to beat, or just like, Okay, no problem. I wonder how long it'll take us to get back to 5.9. Hopefully we maintain the win rate we've been doing since we started playing support again. Yeah, we're trying to get back up there. All right, in that case, let's just raffle another one away then. Okay, join in the raffle if you'd like. Exclamation point replay. Hi. Let me go see what food is here. I'm pretty hungry. What did Ursa do, guys? What did I just miss? In. Isn't Ursa kind of ridiculous sometimes, though, guys? He's literally 1v5, and he did not die, like, immediately. He survived quite a while. Ursa with Enrage is, you know, a little whack sometimes. All right, you guys enter this raffle. Oh yeah, I see you did. Are you ready? It's Camabyss. Congrats. Sherry, there's an Asian grocery store near me that also has like a food. And apparently what we learned from some friends that my girlfriend just met there, after a certain hour, they'll like sell off some of their foods at a discount. So I guess that's what they went for. So I don't know what it is fully yet. I think there's some like short rib, pork, and various vegetables. You can try it, you can find out. Yeah, a lot of the heroes in this game are pretty ridiculous. I think that's why it's fun. That's why Dota's like a roguelike. Like sometimes that's the way those games are so fun, you know, you hope for like this super sick build and like it's gonna work out. And in Dota, it's kind of like that, right? Different drafts, different starts, different teammates. You're just seeking that high. You're like, oh, the RNG, it's all lining up. Yes. Food if you guys want to see it. I think that's part of why I like Dota. I like roguelites a lot. You're 4, partied with your buddy. Just want some feedback on your supporting. Ooh, nice. Nice, nice. And going up a bit. Okay. So, looks like you are Jakiro and Bristle versus Muerta and Dark Willow. Okay, okay. What are you Herald for? Got it. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that your MMR's gone up a bit. Nice. Congrats. Let's take a look at this. No problem, Kenny. Jakiro Bristleback. So, Bristleback's he's a little awkward as an offlaner sometimes. He's a bit more farm dependent than he used to be. I don't know how long you guys have been playing Dota, but let's see if that happens, because sometimes people try to play like overly aggressive with Bristleback. That's kind of the style he used to have, but nowadays he like farms up more items. So this guy, he's going to use a lot of spells. Quill Spray, Nasal Goo. He's going to use a lot in the laning stage. These two didn't build it. Mistake on their part. But Muerta should build a stick. So should whoever the 5 is down here, which I think was Dark Willow. Because they have a stick versus a Bristleback, they get a lot of mana. So then they cast a lot of spells. And because they're casting a lot of spells, you should get a stick. But maybe you read that they weren't going to buy sticks against a Bristleback. And so you're like, I don't need it. But I mean, Muerta and even either of these supports, like, honestly, it's kind of enough that you could consider getting a stick, even without the Bristleback. So I'd be okay if you got a stick here. I'd also be okay if you went for a fast Ring of Basilius with your Bristleback, and you just sat in the lane a lot with him and just provided him mana. Got an unblock. Wait, did you just kill your own? Oh, maybe you were checking because you thought they blocked. Okay, well, first you have to check everything. Because you've placed it. You didn't check over here or, like, behind this tree a little bit. Make sure to check all the spots before you kill your own sentry. Oops, careful. Okay, you were hitting your own creeps there. That's pretty good. So you see how you came back here? You don't really need to do this. MC, yes, I'm eating dinner. You got me. You came over here to, I'm guessing, check this camp. But now that it's up, what will you do? You'll say, hey, now at 117 I want to pull. But isn't that just a middle step that's unnecessary? At like 117, if you want to pull, why don't you just come to pull? And then you'll see it's not here, I can't pull, I'll go back. Or it's up, you do the pull, you bring it over. That means you don't have this extra like 10 seconds doing nothing. Now, if you have 10 free seconds, sure, but most of the time you don't because there's like creeps going on and stuff. So you kind of just want to be in the lane, poking. Like, you were doing a good job. You were just kind of like hitting your own creeps and stuff. Muerta was like AFK at the start. I don't know what she's doing. But, you know, just like staying in the area, just hitting people. That's really good for the laning stage. So you don't really need to check on that camp. Be like, well, did it spawn at 1 minute, right? It is or it isn't. And so if you don't need it till later, might as well find out later. Maybe come and do a pull. It's a few seconds early, but that's okay. You'll get the timing down as you go. So I don't really mind. I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it. But of course, the less time you can spend like waiting, the better. This pull should be okay, I guess. It's actually pretty nice that you split this. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but this is a good trade. Yeah, mess her up, mess her up. Go, go, go. Liquid fire her. All right. So this is a good dual breath. Try to kite after her. This should be a liquid fire if you can. And then you attacked once there. You should keep kiting and then attack again. Here you're kind of like just standing still attacking, right? You want to practice that attack move. And that way you can get even more damage on her. You might even be able to kill her. Because right now, like if you kited her and attack move, you make your way through these brambles, you're probably near her right now. And then dual breath is up again. And you can probably actually kill her. Neutral creep. Go for it. Go for it. Oh, you should go for that. I think you can kill her there. Am I going to share that dinner? I don't know. This is my dinner. Nah, I'll share it. Here you guys go. Go for that banner creep. Yeah, that neutral was really trying to help you guys out. If your buddy plays Bristleback a lot, if you can do these stacks, really good. Bristleback's timing is like the Aghanims typically. So it's like boots, a survivability item. I see a bracer in here. That bracer's gonna be hella late. Then he goes for like a fast Ags, and that guy is absolutely absurd. Oh, thank you. He's doing a milkshake as well. I'm being spoiled today. No boba. I don't think so. We just have some ice cream and this like bag of frozen berries from Costco. So we'll like blend the berries, some milk, some of the ice cream, sometimes some ice. I did. Here you go. See? Yeah, no problem. I got you. Go for it. She's dead. She's dead. Go for her now. She's gone. 1v2. Very good time. Fight, fight, fight. Get over here. Try to avoid the brambles. Go, go, go. This is a kill. I'm telling you, just chase, chase, chase. Chase, chase, chase. Go stand like right here. Don't get dead-shotted into the tower. But if you stand over here, what can she do? Look at your health. If you both right-click to the death, you win. So that means you get to stand right here. Oh, I'm worried about Dark Willow. Dark Willow TP'd home in front of your face. You know exactly where she is. So you stand here, and anytime she wants for her last hit, you fight her. If she fights you, you're also happy because you know she'll die first. So she eventually turns around, and then you get a free hit in, and so you just further your lead. Once you get the health advantage, you can abuse the health advantage. Right? You keep backing up to a safe spot. Which it actually is kind of good to do right now because these creeps are about to die. But earlier, you didn't need to do that. When you had more creeps alive and you can, like, stay here, they'll just keep fighting your creeps, and you're going to zone her. Third milkshake? Nice. A refill later. Thank you. Love you. Would you consider doing live coachings or recorded ones? I've thought about it. The issue is... Where? Which one? No? Do I need it? Nah, it'll be fine. Thanks. She doesn't play Dota. Chat wants some milkshakes too. That's what the third one's for. That's for you all. Sorry, I have no idea what you're doing for that last minute. Let me go look. I'm just a little worried about, one, it's random people coming onto the stream, and it scares me a little. I guess if any of you were like any of the coaching students were too like inappropriate or whatever, I can just kick them and all that. But then we have to like deal with that, you know? That's kind of like stressful and awkward. So that kind of like worries me about doing it live on stream, though it would be very time convenient for me. But I also don't think many people would like follow as much. I don't think that kind of content is as interesting for some people, like the people who aren't being coached. Now some people do, but even BSJ like loses a lot of viewership during those times, I think. So that's one thing. And then 2, the recorded ones could be okay, actually, I think. I do record coachings, and I upload them unlisted. Anyone on Patreon can access them. I've thought about making them more publicly available. But I don't know. The coachings are... 1, I don't do that many. But 2, sometimes it just seems like a little awkward. Like sometimes... Most are fine, actually, but like... I don't know. Sometimes even in the, like... Whose fault is it anyways? Like... The video is about me critiquing people, right? So they're already being critiqued and told, like, what they're doing wrong. And then some of the comments are kind of harsh on them, too. They're like, this guy's garbage. I'm like, dang, guys, come on. We're still trying to help them learn. I'm already telling them what's wrong, you know? And so that's, like, one of my concerns for coaching is that it becomes even more personal. Like, the person's voice, at least, is in the video, right? And then, like, hey, you shouldn't do this. And in the comments, like, if it's a video, like, this guy's garbage, LMAO. And I'd feel pretty bad about that, I feel. I don't know. Maybe I'm worried about nothing. Maybe it's not really going to happen or anything, but... You can try to deny that silencer. I don't think you have to back away. I think you can stay and fight. I don't know if you should leave top too much. You know, 1 rotation mid's probably not a huge deal. Let's see if you stay here too long, though. I would really like you to continue helping your friend take that tower quickly and help him get farm. So keep stacking things. So, for example, you probably could have stepped out of the mid lane to do a double stack here. That would have been pretty good. Like I said, 1 rotation not a huge deal, so went mid, came back. The guy just died, so actually now you probably do have to go mid, otherwise you're going to lose, like, too much. So now you do this, you probably do have to come mid, so you should TP mid now. He TP'd and died. He can't come back for a really long time. So now that's too much time away. Now I would want to go back. Yeah, I'm almost done eating, guys. Won't be an eating stream forever. Yeah, I'm a little slow processing them sometimes, the Mata. So then it'll just be like, all right, here's like 4 coaching sessions in a row. Nice. Nice solo kill. Honestly, overall, your lane's not too bad here from what we're watching. I think you can just capitalize on it more, right? Like looking for stack opportunities is the main one for a hero like Bristleback. Because what's he at now? Right, so now he's entered the survivability stage and now really wants to like speed his way to his Aghanims, which will help him become like insane. I think that's the build on him still. He's not that common, so I don't see him that much anymore. But I'm pretty sure that's still the build on him. And Aghanims can be a little slow to get to, you know? So he's a really good hero for clearing stacks. When he goes to do them, you get a little bit of time in the lane. Or you can take the XP from the stacks too. He mainly needs the gold. Oh, sorry, Camabis. I didn't notice. I think you were talking about that first time you went mid, right? Should you have placed your observer here? instead of, I think, this cliff one maybe. Yeah, I would be okay with that, especially because you have one here, and I think you guys are pretty strong top. This might depend on the match, right? But you guys are doing pretty well. I would say you want one observer in mid at least. And since you already have one here and you are roaming mid, I do think it would be good for you to head over there and plant it. You know, you could like maybe put it on this cliff. Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa, whoa. Hey, puppets, thank you. Thank you very much. You get some of the milkshake. There you go, puppets. No one else. This is for puppets. Thank you very much. Yeah, we gotta jump forward again. I don't mind that TP mid because it'll help you reconnect with these two faster. Oh, look at you using these illusions to tank the tower. All right, I think that was a really nice push for you overall. I think one thing you could have done is maybe like put a sentry and check this area to like in between. Liquid fire does most of your damage, so like in between using that, it would be really nice. Nice, set up that quap kill. Pretty low for it, otherwise I'd say you could stay out here. Oh no. Things were going so well, the plan. All right, you and your buddy, you're partied up, so you actually have more control of this than usual. Stay in here. Screw bottom. Don't go there. This tower, I don't give a shit. Don't do it. Stay up here. You guys were in a really good spot. Come back up. This observer's not bad. It might be a little better, like more in the jungle, but it's fine. Put another one, maybe in a sneaky spot that the enemy's not gonna find as easily. Somewhere back here could be good. Somewhere like on this ledge or this ledge maybe, or maybe somewhere around here, which is maybe a little more common but also easier to defend. And then you and Bristleback just keep like farming this area. Maybe Bristleback, you're gonna watch him really, but like you'll stack it for him, let him do it, and when he's doing this, maybe you can farm the wave a little. But you guys just keep playing this area. Famata. That's a very interesting video idea. Perhaps I should. You guys don't even have to take that tier 2 tower. Just stay in that area, help your Bristleback get to that Ags. If they dive bottom really hard, then I guess you can TP in. Which maybe is what happened here. A little bit. I mean, okay, actually, this one's kind of okay, I guess. But maybe you could just go, and Bristleback could stay. Or maybe if Bristleback just TP'd here, it would have been better rather than the TP back here. Because then you guys would have actually kept that tower alive, I think. Yeah, you gotta be careful with Thamada. He's a sassy one. Thanks, MC. Yeah, it goes up and down a little bit. I'll be real with you. It does stress me out a little sometimes, since I want the channel to grow and everything. And actually lately, even the YouTube videos, right? It's been going down a little bit, but still relatively good. I'm trying to tell myself it's like MMR. You know, it goes up and down. You just can't stress too much about it. But I'm very grateful that you all will drop by and watch. I appreciate it a lot. I said I was almost done eating, but here I am, slowly still going. Having a good time, eating food, watching games. There's so much farm in here, come back. That's a pretty nice wyvern ult, though, I gotta say. I mean, this kind of stuff is inevitable. It'll happen like once or twice every now and then. And it's not like the worst either. The reason this happened was pretty understandable. You guys were trying to hold that tower. Oh yeah, look at you, back up here. Let's go. Affect your income to a degree. It depends like how much. For Twitch, probably the subs do matter more than like viewership itself, but there is like some ads and stuff from viewership. Actually, I never abuse that button. I should maybe. Nah, I'm not really. But to a degree on Twitch, yes, but not as much. For YouTube, the views do affect it more. And I'm not like super worried about any individual video, I guess, so much as like growing the channel. Because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm always willing to hear viewer feedback, right? But lately I feel like the videos are decent, you know? Like compared to other big channels, I feel like there are some good topics that are covered. I feel like the editing and quality is like, it's okay, you know, it could be better. It's not the same as like Jenkins style videos, right? His are much more edited, much more funny, but that's not exactly what mine go for anyways. So there's like improvements to be made there, but I think they're like okay. I think a big thing is like trying to get YouTube to actually share it out. Because when I see other, this is super dangerous by the way, you're probably gonna die here. When I see like other big channels, like I know the Dota audience is out there, but I need YouTube to share those videos. So that's kind of my concern when I see like views going up or down. I need to figure out how to get YouTube to like recommend my videos more, that people want to see it. And I think if more people like find the channel, I'd like to think that there's enough on the channel that is like, yeah, this looks okay. I'll like keep watching stuff here. Listen to the videos at work. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I should explain this a little more. The reason this is super dangerous. One, Quap's here, right? You saw that? And then, like, you don't really see anyone else. Like, Top is pushing in and no one's dealing with it. You did just kill Dark Willow, or your team did, right? So, like, that's cool. But then if they do have an observer here, one, Quap was in the area, and then two, where are the other three heroes? There's a good chance they're here or here because they're not up here. So on either side of the jungle, and especially in this side of the jungle, right? If you start showing up here, they're going to get you. Hey, Milky Bear TV with the raid. Welcome, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on? Sorry, I should look at the camera when I say that. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for raiding in. Were you all... I'm guessing you all were just playing Dota right there, right? Oh, this emote's sick. I love this dancing bear. Oh my goodness, this is great. Guys, whoever else came from that raid, thank you. Put those
Come
dancing
on,
bears in
YouTube
here.
recommend videos. Love the dredge content and the reading, voices make it more enjoyable since I have it on in the background or on a small phone.
Thanks, we go hard. I'll make sure to read more of the voices. Dredge tomorrow. Everyone who came from the raid, welcome. Thank you. I'm Zach. Nice to meet you all. We do educational Dota 2 content here, mainly support, but some of the other stuff is, oh my god, that bear is even better. The bear butt, oh my god, that's hilarious. I love it. Great emotes. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, you can this stream or YouTube, you can find more educational content if you want, but that's not important. These bears dancing is like way more important. Should we try to make one? Should I try to get one for the Pog Chick emote? Should we get PogChair to do this? I don't think it'll be as funny though. This bear is like a way better fit for this. These are great emotes. I love it. I really wanted to update. I want like my own emotes and like sub badges and stuff. Like those have not existed, right? We really need to get into it. This is a great idea for it. Well, thank you so much. Thanks so much for coming in. I am having a good stream. I will continue to do so. Thank you. I hope you had a good one as well. Well, for everyone who also just joined, today we're doing replay analyses. I do it every Wednesday, and we're almost done with this one. So actually, I'll open it up. We'll remove the. Sometimes it's slightly favored in subs, but since we've got guests here, let's change it. Let's screw the subs. You guys are already at this channel. We'll make it favor any newcomers. Did have a good stream? Great. I'm happy to hear that. What were we talking about before? I just forgot. We were talking about something. Or we were talking about Dota dying and like different stuff. The video icons and names help with being... Yeah, all of that stuff. Trying to like get all that for the YouTube channels to make it better and everything. Someone asked like about Dota dying. I don't think so. But I would appreciate if Valve like seemed a little more hands-on, I guess, with some parts of it. But they are doing some stuff, so it's like, okay, like, I don't think it's, like, dead or anything. And when you see our game, like, it's awesome. Our game's sick. So, like, I don't think it's really, like, dying. Especially if you look at games like StarCraft. That's been going forever, right? Which actually is also kind of starting to die. But it lived 25 years and is still going strong. StarCraft 1, right? So, like, Age of Empires 2, that's still going. You know, there are games that are very old. So... maybe the player base will shrink over time, but I think Dota will keep going. That may not make it easy for content creators, but it's a different issue, I suppose. I don't think it'll die, but it could definitely, like, you know, grow a little more. That would make me feel more comfortable being a content creator, but it is what it is. Here, let me set up the replay giveaway real quick while we're just chilling here. All right. If you'd like to join the replays for anyone new, I will pop this up. All you have to do is type !replay. You'll enter a raffle, and then we'll pick a winner from the raffle, and you'll just need to give me a match ID, let me know who you're playing. The match ID needs to be within the last week so I can download it, unless it's ticketed. I think that's it, yeah. I don't really care what rank or role you are. I'll help less if it's, you know, if you're better than me, then there's only so much I can do. But we're usually good enough to help most people. Dota's always gonna be Dota, heck yeah. Yeah, this one's Herald. Oh, thank you. As a pro player in StarCraft 2, we got a pro here. Yeah, StarCraft 2, I know, that one was sad. They just went through, they just like announced they were stopping to do that. I mean, I don't follow StarCraft as closely now that I like mostly do Dota, but I do still put it on in the background a lot. It's one of like my, like say I'm cooking or something, I'll play like old StarCraft matches. Not even old, just like whatever's been going on, I just haven't been able to keep up with. It is sad that it's not gonna happen. I don't know like what's gonna change with it. StarCraft 1 amazes me it's still going on. I don't know if StarCraft 2 will have that same kind of resurgence like StarCraft 1. And I know that the same thing could always happen to Dota at some point, so that part is kind of scary. Hopefully the channel grows big enough before that happens. That's actually part of why I quit my job to start doing this, because I was like, if Dota dies, I'm done, right? It's too hard to like start again. Not that it's too hard and I wouldn't do it, but like, we gotta grow the channel now on Dota so that when it dies, we can switch to other things maybe. I don't know when I'll reach that point. If Dota dies, at least there's a whole ton of people looking for new games, so maybe that would be another opportunity as a content creator. I hope Dota doesn't die, though. I really like this game. I like other games, too, though. I'm willing to play them for money. Anyone out there who needs an advertisement, I'll do it. All right. Let's pick a new one. Anyone who'd like to join? Exclamation point replay last second. Let's pick a new winner. Maybe we'll get someone from the raid just now. All right, are we ready? Exelarch. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Congratulations. Take your time. Just kidding. You're on the dot. You're ready to go. You're pretty new. 250 games. Got it. I will not be too harsh on you for any kind of like basic mistakes. Average MMR's Legend 1. Oh, so maybe did you come from another MOBA? That's already pretty. Legend's already pretty solid for only 250 games in. Let's download. Let me update that game info. So I'll say unranked, but legendish. And then you came from League. Got it. Who are you playing in this game, by the way? Sorry. Yeah, I actually also came from League a long time ago, but yeah, I was playing League with some friends there, and then eventually switched to Dota. You're Ursa. Awesome. Oh, wait, that's not what I need to type. Hard carry. Keru. Can't type. All right. Put this down. Okay, then you probably have a lot of like general MOBA concepts already down, but maybe like Dota specifics are still something you're learning with. I don't know. If there's any kind of concept or question you have, let me know. I'll try not to like. I don't know. I'll keep it like. We'll talk about basics since you're newish, but also if you already know them, you know, let me know and we'll like skip over into more complex stuff. Okay, so you're Ursa. Had trouble closing the game. Let's watch. Oh, you can watch from 30 minutes onward. Okay, it was a 1v2 lane. Okay, cool. Looks like you've already got some pretty good hands-on teaching. So about 30 minutes in, let's see, where is the game at? So, damn, 14-1-1, you're doing pretty well. Item build looks pretty solid. Did they have like a Radiance or something? I see you getting this MKB. I don't think they have evasion talents, do they? You probably don't need this MKB until you actually see evasion. What would be good here, actually? Full disclosure, as a support player, I don't even have to think about sixth item Ursa build here. My worry for you, I guess, is getting kited by Viper and maybe this like black hole a bit. I've already got the BKB. The Aghanims help? Let me think about this a bit as we watch. The Aghanims might help you survive, but then again, you're also super farmed, so maybe we don't even need to think about that. You mentioned closing out the game. This one is going to be a little hard. Pudge Hook and then like the Enigma Black Hole threat makes it pretty hard to go high ground. Your team playing it safe is probably a good call. And I'd say just like keep farming it up. Make sure they don't leave their map too much. And then if you want, you can try to like split it. Have Broodmother go like one lane, you guys go another, and just keep farming it up. And slowly whittle down the towers. Yeah, this is the kind of thing you want to avoid on the high ground. I mean, this isn't you, but like this is why high ground's difficult against these heroes. Is for that reason. So sometimes you do just have to play it really slowly. I don't know if this is the first Rosh, maybe the second, but your lead will just keep growing, right? If this is the second Rosh, the third one's going to start having like those Aghanims, the refreshers. Your team is not very good at taking high ground, so that is where sometimes you just have to like farm up a lot and slowly get there. And eventually you're just like so rich. Like 18k is like really getting there, but you could still throw into like a big black hole. It's not your job, but maybe you could ask the supports to make sure they're like dewarding these areas. Not that you can tell that they have observers down here, but these are actually like relatively, like when you're stuck in your base, somewhat common. Oh, does he have a gem? Oh no, he put this one. Okay. Nah, they're doing it great. Damn, you're rich. You're so much more farmed than your teammates. You can swap in this, you built it, so like whatever other item you built could have worked too, right? You can swap the BKB. It's pretty common to backpack BKB when you have Aegis, and then when you die with the Aegis, put in the BKB. But also not really the biggest deal in the world. Yeah, I think Ags does sound good. That way if you're caught, you can pop the ult. Swap phase boots depending on the battle or battle fury. Gotcha. I do sometimes see like people do the boots, but Ursa's biggest issue is usually getting kited, so it's a little scary to do that, I would say. Right now your team is splitting up a lot, so be careful of this. So this is one difference from Dota and League that you may have experienced to some degree already. The mobility in Dota is greater than League, in my opinion, due to like teleports and everything. So you have to be really careful when you show in multiple lanes, because let's say they're all top, they could instantly all be bottom. I mean, not instant, right? But within a few seconds, they could all rush bottom. So when you're trying to like choke them out of the map, you do want to like try to play the whole map, but you kind of want to do it in chunks as a team. So like first you play this top 2/3 and you play there as a group, and then you kind of like shift towards the bottom. That way you're always like relatively close and the enemy has no play back in to the game. Right now, technically, they should see this. They're like, here's Ursa, here's some heroes mid, here's some heroes top. So like they should all smoke and run at you, for example, bottom. Because like what can your team do? They all have to run here because you guys have no way to TP here. And then like you're rich, but like not 1v5 rich. So you want to be careful of this stuff. Many pubs won't actually punish this, but it is something important to think about. I know League is a little slower to get around because no one has like the teleports. Yeah, it's difficult to coordinate. That's how pubs go. if you were to be by yourself, I'd say you'd want to be on the top part because like your team has wards there. So see what they're doing, right? They're starting the fight and like y'all aren't ready. And this is not like strictly on you because it's always going to be difficult to get your teams to play this way. But right now you're all just like waiting for the next Roche, get all of that, and at some point you'll be so rich, like that's that, or they eventually make their way out of their base. What was that? I heard a BKB. Rude misclick. Oops. You can also wait for your teams to farm or like build up meteor hammers. That's an uncommon one, but yeah, unfortunately your team just does not have a very good draft for pushing high ground. So it's a bit difficult, but like eventually if you build up a huge lead, you can all just agree to like YOLO push. But typically, like if you wait long enough, the enemy gets really bored and they'll eventually make their way out. Earthshaker actually did it. Nice. Oh, skipped ahead and something big happened. Uh-oh. Here's where the Aghanims could be pretty good. Yeah, I don't think you die there with the Aghanims. Or at least you don't die yet. Maybe they follow up with more damage. And then you see, because your team was all split up, and also that Earthshaker was dead, you guys are stronger, but now they're finding the like 5v1, 5v1, 5v1. So then of course it goes their way. So yeah, while splitting, you just have to be like careful of that stuff, especially because Earthshaker was dead. You don't want to be like up here. And in fact, if you think about it, if you let the creeps leave the base further, it's probably safer for you, but you might also bait them out of their base, where they think like, so for example, you just leave, and this is part of why you shouldn't actually try to play all 3 lanes. It's dangerous. Like you play these top 2 lanes, this lane starts pushing out, and then someone thinks they can do it. They start leaving, and then you're like, okay, go, go, go. Like smoke this way, or all TP bottom and smoke this guy and kill someone. And then it's a 5v4, and then maybe you can dive the base. But if you try to play all 3 lanes, 1, you're literally keeping them in their base so they never leave, which could be good to an extent. But 2, it opens you up the risk because like you guys are really scattered and you never know. They could all just go top, go bottom, whatever. Now your team's kind of like snowballing it. Everyone just has to get back and reset now. Hi, Initial. Yes, but this is I kind of do like a raffle system here. So we're currently watching this Ursa game, and then once it's done, I'll open up the raffle again, and you are free to join in. But that way, just to keep it fair, it's just random to whoever joins in. Though you're in luck, currently it's tilted in your favor towards anyone new here. So like right now your team's pushing, but you should probably actually still be careful because Earthshaker's still dead. Okay, and then this, super dangerous. So from your perspective, Brood was up here, or everyone's perspective, Brood was up here and now is down here. The only way that is possible is through teleports. And there's a cooldown. So even though she has Boot to Travel, that is 40 seconds, you shouldn't do anything. So from the enemy team's perspective, this should be like an immediate go signal. They should all smoke and run top, because whoever they find top will not include Brood. So the worst they run into is a 5 versus 3, and that's still really favorable. Earthshaker respawns, he TB's up here, 5 versus 4, still favorable. Broodmother has 13k net worth, so this 17k difference, take Brood out of it, you guys are like 4k, and that's, you know, that's not really anything at 37 minutes. So for all of you should be like very careful. Looks like that's what you're doing. Actually, maybe you were just checking Roche, but it really worked out. You do want to be very careful when that kind of stuff happens. Refresher. Did he just take it from you? I think you having Refresher could be good. Double BKB. I think that could be decent. Here's another case. You guys are showing mid, Brood showing top. So again, from them, they could just smoke and pick either one, and it won't be the full 5-on-5. But showing back all the way back out here is kind of okay, because they should be a little careful. Try not to pop BKB. If you have Aegis, another common practice is to just die with the Aegis and don't BKB. Unless it's like really early in the Aegis lifetime and you don't want it to go so fast. But typically you save BKB for after the Aegis. So if you want to come in here, let's do it a little slower. We're kind of like zooming along there. Oops. And actually, you don't need to do this because this guy bought Earth or Meteor Hammer. Just let him like slowly do this, and eventually, if they jump him and they use spells on him, then you go in. But now your team wants to be really careful because you have no BKB. These webs are really overlapping. Right, this is actually fine. It's a little slow and a little boring, but it's really safe, right? So you just let Earthshaker keep doing this, and your team probably wants some kind of like detection. So then when this happens, right now, this is when your team goes in. They're kind of like not ready for this though. So Earthshaker should have been waiting for them to be ready. / they need to be ready for this to happen. And now is when like your team goes in, but your team's kind of like not ready. So then that happens. What if I get CC'd right after Aegis though? I guess you just gotta be fast with it. I guess, I don't know. That's just what I see most of the time is people are really quick on it. I suppose you're right. If you're really worried about chain stun, then you can keep it in like to be ready. But if you're not, then people will put the BKB down here. But does it say here? Over 5 seconds? No, that's not. I love that it's got the pronunciation here. How long's the respawn on this? For some reason, I'm like forgetting the exact. Isn't it like really close if you do it? I never pick up the Aegis. I feel like I don't at the time. 5-second delay. So I guess there's like 1 second between backpack. I still see people do it though. It's 6 seconds exactly? Wait, the swap or the Aegis respawn? Oh, I got distracted. What happened to you guys? Alright, everyone get out. Earthshaker dead. Run away. This is another timing you can wait for. Neutral items. If you like can't break into the high ground, you just push up and you wait for neutral items to come out because the next tier is pretty strong. That can also be another power spike you can use to gain an advantage. It's hard to get neutral items in the base if you're trapped in there. Double echo. See, now that they're leaving, I mean that wasn't a very good initial fight for you all. But now that they're leaving the base, you can kind of see how it's like so much easier to fight them. Oh, this is. Oh, run away! A little deep. Like eventually, the enemies will do something like this, where they walk out too far, you get some kills, and you get these. Jeez. I think he had a window there, but I mean, I screw up my hotkeys all the time, so. Okay, let's open the entries for the next one. We're gonna keep going here for a little longer, but you guys can start entering. Type !replay if you want to join in. So you're getting a nullifier. That's a good option. Yeah, I think the Aghanims would help a lot. I guess at this point you can wait for like the next Roshan to get it. But I think Aghanims is really good. That way when you do get crowd controlled, you can pop it. And you're really difficult to kill. Stand further down. Stand further down. Oh no! Okay, team's still got to be careful of the black hole. Let's see. Okay, maybe a little throw here because of that. The game continues. No, wait for the team! Brood is not interested in you guys. She's just going for the base. Meteor hammer that. This is, I mean, it was a little messy on the way there. But this is kind of what you're hoping for. You just keep trapping them in their base. Play it safe. Play it smart. You eventually get them to come out of the base. Or you just keep building up this insane net worth. Part of the difficulty for you this game was just the draft. And this will happen, right? If you were some ranged hero, it would have been so much easier to close the game. But of course, the game would have played out a little differently because you're a ranged hero. So sometimes it's just easier. It's actually so funny. I'd never thought of that interaction. The Rubik Aghs, Broodmother Web plus Fissure, infinite stun combo. That's pretty funny. You see something new in Dota every day. Oh my god, what do you even do to that? Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, Rubik's wild. A hero like Rubik in League would like break the game. Well, a hero like Rubik breaks Dota too. Oh shit, I don't have enough inventory. Well, you got arguably the most important ones. Can't see inside here. Oh no. Don't worry, he was going for the 50-minute Aghs timing. It's fine, it's fine. I bet. Honestly, if that happened to me, I would be confused as well. I've literally never seen that happen in my life. But because I'm watching from here, I have the time to be like, oh yeah, this is happening. If something weird's going on to you in Dota, it's probably Rubik. Yeah, at this point, you can probably sell the Battle Fury for some other damage item. You could get some kind of crit. Daedalus is really good. Invis tends to be pretty strong in the late game as well because people don't have slots for detection. I mean, you certainly don't, right? So if you wanted to get like a Silver Edge, you could break some passives here, and it would give you some crit. And if nothing else, if you're just that rich, you can use it and then backpack it. Then walk around Invis for a little bit. I'm about to end this man's whole career. Not you. You're looking for more. Nice. All right, let's pick our next replay. And the winner, Spartan 52, Spar 7. I think it's supposed to be a T though. Wait, what is the cooldown on this? 16, 17 seconds. It's too funny. This is a bug too, anyways. He's not supposed to get that. Or like, it doesn't make sense that he has it because it's an aftershock effect, but it still sort of works. It's tied to fissure. Got your Indian food, but they forgot the rice. That is an absolute tragedy. Although some Asian places don't sell the rice with their food. That's the worst. I hate that. Why would I order the food but not get rice? I'm sorry to hear that happen to you. I hope you can still enjoy your food. Spartan, once you get a moment, just send in the match ID. We'll keep chilling watching this for a bit longer while you get that. Yeah. Rubik's having a fun time. I mean, from here, should be relatively good, right? Just, you can probably kind of do whatever, but also still just play it safe. Get some kills. The megas will help you a lot. Anytime you drag them out, the megas are kind of ending things. This is too funny. Oh my god. And every time he refreshes, I think he gets all the charges back. You know what's crazy too? If you knew you were against, like, if this would only work against the Brood, I guess, but because you only just steal the same spells, you could also throw in spell steal. So he could just go like spell steal, web, 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 spell steal, web, 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 spell steal, and the cooldown from the Ags would make it so short. All right, let's move on to the next one. Well, despite being new to Dota, you seem to be doing pretty well. I'm sure you'll rank pretty quickly. But yeah, that closing out that game was going to be pretty difficult. I'm not surprised you felt you had a tough time doing it. The draft just made that like really difficult. Feel like your lane, middle not sure, and mid game my farm just drops because you're not sure what to do. Got it. Who are you playing here? I didn't see one of them named Spartan. Did Ursa win? Yes, it took a while, but they got there. You are the Puck. Got it. Okay, I'll try. I don't play too much Puck mid. See what we can do. You're against Quap, so you've got that going for you. You're gonna want to grab a fast point and phase shift. Maybe level 2. I don't know the exact Puck build, I'll be honest. But I don't think you take it level 1 because you have enough regen to like sustain some harass. Oh, this is a very nice start for you. Always good to take away like 2/3 of the enemy's mid health before you even begin. Illusory Orb's fine. It'll help you secure the first couple range creeps, which is your priority. And then level 2 phase shift is pretty good. Right here. So one, if you can angle your illusory orb a little bit more to hit her as well as the range creep, that would be great. But then two, so if you move this way a little bit, this is a really good time to fight because these two melee creeps are hitting her and your base damage is 52, hers is 58. That's like pretty similar, right? Your armor is a little worse. But if you right click trade here, you're not tanking any of her creeps and she's tanking two of yours. Now, one downside is that you are on the low ground, so you got to be a little careful of that. But like, I think this would be an okay time to poke. And if not poke her, poke your creep to get it lower and to get it killed off. But you can also just kill these creeps too, to push in the lane. You'll find that if you're a ranged hero in the mid lane and you push in the wave, it gives you a good chance to mess with the enemy. You can also try to do like some, there you go. Yeah, some defensive creep aggro tricks, things like that to help you out. Nice. Oh, I forgot to see what rank this was. Is this unranked? Or, I mean, it is unranked, but like... Unranked mid. Oops. Let me also... Okay. Okay, we're about to have the bottle. You're about Archon. Got it. So now that you have phase shift, you can be a little more aggressive. You can like poke her a bit more. He tried. I'm not gonna blame you. I would definitely screw it up too. All right, you see how, let's speed this up a little bit. So with the runes coming up, you want to like push the lane in so you can go get them. Right now you're kind of just like balancing it and keeping it even. That's much more of a safe lane concept. The mid lane, the wave will bounce back and forth quite a lot, and you want to like time it in a way that helps you. So you could have done it a little bit ago. Let's keep going, and the 4-minute will be another chance. But even without the runes, it can be useful for you if you ever want to stack camps or just harass the enemy more. Because then when, just like I was saying, you can trade when they have 2 creeps on them and you don't have any, right? You can create that by killing their creeps faster and then pushing it into them. And she should be maxing Scream of Pain to counter this, but maybe she won't, and she has the wrong build. And you can punish her this way because she has to deal with all these creeps. You get to poke her for free. Every time she fights back, she's taking all these creep hits. And to do so, you kind of have to like attack these creeps a bit more. So like right now you're kind of like not, right? I mean, that range creep's fine. But then other times when the lane's just like static, just hitting the creeps to push faster will give you an opportunity. Like right here is an opportunity if you were up here to be like hitting her and she can't do much about it. You can try to like backpack stuff if you want for extra efficiency. There we go. Nice. See, if you actually angle that to like hit these creeps as well, that way you can start pushing in the lane early, and we can kind of like line it up with the 4-minute runes. So for example here, yeah, just like do a lot of attacking on the creep wave. You're kind of killing your own there for a bit. There are times you want to do that, but yeah, you see how now it's like, okay, the 4-minute runes are spawning and it's kind of just stuck here, which means if I walk away, I could lose XP if she quickly shoves in the lane, or like you're both in this kind of like weird spot. But if you had like shoved it in, then you would feel a lot better about getting the rune and she'd feel a lot worse.
Me. Down you go.
Because it's always even, you're having a hard time harassing her. So, I don't know. I won't like repeat the point like endlessly, but I do think it's a good one where if you shove in the waves, you'll have an easier time pressuring her. Like here, you would just attack. Like preparing for the 6-minute rune, just start attacking a lot. Auto attack all these creeps, shove it in, and then harass her. Because right now, if you did that, right, this is probably like, it's actually going to be stuck on the catapult wave for a bit, but that's okay. You want her catapult dead and yours alive, because if she leaves the lane as well, your catapult will do a lot of damage to her tower. And with a 6-minute rune, you can possibly rotate, possibly kill mid. Who knows? Depends on the rune. But getting this catapult killed is an objective. Getting the lane shoved for the rune's an objective. So it's like all lining up nicely to do. Ooh, going for this. Okay, a little bit. Let's think about why you can't kill her. The hard part about killing her is the blink. Once you coil, she can't blink. If she's silenced, she can't blink. So you want to keep those spread out to maximize the time you have to auto attack her and fight. So one, you could try to get a little closer to her before doing this, but then when you use this silence, right, it's overlapping. So now instead of, what do we have? 6 seconds plus 2 seconds, so 8 seconds of time to kill her. You've now shortened that down to still just 6 seconds because you put the silence completely within the dream coil. And here you can see, like, if you had another second or two to auto attack, you'd probably kill her. In fact, you could have killed her anyways, I think, if you didn't jaunt over. I think you just stay there and fight. And you'd probably kill the co-op right there. A little unlucky on the rune. You're a lot stronger than her, though, even with the DD, because you had so much health. So I think you can, like, still stay there and fight. So it's good that you aggroed this under the wave ahead of time, because otherwise, I don't know if it was going to happen, but we were going to potentially see her do what we were talking about, which is, like, you have to deal with this wave, and now she gets to harass you. So right now, if you imagine, she could be here harassing you, but she's kind of not. But neither of you are doing it, right? And I suspect this might happen in a lot of your games, because this is one of the things about mid lane, is learning these kind of tricks. Once you start applying that pressure, until you're used to dealing with it, it's really tough. Like, you're getting harassed, they're fighting you for every last hit under your tower. Like, people just never deal with that. And so it becomes, it's like, it's very difficult. They crumble a lot of times. So if you can be the one to do it, it's really good. You look like a pro as hell mid laner. So here's another case where you just auto attack. She's actually kind of doing it right. She's auto attacking a ton. It would also be okay for her to use a spell, depending on like the timing, to shove this in. And now if you go for the 8-minute rune, right? Let's say she did this a few seconds earlier. Now you're going for this and you're missing a couple creeps to your tower because it's being shoved in. But neither of you really did that, so you're both kind of free to go check the rune, both come back. Neither of you are really making the other like miss out on too much, which looks like you're outlasting her a bit, but it's like nothing too crazy. Oh? We gonna go for it? She left already. Darn. Here. She's doing it. Sort of. Never mind. She poked your tower once or twice. I don't know. I don't think we're going to see it this game. Oh, maybe. Here's your chance. Push it in. And this is where you like stand and you like harass her and fight her a bit. Kind of just stood under here. You could at least go like stack maybe. Stack for yourself. You have pretty good wave clear. Or stack clear because of Illusory Orb and Waning Rift. Darn. You're also finding it difficult I'm kind of projecting this thought maybe, but you might also find it difficult to rotate to side lanes if you're not pushing in the mid lane enough. Because, like, it's always in the river, and then it's always out your tower. It feels like, when do I go? Well, to go, you gotta, like, shove it out and buy yourself about 30 seconds when you're waiting for the next creep wave to spawn, and it's still along the lane, and it's not under your tower. So that's when you gotta do it. You gotta, like, shove it, then go to a lane, gank, come back. You don't always have to, but Puck is a really good hero for that kind of thing. Nice, good kill. Let's go shove mid. Guess that's kind of okay. Team probably had it, but you're also right there, so it's fine.
Except my brain is much larger.
Might want to grab a clarity as well to help with your mana. You're getting a little low there. You don't want to have to sacrifice your farm speed at all, but planning for this Invis Rune and Dream Coil, you're going to need a good amount of mana, so the clarity could help with that. Oops. I think you're doing this just a little bit too soon. You should have stacked it first before using those spells. Or stack the Ancients after farming that. Actually, your team's terrible at Ancients. Don't do that. Ah! So see there, you ran out of mana. That's what the clarity's for. I don't know if you get the kill with that one extra Illusory Orb, but it would be really close. All right, that was your laning stage. I think, yeah, I kind of repeated enough about the main lesson of like coming to understand like when it's good to push the lane instead of just kind of staticking it all the whole time. And I'm not a mid player, so I can't give like perfect advice there, but I definitely think runes is a good time. And anytime you're like thinking about ganking or stacking, another really good time. But also it just allows you to out-harass certain heroes. I'll leave that more for other mids, maybe. Yeah, no problem. Alright, let's do another one. Anyone who likes to join, just type it in. We can keep going a little further here while we wait for that. Item build seems fine. I don't really know like Puck's itemization too much, but I do see a lot of like Witchblade. I sometimes see mids buy like 4-staff utility. I don't know if Puck is one of those heroes though, but it is a pretty good 4-staff game if you wanted to get it. Yules is good too, but I don't think Pucks are really building Yules anymore. Let's see. What is the modern day Puck build? It's just Wishblade Blink. Kind of looks like it. I see one Yules. Any more? Oh, I do see a 4-staff. Just one though. I think it's kind of cool though. It'll save you from both supports. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, I'm not fully sure when it's like right to do or not, but it'll keep you safe from this Skywrath ult and Coil, or sorry, not Coil, Cogs, if you get like silenced into Cogs. I guess Yules also does that though, so I don't really know when one would be better than the other. But if you get the 4-staff, you can pop your own Coil, and that's pretty funny. Yeah, like right there, you'd be kept safe. You're going for the Yules, that seems good. What's your opinion on wands? I feel like I'm about to touch a controversial topic for your channel. Wands are pretty good, I'd say. Supports, I think, can typically finish a wand. You don't have to, but usually at least a stick on most supports is pretty good, and a wand usually has solid value for most people. For cores, only if it like really makes sense. Again, sticks are usually fine. You don't always build it into the wand. It depends what else you build and how important other item timings are. You don't. It is pretty good though. I don't know. Are you playing core or support? There's definitely games I don't finish it though, and I think it's fine. I mean, maybe I'm bad too, and I should always be finishing it. But I think sometimes 10 charges is enough. And I know I'm gonna like fill up on slots pretty quickly. So it's like, what am I gonna sell? Well, if I'm filling up on slots, I want those other things too, maybe. So maybe it's not gonna be the stick. But anytime you get involved in a lot of like early game fighting, stick is usually pretty good. Or the wand, right? Just because you're forcing a lot, you're getting a lot of value out of the charges that way. Okay, let's do another one. Dun dun dun. Silent G. Ganavdor. Non-silent G. It was intentional though, otherwise I would have guessed Navdor, but that's probably also wrong.
That, my friend, was a mistake.
Oh, he missed his ult. Ooh, the great escape. I thought that was I thought you were getting Silver Edge for a second, not the, didn't realize it was, this guy's. Something of a Jakiro player myself. Take a look. Let's see. Spectre Jakiro, okay. Versus LC Wind Ranger. Alright. Sometimes I've gone 2 points in Liquid Fire against LC. It kind of depends how quickly I level up and whether I think she's any good or not. Sometimes I still do like QEQ though. You're laning with Spectre, so we're not really expecting a lot from your lane. We're just trying to get Spectre farm and not die. But we don't really plan to get kills or anything like that. Let's see, you went Tango, Sal. I kind of like this Ring of Protection. I think I might sell this salve to start though, get like 2 branches, and then buy the salve or buy tangos later. Since you're only getting 1 mango, probably would go 2 points in E. I was wondering why you didn't have so much money. I think you bought that smoke too. That's pretty pro of you, I gotta say. A lot of times in pub games, you don't need to do it. The pros leave the fountain instantly. Pub games, God, someone could still be in the fountain right now. Looks like not this time. But it's happened. I've seen it, you know? Jakiro Tinga. I didn't say he was my favorite hero. I just said I'd play him if I was a mid player. My mid pool would go like Invoker, Huskar. No, I don't know if it would actually be Huskar. I'm trying to think who I like having on my team. I pick the heroes I like having on my team. And I like winning games by good draft picks, you know? Either because like someone is active and whatever and it's like actually a good mid hero to play with, Or it's like, oh, this is a good cheese matchup, and then the cheeser wins you the game. You know, I like that. I gotta live up to my own expectations. That's why I learned Broodmother.
Thank you.
And DK.
Finger slipped
Swick.
again. Whoopsies.
Thank you, Swick. What you have a picture request, and I completely forgot what you requested, and I did not write it down. I've been holding on to it. If you remember, let me know. And I'm gonna type it down this time. Timber saw. Damn. All right, let me type that in before I forget. Swick. Timber saw. Done. Okay. It'll be ready by next time. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I did. I dropped a lot. But we're on the way back. Okay, sorry, I got distracted there. Let's look at your laning stage. So, I think you took a pretty rough rune fight. Spectre Jakiro's pretty weak. I might be pretty careful about this. Looks like you came to block the camp. Okay, that part looks like it went okay. You might want to place your observer now too before they show up. Okay, at this point I would just leave probably. Okay, she did take her W. Good on her. But you can kind of see this trade was like not the best. I would save that dual breath. If you're not attacking, the damage from level 1 dual breath sucks. Straight and simple, it sucks for what it costs. It's 140 mana for 100 damage. It's not very good. So if you're not going to attack and make use of the move slow and attack slow, I'd probably like hold on to it. Maybe they were going to chase Spectre there, so I kind of get why you did it. But especially without a lot of mangoes, yeah, we're out of mana now. So we got to be careful. And like, see this one too. Okay, actually you're getting in a couple auto attacks now. But you kind of want to make sure like we're preventing them from doing it because they're like attacking us or Spectre, or we're fighting them. Here, you don't need to go looking for her. You blocked the camp. You know she can't be doing anything. I would just like stay down here. Wind Ranger will out right click you forever. You got the Ring of Protection, but she's way faster than you in terms of like the auto attack. She has longer range. She'll kite you for days pretty much. So I would just stay down here, poke Legion, and hit your own creeps. It's gonna be the like easiest for you to play. And for example, like this range creep here, go ahead and hit that. Or here, help hit this range creep. Try to secure it. You don't really need to trade with the Wind Ranger. Maybe another set tangos? Cool. Coming up here. This melee creep. Yeah, yeah. Keep going, keep going. Just hit it. Yeah, 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 yeah. So now you see, now you're looking for Wind Ranger, but is that ever gonna like really help us out? Not quite. So let's continue to just be on this right side. Hit Legion when she walks up. Otherwise, hit our own creeps. Look at that. Look how many times she's hitting you for free. And every time you try to come in, she just like walks away. I mean, that time you canceled your own attack. But that was like 6 or 7 attacks for free on you. And it's not because you're strictly doing anything wrong when chasing her. That's just how it's going to go. Because of like... This is the issue with Jakiro. He is a slow-ass dragon with short attack range. So you just got to be really careful. You got to close in on her through the trees and then dual breath. Or not. Just one or the other. Just like, you know, keep your distance. Well, I play... Not today. The next time I play Dota will be Friday. And then tomorrow we're going to play Dredge. And see if we can finish it. Because your creep wave is all the way here, you have 2 options. So like this creep wave right here is supposed to fight this creep wave right here. So essentially, you need all your creeps to die to this tower. So if you don't continue to shove, these creeps plus this tower are going to kill these creeps. These creeps are going to survive a little bit, push out. Meet this creep wave probably around here. Because these are going to be weakened and your creep wave is going to be healthy, it's going to push into here. They're going to start dying to the tower. The next creep wave is going to have spawned at that point. They're spawning in 9 seconds. And they're probably going to meet under this tower, get a little weakened here, and you're going to repeat. It's going to get stuck here for a while. So you got 2 options. You either do a pull, which is going to force you to leave the lane, and also both these camps are dead, so you can't do that. Or 2, kill off this creep wave so that they don't push out and cause this delay. All the creeps will die to the tower, hopefully, and then the next one, the 230 creep wave that's about to spawn, will meet right here. So I'd say it's okay to dual breath. Oh, perfect. And just fight. Just kill them. Yeah. Throw out liquid fire too. Get her. Yeah, get her. Liquid fire her. All right. We're not quite killing him as fast as I thought, but I was hoping for that. This might still work out though a little bit. Not quite fast enough. So see, here comes the next creep wave. It's weakened. Meets a little further down than I thought. Maybe they'll mess something up. Nope. They're denying their own stuff. And now it's coming back out here. It's gonna keep happening for a while until you either do the pull or like commit shove it in. Now it's further out. It's safer for Spectre, so you could come do a pull. Anyways, I was watching the lane there. Let's go back to see what you did instead. I think you went for the bounty rune. I think you can leave it for your mid. Spectre will have a hard time without you. Or she should. You could fire her. Anytime you're harassing Legion or Abaddon or anyone with a Dispel, use one. Like say you use dual breath, don't liquid fire right away in case she is going to Dispel. Then if she Dispels, then you use liquid fire immediately. If dual breath has gone on for like a couple seconds and she's still not Dispelling, then you could probably just launch liquid fire right away. God, rip that courier. Ah, nice. You are going for the 2 points on liquid fire. So right idea to go pull. You could have stayed in lane a few more seconds before coming over here. Oh no. Yeah, stay. Oh, I think you're going to miss it now. Oh, okay. Barely. Literally like the last second you possibly could have done that. I don't know if you needed to mango quite yet for that. Liquid fire. Use liquid fire like anytime it's off cooldown. Literally free damage. Pew, pew, pew. Ah! Blade mail? It's fine. You dying for the kill is worth it. What's the recommended skill progress, Jakiro? Q, E, Q, W, Q, Alt, Q, then max W. Skip the talent to max W. But in this game, and against Dispels in the laning stage, I am open to 2 points in liquid fire because no one ever Dispels the liquid fire, but they'll always Dispel dual breath. So then you can sneakily harass them with the liquid fire, and they think it's just level 1 liquid fire, but ho 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 ho, it's actually level 2 liquid fire. And then from here, I go like Q, E, E, Q, W, Q, or Alt, Q, Q. See, I see you like dual breath there, but you don't actually attack, so it does like 100 damage, reduced down to 75 damage, 75 damage for 140 mana. Pretty sad. Plus, if she has a stick, she gets 15 health back, so reduce it even further to 60 damage. She doesn't have a stick though. Stick versus Jakiro is pretty good as a starting item because every time he dual breaths, like It's doing so little to you. You just can't like take a poor right click trade. Is it reasonable to go Ice Path first if your team has damage? Like level 1? No. Max first? Yes, if you trust your pub game team. I play mostly pub, so I don't trust them. That's not true. I'm high enough where you can do it if it makes sense. But lately, I like to just max Q and like farm up and get the levels to go back to Ice Path. If you're anywhere below... Definitely Archon, maybe even up to like Ancient or Divine. Damn, look at this Wind Ranger. Respect. Nice body blocks. Trying to get you that duel. Oh, she did it too. That was a sick Wind Ranger play. I don't know. The whole idea of like, let me get this to be super active and then no one does it really, really hurts Jakiro. Other heroes, it's not so bad because usually the spell you can be aggressive with is still useful, but Ice Path does 50 damage. 5-0. It's really, really, really useless if no one needs to be stunned. So it's typically safer in pubs to go Q, which will still help on most kills, but it'll also help you farm up if kills aren't happening. But you're not wrong that if your team is active and has a lot of damage but no lockdown, max Ice Path is better. At which point the build is Q, EQ, max W, picking up ult, of course. Looks like you're going for a max W build. I don't think you need to do it this game. I think Q's pretty good this game. Well, I don't hate it either, but if you think about it, like Spectre's early game damage is not that great. She'll only get involved when she has her ult anyways. Tinker can join around. He does add a lot of damage. He also doesn't strictly need your lockdown for the damage, though. I kind of like the dual breath here to help in the fights, but also your team probably wins in the late game. So if you max dual breath, that'll help you delay towers. And then like you have time for Tinker and Spectre. Ice Path is like pretty useless in terms of defending your towers. I mean, not useless, but in terms of wave clearing, it's pretty bad. Oh, a nice axe call. Look at him go. Hi, Chica Chica. Wrecking it up with Warlock. Yeah, he seems good right now. I'll go a little further. We got guests here from the raid, so I gotta entertain the guests. Plus, we usually stream to around this time anyways, as long as I'm not too tired.
You just did that.
Get away! Don't kill my wards! I wish anyone had joined a little sooner. I feel for you. I bet you would have killed him with dual breath at level 3. After that, if no one on your team is going Greaves, those aren't bad. Otherwise, Force Staff's pretty generically safe this game too. You want to be playing the top part with Axe. Try not to go too much to this like mid and bottom a lot. The Axe has Blink. This is also part of it, right? Like this is kind of why you can go dual breath, because like Axe will do the Blink initiation and then he needs like help with the damage follow up. Which Macropyre is kind of... We have Ice Path on cooldown there? Oh, it looks like it was. Oh, so close! Yeah, so now you want to like keep playing up here, push this tower. killed him, huh? That's unfortunate. Aether Lens. It's nice to have. I don't think you need to have it, though. It depends. I'll get it against heroes like Bane, Shadow Shaman, Pudge.
Just did that.
Pretty much channels that I need to cancel. I'll consider getting it. But I also think about Blink and Force Staff against those. Kind of depends on the game. Aether's a little greedy, and your spells are already like pretty decent range. I think you can get away without it. But if you're playing greedy, you can do it because it makes your macro pyre even stronger. Not like power-wise, but like in terms of zone control and everything. It's really good. But for 5 Jakiro, you tend to stick behind like a carry or like a certain teammate. Like this is already like pretty long typically. I think not getting Aether Lens is the way to press. That's an interesting way to think about it. I guess so. I think playing save heroes is a very good way about thinking of positioning. Since save heroes tend to be like really weak and high priority, so you'll just feed all game unless you like really think about it. But you also need to think about like being close enough to save others and not just like yourself, but like not so close that you feed first. I think about my positioning the most on those heroes. I think I function better in those like sink or swim situations, like position well or die. Like, okay. Jakiro, you can misposition a little bit, and he's pretty tanky, you know? Ah, don't get me. Wow, that was like a max damage ult, I feel like. Nice try getting her. Oracle, Dazzle, Omni Knight.
You can't cheat that.
Good support item against LC. I think like the mech, for example, is good because you heal up the duel targets to try to keep them alive through the duel. Yules in theory to like Yules LC, but other people can come in and kill the duel target, so it's only like only a partial answer. Like for example here, you Yules her, but Lifestealer still kills it. That's kind of why I like mech and other survivability things, because it helps keep your target alive no matter who's killing them. Same way with like a pipe if you're like more worried about magic damage. For Jakiro, Ice Path is already pretty solid to help prevent people dying in duel because everyone jumps on the duel target, so it's kind of like lining up for you. Wraith Pact is another one that used to be more popular, yeah. How good is it this game? I don't think it like helps your team as much, so I may not... Like, it's pretty good against the enemy team in terms of reducing their damage, but not so much is like useful for your team, because your team isn't really like that much of like the stereotypical right-click high damage heroes. Spectre's like a weird exception to right clickers because of her like desolate damage. Oh, be careful of your attacks there. You're kind of revealing you have a ward. Do you have auto attack set to like always? You probably don't need that if you're a support player. You may want to change that. Nice Ice Path. Omni Knight, I do build Aether Lens because Omni Knight has everything he needs to save other heroes. He just needs to cast his spells and stay alive. And he's already tanky. The issue for him is usually getting in range and having enough mana. So For Omni Knight, I usually get an Aether Lens first item. It is time to run. You don't need to use Macro Pyre. You maybe... Okay, well, actually, you ran out of mana because you Macro Pyred, but once you turn that tree, you probably just start TPing and pray. You don't need to Macro Pyre there just because... well, it wasn't really going to change much. You know, you can just save it so that when you're up, or maybe you live and you TP home, right? Then you have Macro Pyre for another play. Oh, get the shard next.
You can't.
This is a pretty greedy build, I gotta say. You can do this. This is why I like Jakiro, because you have that option to be greedy. But this game, I think your Spectre and Tinker do quite a lot. So I think you just need to like enable them through support items like Force Staff, Glimmer, save them. The Greaves, keep them alive in team fights, things like that. That stuff I think will help more than like adding in more damage. Womp womp. Yeah, your team's kind of playing a lot with the... It's a little weird because of your draft, but like you three, the two supports and Axe, should really just go everywhere together and ideally play near the Roche to prevent stuff like what just happened. You can't actually do Roche easily yourself, but you prevent the enemy from doing it. Now, because you're in pubs, and if you feel like, you know, let down by your cores a lot, I'm kind of okay with the build you're doing because it allows you to be greedy and scale up. But just, that's a choice you have to make, I guess, of like, I personally don't believe in them. I'm gonna go like more damage, stuff like that. Move the mic closer to me? Not that much closer to me. Actually, I didn't really move it at all. I changed the way I'm sitting a little bit, so I am closer to the mic. I can get real close to the mic. Real close, but then sometimes I get excited and I yell, and then everyone goes left. So I gotta be back here. It's a big difference. I didn't really do anything. This is where I usually am. I'm usually like this. Is this that much different than like this? If it is, I'm kind of impressed. I know this is like a bit of a directional mic, but it's not like that huge of a difference. It's a whole different stream, my god. We kind of missed this whole... you guys trolling me. You don't need to Macro Pyre there, I think. Which is funny, because usually it's like, throw out Macro Pyre more. But in your case, some of these I don't think you need to actually do. Oh, you want to know a crazy build? E-Blade. E-Blade... kind of greedy, but also save your dual targets. That's a wild one if you want to go for that. Ghost Scepter for yourself into the E-Blade. Surround sound. Let's do one more. Join in if you'd like. So for this, see, what do we talk about here? Some laning stuff. Map positioning wise, we didn't really talk too much about this game. I was kind of like following along with what you're doing. But I do think your team, like you, Axe, and Rubik should have been more up here, like at the start, around here. That? Thank you. Should mainly play in this area so that you can take this tower, close out the map, and like Tinker and Spectre can always join in the fights as long as there's like teleport targets. You don't really want to be like playing on your own half of the map much. You want to open up the map more. It's gonna help Tinker a lot. Because if you think about it, like Tinker's really good at splitting side lanes, and so is Spectre. But when this is all there is to go, like from this tower to this tower, and he always has to worry, like he shows here, Elsie could immediately TP top with the blink and be ready for him like by the time he comes here. That's really scary. But the more the map is open, the easier it is for your global heroes to split them up and all of that. So the sooner you can get towers, in particular the side lanes, because the mid lane, like if you imagine Tinker, TP's here, top or bot, what's safer? Hard to say. But from the side lanes, like it's pretty difficult to get into these trees for a lot of teams. So opening up the side lanes for a hero like Spectre and Tinker is very important. But your team kind of like got pulled into like random stuff. So that's like a map movement thing that I didn't really talk about while we were watching the first time. Matthias Sampaio. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm butchering your name. I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for the prime sub, though. I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't pronounce anything. Yeah, I guess so. I definitely became more aware of it.
You just did that.
Joy K. How'd you even do that? The odds were stacked against your favor. Massively against you. It's RNG for you. What you got, Joy K? Oh, also dual breath. I think would have been fine this game. Archon Disruptor, nice. That's like our third Disruptor game. Is it because I made that video? Most played supports. Chikiro and Trant are really high up there. Where can we go? Battle stats? All time. So Chikiro and Trant, Rubik. This is pretty accurate for a lot of my favorites. You know what's crazy? I don't think you guys have even seen me play much Grimstroke, and he's one of my most played heroes. But he's just not been good for so long. Some of you probably didn't even know I like play this hero very much. Invoker support's a good one. I like Dazzle. Damn, I'm almost at 100 Brood games. I am a Brood spammer. Yeah, Grandmaster Treant, he's the only one. Who else? I like Io, but he's not very fun to play in pubs. It's pretty miserable, honestly. It's just, it makes my blood pressure rise too much. It's just, it's frustrating. Is there anyone I like but I don't really play? Not really. I play most people I think are cool. There's more I gotta add in, but yeah, so these are a lot of my favorites. Oh, Chica Chica, yeah. Good couple years of now at this point, I feel. Those were the days. Snapfire spamming. Oh, a spider emote. That might be good. My Earth Spirit. So one of the first times, here's my Earth Spirit, okay? One of the first times I decided to like really start taking Dota seriously, and I got to nearly 6K at a time when that was like still pretty meaningful. This was easily over 5 years ago. So before everyone started hitting like insane MMRs, right? And then there's like various stuff going on in my life, and I was also learning Earth Spirit, and I was just tanking my MMR. I dropped from like 6K down to like 4 point whatever. That was one of my first major drops. So that's my Earth Spirit. It's fun. I enjoy it. I'm not very good at it though. There's a lot of buttons to press, and I'm not good at pressing those buttons. Yeah, it might be around then. It's when like pro support players were still in the like 6 to 7K range, and that was still like plenty high enough, and no one was like, oh yeah, gotta be some like 8K player. I mean, you still don't have to, right? But then I dropped a lot, and it took me a while. That back then was a lot of like mental pressure on myself, and I was being depressed and everything. So like I think I was like actually like pretty good at the game at that point, but I would play a lot worse than I was capable of because I wouldn't be like on top of myself. Okay, don't be honest, I was like zoned out thinking about random other stuff during that whole conversation. What are you doing here? Dual Breath, Thunderstrike, we poking a lot, we're chasing real hard. Now we doing it again. Be a little careful about using Thunderstrike too much here at this stage, because it really burns through your mana, but it is harass. Harass is harass. But sometimes if it's too early, you know, they just like leave, and then all the time they have until the laning stage is time for like passive HP to re-kick in, and your mana regen is not as good as like most people's passive HP. So be a little careful of that. That was close to when the lane's gonna meet anyways though, so it's like okay. Thunderstriking the Jakiro might be okay. I see you have a life stealer off lane here. Okay, nitpick laning stage and team fighting. Okay, got it. So make sure you hit the creeps here. Hitting Jakiro won't stop the pull, but you gotta hit the creeps to do so. Or like aggro him, like walk up and aggro. You also want to be careful about Thunder striking there, because when he walks into the creeps, you need to be careful of this with anyone with a damage over time. Jakiro is actually another hero to be careful of. Disruptor with Thunderstrike, Venomancer. We got a lot of heroes like this in this game. But if you damage the enemy near the enemy creeps, they aggro to you. So he's trying to do a pull. You're standing over here. You're damaging him. The creeps come over here anyways, even though you're trying to stop the pull. So be really careful of that. So this pull, I think you could have stopped. It's not the worst, though, because Drow's here to farm it. And they're not even contesting. Right here, you should come stand over here. If you had to unblock the camp, you could do that. But since you saw Jakiro body block it, I would think it's body blocked, not sentry blocked. And you should like stand over here to make sure Jakiro's not sapping XP. Be a little careful. Kind of stepped a little far up, trying to avoid these creeps. See kind of where you are. This kind of like Jakiro could pop out, get you. It's kind of what you experience. He starts running at you, and you're like, oh shit, I'm kind of far. I run all the way over here. Thank you. I'm in a much better place mentally. Consider pro. That's what I wanted to do back then. Before wanting to be a content creator, I wanted to go pro. That was the original reason. Or I just wanted to compete, which I guess is the same thing, but like... yeah, it was that. It's just like, I just want to be the best at this. Like, I want to try. And, I don't know, just like other things got in the way. It was like I was close to the end of college. It's like, is it a little late for me? I'm all over the place, like mentally. I don't know if I can like really do it. And so then I stopped, and I was actually gonna be done with it. I was just gonna be like, go do a normal job and live a normal life, you know. And then I was fine. And then I was doing masters, and I was like, well, what if we try again? Ooh, you know. So, but at that point, I didn't really want to be. All right, I guess I still kind of would have liked being a pro player, but I was like, okay, it's probably unrealistic at this point, right? So, what about a content creator? You know, I probably can't go pro while doing school and working, but content creation is a little bit more feasible for splitting your time and all that. So, here we go. We try again. And that's why I pushed for Immortal to feel like validated, I guess, in knowing enough to make content, educational content. Joy K, you're doing great. I know we're talking about you. I don't have too many complaints from what I'm processing. I'm getting old, so I don't know if I can like talk and process that much, but get him, get him. I know he probably has rage, but it's still funny. Does he not have rage? Did he not press rage? Bro, you had so long to press rage. What are you doing? That makes it even funnier. You're gonna need to buy some mana regen. Your point of usefulness is about to be over. Or suicide to tower. That would also be acceptable at this point. BKB is for the weak. Yeah. I don't even use my rage ability. That would be weak. Nice. Saw where theirs was. I'd buy like one clarity here at least. You go do something, you TP out, or like you roam somewhere else, you know. Pop that clarity as you walk. Oh, maybe you're saving up for teleport scroll. That's also fine. Though at that point, I'd say you could sell one of these sentries. Probably don't need 3 right now. How many observers do they have down here? Holy shit. I see one right by you now on the mini-map, and then one in those trees we saw earlier. Get off me, Jakiro. A little overlap on some of this stuff. Oh, hey, Queen of Pain.
This is why I hate people.
I didn't know that was a voice line. That's pretty funny. I'm a Drow player. Money. What a value sentry. I wouldn't bother putting another one. The laning stage is pretty much done. You don't have invis heroes. Surely, after losing 2 observers to 1 sentry in the same area, he would not put a 3rd. Maybe he would, but I personally would not. Sentry again, I would just leave his sentry there. You're really baiting it. I think you're kind of forcing it a little bit here. So a better way for this. 1, approach through these trees. 2, just do it. Commit. Believe in yourself, just pop it. E, Static Storm. Tell Drow you're going to do it. You both come up and you just go for it. But also, see these creeps in the way? It's going to make it difficult for her multi-shot. So actually, if you kind of just like poke him a little bit, pull him down a bit, that's probably the best. Kind of get real close and then you go for it. But it's like, it's a little too telegraphed. I think you forced that one a little too hard. Is Ellis off a thing? No. How about items right now? Let's see. I think earlier when you had 3 sentries, one should have been a clarity, but besides that, this is like fine. You could opt to skip the wand for a bit, because right now you have like a clarity and a smokin', right? I mean, those could easily just be iron branches and then save up for either your boots or your arcane boots. But it's not really bad to finish the wand either. Depends what you need, I guess. So I'm okay with you going this order. It's like time to leave bottom though. You're kind of here too long. You gotta stop this alchemist. You gotta slow him down. Rest in peace. Well, I was worried you weren't gonna get that. Oh, I just realized you got 2 points in Thunderstrike. That must have been in the laning stage. I don't think you need 2 points. It's hard enough to use against Lifestealer. So, against Jakiro, you know, I would just keep it at 1 Thunderstrike. Sherry, welcome. Hope you're having a good lunch. I hope this stream lasts long enough for the rest of your lunch. This will probably be the last one we'll do. Unless I'm suddenly hit by inspiration for another one. Hello, Juggernaut. It just occurred to me how greedy their lineup is. All the more reason to be upping the tempo. The longer you go, the worse you'll probably be. Very bold of Magnus. Nice try. I'm a little surprised he could spin right out of that, but I guess there's like a brief time he could do it. Look at these RPs. Let's go. Let's push him away from the team. It's okay. It worked out. Heck yeah. Bongo, bongo, bongo. Oh, keep vision, keep vision. That's where you gotta tell your team, keep going, keep going. Gotta mic that one. Also, you see there the slight difference between having 1 point in Thunderstrike versus 2 is that glimpse you would have had an easier time getting and sent him back to a better spot for your team. That's kind of why that 1 point can matter. Not having the best item game. Drums I think is good because you have the Huskar and Magnus and the Drow later on. I think it's a fine item this game. Armor would also be okay, I guess, if you wanted to go Grease for your team. But I think Magnus, just kidding. I should have known it was a right-click Magnus. Foolish of me to think otherwise. Venomancer Magnus, they are your friends. Go play in that top part with them. Or I guess for this bracket, play wherever, but as long as it's with them. Clutch Jakiro. It's like have Venomancer run at him, make him run, and glimpse him back. What's his net worth? Low. I guess it's not that low actually, but I think if you're Huskar, you're hoping to do better than this. No! Oh, thank God. That would have been so sad. I think it was actually good for you for Alk to join. Maybe not. Maybe it's better this way. Oh yeah, maybe it is. Well, because I think Alk should actually still be farming. And so if he comes in to join a fight, like, I actually think that's bad for him. But you probably would have lost that fight harder with him being there, so maybe it is good you glimpsed him away. I think if Huskar was having a better game, then he can kill all those heroes. You just keep him here. Pretty close to drums. You could probably just farm a camp if you want. A little risky to do right now. That's fine then, that's fine. It's pretty good ult. Play with Magnus. Magnus seems to be having a very good game. Going with that guy. Oh my goodness. Run, run, run. Oh no. No, the radiance tick. Oh man. I thought you were gonna live after that potion didn't kill you. Yeah, you guys all like the Aether Lens Disruptor. How about Lotus Orb this game? You can easily reflect potions, super easy. Juggle. Besides that, not that great. That is sad stuff. Yeah, Andisk late game's not bad. It's just a little funny to have a energy booster for a bit. We were talking about Wraithband in the Nether game. This is an okay Wraithband game. Really good with your team, really good against their team. It's not very popular anymore, but it's a good one. Should you have seen that? No. What kind of hero sees through the trees like this? Nobody. I don't know if they'll guess that this is where you had vision from, but this does reveal you have an observer seeing this area. Woohoo! Good glimpse. All right, looking good. You got Juggernaut too. Why don't these people like to press their immunity buttons? Maybe he wanted to go back. He saw Juggernaut killed them both and he was like, oh, I guess I'm not needed here. Glimpse me, please. I will, don't worry. We're almost done with this one. Tomorrow will be Dredge. I'm pretty excited. You're getting Lotus. I'm kind of open for it. I think you could just go straight Bongo Boots, though. Kind of low on charges, and it's a pretty good Bongo Boots game. Nice. I think that's worth it. A lot of tips this game. I guess they're going for it. Yeah, I don't know when I'll start. I'll probably start maybe after lunch. So, they said end of April. So, in theory, that's supposed to be before the major. Not really in theory. It is before the major. Unless you literally did it at the end of April, which is during the major. But there's a few days before the major starts. That is the end of April. That you could throw it in. We'll see. I think that'd be pretty exciting. Well-practiced strategies? Lame! Hit us with the new fishing strats. All pro teams. Figure it out. Positions are now 1 through 4 plus Fisher. Is it an inside joke? I don't even know. It's my wish for Dota. I want them to add fishing to Dota. Dota would become the greatest game in the world. Everyone would flock to play Dota if they could be a fisherman or a fisherwoman. Or an actual fish fishing, because it's a video game and you can do that. Pudge is close. That's how much people like fishing. Pudge is the most popular hero because he throws out a hook and fishes for people, but now they'll add actual fishing. Everyone can be a fisher. No way. Fishing's the best in video games. Real life fishing? Snooze. I like real life fishing to a degree, but video game fishing? Way better. You went Glimmer? There's not that much magic this game. I guess it's a survivability tool, but maybe Ghost Scepter for that could have been a little better, cheaper. E-Blade later because you're a Chad. If you ult this guy, can Lifestealer still get out? How does that work?
They're trying to kill me!
Let's test real quick. Game out of date. I bet you can still get out, right? I don't think he's affected by what's inside. or what's outside. Oh, it's kind of funny if you infest a life stealer. Wait, I can't select him, can I? Oh no, there we go. Okay. Can you not? Or is it because I can't pick him? Perhaps I should have been the life stealer. Maybe I can't use his hotkeys. It's called fishing because you can't call it catching. I have not heard that. So true though. Disruptor. I can pop out. Alright. I was pretty sure that's how that worked, but now I know for sure. Boom! I just came out of a pig. Alright. Let's pass on the raiding fun. Let's go find someone to raid. Milky Bear, thank you for raiding. Anyone still here from that raid, thank you. I hope you enjoyed your time here. Tomorrow, I'll be playing Dredge. We're continuing from part 1, which, if you haven't seen, but are interested, it's on that YouTube channel, the Z-Quicks Mix Variety. Tomorrow, we'll be continuing from there. And, well, yeah, that's that. And then Friday, we'll be playing Dota. So back to the usual stuff. Let's see, who can we raid to pass this on to? Do any of you have requests for what you'd like to see? Ugh. Man, I am tired. I like this guy's name. Should we go there? Oh, you guys are gonna riot. His mini-map's on the right side. Yeah? No? What do we think? I knew it. Okay. Skipping it. And this is why I didn't play with it on the right side. It was a death sentence for content creation. Already mad. Lisa. That's fine with me. We can pass the responsibility off. She can find out who to raid next. I don't know, is she? That's fine. A lot of Dota players like CS. Just playing Dota? Fine. Perfect. All right. Everyone, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. Appreciate you all. I hope you have a good rest of your day or night, wherever. Treat others well. Eat well if you can. Brush your teeth tonight. Fishing tomorrow. See you later. Bye.